Tonight's Lions-49ers game means a little less than maybe some fans were hoping for, thanks to a Minnesota win yesterday. They now have 14. Detroit checks in with 13 today. To guarantee the Lions get the number 1 seed, they must win next week against the Vikings. Next week's game has also been flexed to Sunday Night Football. Dan Campbell did clarify early last week what their strategy would be in tonight's contest, though. Well, there you go. The Commanders clinched a playoff spot with a win over the Falcons. Saquon Barkley hit the 2,000-yard mark, while the Eagles clinched the division as well. The Red Wings secured their first win in the Todd McClellan era yesterday, 4-2 over the Capitals. Alex Lyon started a net, notching 25 saves. Alex DeBrincat scored a pair of goals. Patrick Kane's goals and assists as well allowed him to reach 1,300 career points. He's the second U.S.-born player to hit that benchmark. Michigan basketball blew out Western Kentucky 112-64. 6 players scored in double figures for the Wolverines. Michigan State inactive over the weekend. We'll be back at it tonight after 9 days off, though. Western Michigan in town. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The holiday musical chairs continue. Jim Costa back in, but no John Jansen this week. Stoney sliding over there. Good morning. We got Heather Park back. We've got Gov behind the glass and Paul Serra filling in for Greg Hargrave. Stoney, good morning.
How are you?
Good to be back.
Good. I'm a little bummed, as I think a lot of people are.
I mean, I could leave. I could see if John's...
No!
Oh, okay.
I mean, for the first time in maybe, my life, and a lot of people around here, go Pack go. Well, how about blow Pack blow?
Good for nothing.
God.
Let's start there. We got a busy show today. We'll have Overreact Jim's Todd McClellan on the show today at 7:02.
Oh, let's play some freaking hockey.
Exactly. It's a slogan they can run with.
Yes.
Even if we can't say it in its entirety. But let's start with, what did you say, blow Pack blow?
Yeah.
I mean, they were down big early. They mounted a comeback late, but Stoney, they didn't get it done for us, and now fine. Lions are going to have to do it their own damn self.
Got to do it the hard way. I get it. They'll still, I assume, depending on something crazy happening tonight, they'll still be favored at home. Ford Field will be nuts. It's going to be Sunday night if you didn't hear, which you kind of knew was going to happen if Green Bay did not help us out. But actually, it would have been anyway. It was going to be the flex game. It just sucks in a way because you kind of wanted it to end tonight.
It would have been so poetic, right? You had a chance at the place where your season ended a year ago to cement the 1 seed, to get a bye week, much needed bye week for this banged up football team. You'd have a coronation, a poetic coronation on primetime Monday Night Football. Instead, the game is largely meaningless.
Correct. I mean, yes, there is this very small percentage that if the Lions need to win tonight because in that small percentage that they tie next week against the Vikings, then the Lions would get the number 1 seed. If they lost tonight and tied next week, the Vikings would.
And again, the likelihood of the Week 18 game tying is very slim.
Correct.
And especially if you know you can't tie, you would not play for a tie. So it definitely wouldn't end in a tie.
No.
Which leads us to what Campbell said in the update, what he said last week. Your anticipations for tonight.
Yeah.
I know where you are, where you've historically been, and where I suspect you are tonight, which is bubble wrap, get them out of the game, don't let anything bad happen. Is that where you are today?
For the most part, but you can't do that because you only have so many guys. So players have to play. I would now look, obviously, when I say this, people go, well, you can get hurt early. I would do the Cam Ward scenario. The Miami quarterback in the bowl game. He played the first half, got his record, and then sat out in a bowl game the second half to protect himself for the NFL draft. We'll get into that later. Weak ass. Anyway, that's what I would do with the Lions.
You want the Lions to be weak ass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I have such a hard time with this because normally I'm with you, like risk reward. What is the risk here? The risk is you lose another key football player. The reward is you own a tiebreaker in a game you're playing to win anyway. Doesn't really feel like the risk is worth it. But I understand something that's important here, Stoney, which is mentality.
I know.
And it's the mentality that has helped this team pick up the pieces after every injury they've had, that they play to win. And if they were to go into a place where they famously let their foot off the gas a year ago and do the same thing again, justified or not, does that not fly in the face of the mentality of this football team?
It does. And that's why I think you're going to see everybody at least start the game tonight and probably play until hopefully the outcome is decided, early.
You want it to be like a Jags-Titans fourth quarter's a blowout, get them out of the game.
Yes.
Because Dan had said he doesn't want to pull guys in the third quarter.
And look, and if they lose, I hope it's a blowout. So you can do that.
Weirdly enough, yes. They'd be down 35-10 in the fourth, and you get Goff out of the game.
Yes.
So here's the thing.
But the problem with tonight is we had all these, like you said, you set the scenario. It'll be all poetic, and now it's like, I'm going to watch, I'm going to be excited, or I'm Monday Night Football. It's my team. But really, if 100 is the top priority of a football game, before yesterday, this game would probably be, about 90. Mm-hmm. And then if, you're sitting there, all right, if Minnesota lost, it'd be like 99 to 100. Now it's like 80, maybe. I mean, you don't have as much excitement for this game because it doesn't mean crap. It's so weird that week 17's game doesn't mean anything, and most of the league next week doesn't mean anything. Ours means everything next week. This means bupkis.
Bupkis is a great word choice. And Stoney, to the rest players crowd, let's math this out. You got a 53-man roster. 48 are active on game day? I think Frank Ragnow's a vet you wouldn't want to play. Well, if I'm not playing Frank, I'm not playing Goff. Well, I probably should rest Penei Sewell. He's the best player on this offense. Gibbs, I don't have much depth at running back. St. Brown and all. That's 5 offensive players.
Right.
Now you're going to sit anybody out. Like very quickly, you're going to be down to not enough guys to field a football team for 4 quarters. So you got to be very careful with the people who want to rest guys.
Correct.
When you do it. If you can get up in the fourth and sit guys, they've done that before, but to sit guys from the jump, I think it's against who they are, and I don't expect them to do it. Dan's pretty much laid that out for you.
Oh, I know. There's no way they're going to do it. The question is,
should they?
Should they do
Well, it's funny because I mentioned the poetic nature of San Francisco, right? Mm-hmm. About a year ago and what happened in San Francisco. Do you know what happened a year ago today, December 30th?
December 30th. Oh, yeah.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
The reckless decision to go for 2 and a limited amount of times. From the 2, from the 4, from the 7, from the 52. It didn't matter. He would have gone for it from another stadium if necessary. That was the peak of F it, reckless, do it no matter what. Is this the R word? Reckless to play the starters for the majority, if not the entirety of the football game?
No, I don't think it's reckless. I'm trying to think what the correct word would be.
Stubborn?
Yeah. I don't know. How about stupid?
Okay.
I think it's stupid to play your regulars, especially if he's going to play him the whole game. I think that's stupid.
I find the word stupid more insulting than reckless.
I do too.
I think that gets back to Dan, and we have him
Say it!
On Thursday. Say it, Stoney.
Yeah.
You said it was stupid?
Say it like you say it on the radio.
I just think it's stupid to play. I mean, I understand it. Yeah. I don't think you're a stupid human being, but
it could be
whatever.
a stupid decision. That's okay. That's how I viewed it. Yeah.
It's a stupid decision.
I thought it was a reckless, to your point, you're not calling the human reckless.
Right.
The decision.
Right.
So how do you guys feel if they roll out, Gibbs is running the ball in the fourth quarter when they're up, St. Brown is catching the ball in the fourth quarter when they're up, Jared Goff is in the game period when they're up. Now, again, you got to be up enough points for him to bench him. If it's only a 1-score game, Campbell says we're playing to win.
Yeah.
Even though winning, we've laid out, means very, very little, if not
correct
anything.
Well, I think they will use, maybe I don't know if Campbell will or not, the whole tie scenario is the reason they're doing it. They don't want to take a chance, any chance at all of that happening.
248-539-9797. We'll check in with Lions fans on this Monday because things have changed based on the Vikings and Packers.
Stupid maybe too. How about ridiculous? Is that better?
Yeah, I think ridiculous is a better word.
Better. Yeah, stupid as a negative. It would be ridiculous to play your starters the entire game.
Well, the entire game.
Most of the game.
Yeah, I really, after halftime tonight, I don't care what the score is. I even would maybe before.
Would you go to bed?
I pretty adamantly disagree with playing anybody that matters much tonight. Like, I would treat it as almost like the traditional first preseason game. Where you might see a series. It's just not worth it, guys.
No.
Tom, do you remember they were up 30 points in the third quarter this year? And we asked Campbell why were the starters in, and he said, like, we're going to play him. Like, he wasn't even like entering his thought that they'd pull guys in the third quarter up 30. So now I'm supposed to believe that tonight at halftime, at a place they blew a halftime lead a year ago, he's going to go to the team and say, we're calling off the dogs? Zero chance that happens.
But last year's game doesn't matter.
It does to them. It does to them. You know what I'm
when
saying?
it does to them and you happen to lose one of your core pieces in the game potentially tonight, then what? And I just think you've got to be smart here. You complained all season long about them having an early bye. You have an opportunity to have a bye right now, or a soft bye.
Yeah.
I just think you've got to play things smart here. I'm not being scared. There's no gain.
No.
Is there a gain for what happened last year out there? Guess what? You know what stinks tonight is that this game was supposed to be humongous, and it's meaningless.
Right.
It's 100% meaningless. It has no value. If it does to them internally, they need to save that for another day. They really do, because I just think you have to be smart here.
You could call it silly or ridiculous, but I do think the fact that this game is in the sight of the NFC title game where they blew a 17-point halftime lead, they are not going to call off the dogs at halftime with a lead. They won't. Now, maybe they do in the fourth, but they are not going to do it at halftime.
That's so cosmetic to me as a fan. That ship sailed. Revenge, even if it would mean something, this is the 49ers. They're done. They're so beat up as well. So what difference is it make? Oh, we can win a game in San Francisco for the first time in God knows how long.
I don't think it's about beating San Francisco. I think it's about not letting their foot off the gas against an opponent that kept them from the Super Bowl a year ago. I think the mentality that the Lions have is if someone gets hurt, we'll walk over their trampled body and go win the next game anyway. Has that not been the mentality this entire time? We got 22 injuries.
I know.
Get them off the field. It's first down. That'll be their mentality if they lose someone tonight. Get off the field. Next man up. 1st and 10. Like, I really think that's how they think.
I know. Well, that's because look. There's the plus side, a positive of having such a player-centric coaching staff is that these guys are players. It's like talking to John. They want to play the game. That's what they're there. They're football players. I get it. Sometimes, not all the times, common sense needs to
cooler heads.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Is it reckless to play the starters deep into the game tonight? And are you mad that
it's ridiculous?
And are you mad that the game is meaningless tonight against San Francisco?
Are you going to stay up later than? Are you going to stay up to watch, especially if it's a blowout, or even if it's a close game?
It's a great question. We will, but
Right.
if you're up this early in the morning, that's a tough call for you if you're driving into work right now. Or
Right.
are you going to be staying up to watch this football game?
Right.
248-539-9797. Overreactions later in the hour. Todd McClellan, 702. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery texts or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look more convincing than ever. But the good news is you can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats are going to pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can just go ahead and live your life like you normally would. You could manage your finances online, shop online, and you can do it all without fear because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Jansen with the week off. We've got Stoney in, and we have a lot to discuss after yesterday. The Lions can't win the North tonight. Can't lock up the 1 seed tonight.
Nope.
Tonight's largely meaningless. If they win, they would own a tiebreaker in the event they tie against Minnesota next week. But you're not going to play for a tie if you know you can't have a tie.
Well, I think I read somewhere the chances of a tie
2%.
it's even like it's almost like 0.2%.
Oh, maybe.
Or 2%, whatever. Yeah. I mean,
So again, the meaning is very little for tonight's game. The decision from Dan Campbell is going to be how seriously do you take this? Do you pull starters early? Or are they playing deep into the game regardless of score? 248-539-9797. And yet we're all a little mad that tonight doesn't get to be some poetic coronation.
Yes.
This is Monday Night Football. This is a stage. This is the site of last year's NFC title game. It could have been such a fitting victory for the Lions, and
Right.
instead it's going to be, all right.
you know, Troy and Joe will be like, try not to give too much publicity to their competitors for Sunday night, but they're going to be talking a lot about the Lions-Vikings game, I'm sure.
We will have tickets later in the week for that game, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Thursday, Friday, I think. That's the plan. We've got tickets to give away Sunday night for all the marbles, for the 1 seed, for the division. Stoney, bring it on.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This is what you want, right? That you want a chance at your house to put them in their place and to cement yourself as the best in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still disappointed that the game is going to have such great meaning.
Another way of looking at it, though, is if this game tonight had great meaning, your home game next week would have no meaning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's,
No, I know
that's
you'd
the way you want
you'd
it.
like to be locked up early, but now you get a home game where you're going
Right.
to be rabid. You are favored. You asked earlier that would they be favored?
Yeah.
2.5-point favorites the Lions are right now going into Sunday Night Football against the Vikings.
Which means if the game was in Minnesota, the Vikings would have been favored.
Well, that's a good thing it's in Detroit.
I know.
248-539-9797. Some ticket text, some phone calls. Dan in Utica, you take issue with this being meaningless? You think there's meaning?
Absolutely, guys. I mean, I just completely disagree. To say any game, let alone this one, is meaningless is nearly blasphemous against the organization. I got 2 quick questions. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Could you go into the locker room, Stoney, and look these guys in the face and say, hey, guys, tonight we're going to roll over. We're going to just let them run it up on us. Doesn't mean anything to us. We're just concerned about Minnesota at home. We're throwing away the game. Could
Okay.
you do that?
No, however, okay, I would definitely not use those words. And the players that are going to play and the coaches are going to coach their asses off. They're going to play their asses off just like if all the starters are in. You're playing to win the game, okay? But to give you that Minnesota game and to give you a chance to, well, let me ask you this, Dan, okay? So you got my answer to this. Let me ask you a question. How will you feel tomorrow morning if Amon-Ra St. Brown tore his meniscus, God forbid?
Can't control it. I'm playing like I do every game. I'm not playing scared. I'm going in there with the intention to win the game 50-14 if that's what it takes.
Okay.
Would you,
No,
if,
no,
oh,
I
Dan,
can't
if you're
play
up, if you're up 50-14, are you pulling starters out of the game at that point?
I'll tell you how I would coach it. Just like any regular season game, when you get that big giant blowout, you're talking 40-plus points late in the fourth quarter, then you can handle it like any normal regular season game. You might pull your starters. But I don't pull them any early. And that leads into my second question, if I may, quickly. I'm not understanding, and I've heard this from people at the gym and from listening to you guys this morning. They're saying, hey, play the starters the first quarter, first half. I mean, are we more likely to get injured in the second half or the second quarter? I'm just not understanding it. I mean,
No,
it's math.
It's the amount. It's
Yes.
math. The more plays you play, the more
The probability goes up that you get hurt, even if it is
Right.
small to your point. Again, these are
Right.
football players. They don't play scared, all
and
that
I did
stuff.
say you can get injured any time. I understand that.
But you were twice as likely to get injured if you play twice as many plays. I mean,
Correct.
that doesn't require
Right.
the mathematics degree.
No.
Stoney, risk reward. That's all this comes down to.
Right.
Risk reward. The reward is you win a game that means very little to you in the standings. Next to nothing. It gives you a tiebreaker in week
Right.
8. That's the reward. The risk is you've already suffered 22 key injuries.
Right.
And there could be another key injury. So you have to at least balance it. Now, I understand the mentality argument that he's echoing
Yes.
that Campbell has stood at the podium and talked about. I do think that they feel like they need to put their best effort out there. They need to jump them. They need to prove a point. They need to get up big. They need to have a lead. And then then you strategically pluck away one guy, two guys, get Goff out of the game, that type of thing.
Right. I mean, look, I'd love to see Hooker and Bridgewater play a little bit.
Sure.
If that's the case. I mean, Graham Glasgow, you put him at center for a little bit, take Frank out, put Mahogany in. I mean, do those type of things, right?
Yeah, if it makes sense.
I do think there's something about the offense for the people who don't want to see people play tonight that much. There is something to be said about, I think, keeping the offense in rhythm.
Sure.
And getting some series out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with the caller. It's just like Stoney said. It's you're playing the game of chess. You're tempting fate. Tonight's game is meaningless. And look, I'll get killed for this because everybody just wants to defend Dan Campbell's culture, and I love it. I love everything about it. But you should not take risks tonight. Tonight's game is meaningless. This is a preseason football game tonight.
And how do they handle the preseason?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is no different than a preseason game. He doesn't play. Where's the culture in the preseason?
Right.
I want people to, we've had some texts. I don't think people realize what's going on here this morning still. This game does not matter tonight in any way, shape, or form.
Other than a tie in week 18.
And I will say this, and I think in the NFL, you always have to do what you don't like to do at some point in order to win, whether it's on the field or off.
It's like life. Sometimes you have to be uncomfortable, and I'm sure it's not comfortable for him to have to do this.
I mean, he should probably take the day off. To be honest, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
right?
Throughout my years doing this, there's always this little expression I use: "What's the downside of anything?" To me, there is a big downside. There is.
It's the third quarter, and St. Brown's running a route over the middle. What's the downside? Well, he could catch a first down and move the sticks. The downside is catastrophic.
Yes.
And the upside is you win a game that does not help you.
Right.
And you may lose a game that would not hurt you. So that's why it's a topic today.
Right.
I wish the topic was the other way around. That Green Bay had won the game, and the topic is how effing sweet is tonight about to be when they go in and put up 100 on the Niners and win the division.
Right.
This sucks. I understand that.
Jordan Love is a fraud.
The big position is QB, obviously, but especially running back right now.
Yeah.
Gibbs is not supposed to be back until the divisional round at the
Montgomery,
I mean.
yes.
So why are you risking? Do you want Craig Reynolds to start for you next week? Next man up.
No. Jamar Jefferson should not be starting next week.
Sione Vaki introed as the starter in Week 18. Yeah, I get the point. 248-539-9797. Texters say, instead of saying reckless or stupid,
ridiculous.
Or ridiculous, says, I'd like to use the term unnecessary to play the starters deep tonight. I think that word fits the best.
That is a great word. I like that.
Unnecessary. It is unnecessary to play guys late into this football game. Key players. You have to play players.
Yes.
Texter says, if I'm Campbell, I'm not playing anyone as an FU to the NFL for us being on the West Coast Monday night with a division game lined up the very next week. Short week and travel. Texter says, it's incendiary to play key starters at all in this football game. Little vocab lesson to start the show today.
Oh, yeah.
It says, since the game doesn't mean anything for the 49ers, they should rest their starters as well.
They'll have a long time to rest. Well, they have so many injuries. A lot of them are.
They kind of are.
Yeah. So do we.
Texas says, worst case tonight, we win the battle but lose the war, i.e. lose a core player and give the division up next week.
Right.
Anyone who's referencing last year's loss to the Niners as a reason to play the starters doesn't get football. You rest your players tonight, and then next week you go out and earn the number one spot.
Damn right.
Once again, BS 8:20 game next week. Does anyone actually enjoy the late Sunday night game? Shaking my head.
No.
You don't like it? I get it for this job, not wanting to get up early, but it is the stage of Sunday night football. It's Tirico.
Yes, that's great. I'm being facetious.
Okay.
Yes, you want to have that spotlight. You want to be the team that America wants to see. The Lions are America's team. So if this league is fixed, like some people suggest, the Lions will win next Sunday.
Wouldn't tonight be the perfect time for Teddy Bridgewater to get a full game's worth of reps? Signed back, get him out there.
I want to see Hooker play more than Bridgewater, to be quite honest with you.
I agree with you. Most teams would just mail in the game and look ahead to next week, but not the Lions. The Lions will destroy San Francisco for a, quote, revenge game, and then it will cost them in the long run. Ominous.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. Look,
they have to thread the needle because they can't just lay down. I mean, it's not who they are. It's not their DNA. If they were that team, they wouldn't be here to begin with, right? It's the fourth down thing. They win more doing it this way than the alternative. Going for it on fourth down, they may get burned one of every 5 times, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to benefit them the majority. Playing hard and playing to win and going out with your best guys, it's going to win them way more games than it loses them. But there is a finessing of this in the second half where they do need to be very careful because this game's results don't mean anything compared to Week 18.
Nothing.
Well, again, we keep going back to this stupid 2% tie scenario, which I don't really think is much of one. So I'm with you, Stoney. This is meaningless. Don't get hurt. Put your best foot forward, keep the mentality, the train on the tracks, and get your best foot forward for Week 18. Ticket text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. We'll get to Heather's News. We'll get to Overreact Gyms, and we'll get to the Red Wings' new coach who joins us this morning at 7:02. It's 97.1.
Priority, don't forget, for next year is your mental and physical health, and Planet Fitness does it better than anyone. It has for me. Judgment-free environment. You work out. They have a lot of new equipment, including the brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and the supine benches and free weights, cable towers, all that stuff. And it's just for $15 a month. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. It makes me feel so good. I use the recumbent bike. I'm more of a, cardio type of a guy, and I'm there 6 days a week, an hour a day, and it makes me feel good. Now, they have the Black Card membership as well, where you get all the cool stuff, hydro massage, other innovative amenities as well. There's over 2,500 clubs nationwide, over 50 in Detroit. Now, find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this, Planet Fitness, okay? Now, hours, amenities, and offers by club, they may vary. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. You must be 18 years old to enroll or 13 to 17 with parent or guardian. Be honest. Be authentic. Ladies and gentlemen, go to Planet Fitness and do it right.
We wanted to be talking about how tonight locks up the division, locks up the 1 seed. Instead, tonight is largely meaningless. Monday Night Football against the Niners. Don't blame us. That's just the reality. And now what are the Lions going to do with that reality?
Yeah. If you're going to blame anybody, blame Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur.
Could they be a little more competitive? I know the final score was close. They got down 20-3.
Yeah, but
they're down 28-0 in the first meeting.
And if Cam Akers doesn't make that was a nice catch at the end.
You're right.
Who knows what would happen?
Get the ball, kick a field goal, win the game.
That would have been unbelievable.
But they let us down, and you know what? Fine. Do it our damn self.
Yeah.
That's how you have to look at it.
That's the Lion way.
You say, we'll do it the hard way, we'll do it our way, we'll earn it ourselves. And we'll do it at Ford Field, we'll do it on Sunday night, we'll do it in front of these fans. Fine, bring it on. Stoney, right off the gate, though, out of the gate, we asked the question. Playing your starters tonight, your key players, deep into this football game. It's what they intend to do, right?
Yeah.
Is that reckless? A year ago today was the Dallas reckless moment. Is it reckless? And you used a different word.
Yeah.
You said ridiculous.
Yeah.
A texter said unnecessary.
Unnecessary is probably the
best
correct
word. Yes. It is unnecessary.
Yes.
But this team is built with the mentality. And I tend to side with you most of the time with the rest and risk argument. But I really understand where they're coming from here.
I understand it.
I think this is about who they're playing, but also how they're playing. And they don't want to let their foot off the gas for a second, especially in San Francisco. And if someone gets hurt, so be it. I know that sounds like stupid or ridiculous or reckless or unnecessary, but I really think their mentality is if someone gets hurt, put them off to the side, and the next man will step up. And they've kind of been emboldened in this, right? They've lost 22 guys, and they keep stepping up. And it feels like it shouldn't continue, but they continue to do it. And I think that is because of the mentality of this football team, which I don't think they want to throttle down.
No.
And I don't think they should, to be honest with you.
Look, they want to be who they are.
Yeah.
And I completely understand it. I embrace it. I just think in this situation, you want to be a little more cautious. Tactical is a good word, too.
Yeah, a lot of vocab. This one says, biggest wussy station and fan base around, DJ at work.
Okay. Call us in, DJ, and tell us what you would do.
Well, he'd be a real man.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he would do. Yeah. That's what he would do. Texter says, nobody's left. Everybody's hurt. Who's going to play? They can't all sit out. Get over it. If someone gets hurt, it wasn't meant to be.
I understand. Look, we're talking, I believe you play your starters to begin the game.
What's the lead that you have that you take?
It
doesn't matter.
The lead, the score means nothing to
So
me.
when is it? Then the fourth quarter, regardless of the score?
I'd go at the half. I'd start.
Regardless?
Yes, regardless. Once the half, after the first half, I'd start dwindling my starters out.
Right or wrong, I don't think there's any world that happens at halftime.
No.
And I think the only world that happens is the fourth quarter up at least 3 touchdowns. I think if this is a one-score fourth quarter game, Jared Goff is under center and they're trying to score.
Yeah, probably. And hopefully they
right or
score
wrong.
And win and nobody gets hurt. And people will say, see.
See?
Okay. I don't want to say see. I don't want to be right.
I understand that. I think we're all on the same page there. It says you guys are talking about the downside if the players start tonight and the potential injury. I fully agree. However, have you discussed the downside if they don't play?
Okay, what's the downside? That 1 week off is all of a sudden they're going to forget how to tackle and block and all that stuff?
Another one says if we bench our guys, it could be 2 to 3 weeks off. This team had issues getting started after sitting the preseason. Well, it wouldn't be 2 to 3 weeks off. They'd play week 18 the very next week.
We're not sitting people out next week.
No, and you want to earn the bye to get a week off after week 18. But you'd be playing a key, critical, emotional, physical football game in the middle of this.
Right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be sitting for 2 to 3 weeks here.
Look, I understand there are people out there like, John, who, and probably TJ too, who actually, played competitive football at a very high level and think this is absurd to even have this discussion. Maybe it's just, people like us who haven't played the game that are too cautious. I'll submit to that. I'm too cautious. Thank you.
We got overreactions to end the hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
Thank you. Here we go. So there's a man who shot and killed a woman after crashing his car into a ditch on Christmas Eve in Oxford. Well, he is now facing 19 charges, including felony murder. 29-year-old Malik Webb was arraigned on Saturday after going on what investigators are calling this random crime spree along Ray Road, which is between Lapeer and Oxford Roads. And authorities say after he drove into a tree, this was at like 6:30, like I said, Christmas Eve, a 71-year-old Oxford woman and her daughter stopped to help, right? They were trying to make sure this person was okay after getting into an accident. Well, this guy, Webb, ran up to their vehicle, opened fire. The woman, Barbara Wolf, passed away. Her daughter and another man who actually stopped to check on this guy were shot and injured as well. Now, this guy is facing life in prison with no chance of parole if convicted. He also did other things. He tried to carjack another person during this same time frame. It's just, it's so sad and disgusting to hear, especially on Christmas Eve, that something like this happened.
Well, and someone's takeaway is going to be, don't help people. And that's an awful takeaway, but these people lost their life just trying to do the right thing.
I know.
I'm sure you guys heard about that horrific plane crash that took place in South Korea, left 179 people dead. Happened on Sunday. A passenger plane skidded off this runway at a South Korean airport, slammed into a concrete wall, and just burst into flames. The whole thing was captured on video, which I did watch.
Me too.
And that plane was moving fast, and it happened within seconds. 2 people survived with non-life-threatening injuries, which is mind-boggling when you watch this video of what happened.
Right.
They were 2 crew members at the very tail of the plane, which was the only part of the plane that was left recognizable, that you could tell was a plane. They were rescued and are expected to survive, which is unbelievable. 85 women, 84 men, and 10 others who unfortunately were not identifiable were killed in this crash. Now, of course, the investigation is underway to determine what happened, right? I saw reports that the landing gear didn't work. There was reports that this aircraft was struck by birds right before trying to land. So they have to recover the black box, right? There's so much that's going to go into this investigation, but so devastating to hear about that as well. Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States, has passed away at the age of 100. Such a long life. Actually, the first U.S. president to reach their 100th birthday ever, which is pretty incredible. He had been receiving hospice care since February of 2023 at his home in Plains, Georgia, which is where he lived with his wife of 77 years, Rosalind Carter. And they're actually the longest married presidential couple in U.S. history.
Yeah.
Which is incredible as well.
That was the first presidential election I voted in.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't born yet, but
I was not born yet either, but the life, right? The humanitarian stuff he did post-presidency, then you don't have to do all that stuff.
Yes,
he wanted to.
I mean, he's not considered
He's not regarded a good president, no.
But afterwards, yes.
Yeah. So on Friday's edition of the Pat McAfee Show, former Alabama coach turned ESPN analyst Nick Saban had a thing or two to say about some Ohio State fans and their, quote, psychotic obsession with Michigan.
He's right. I talked about it last week. They're myopic. It's crazy.
But those psychotic fans also exist in the South, in Tuscaloosa. They poison trees.
Yes.
My point is the psychoticness of college football fans have helped pay Nick Saban's very robust salary for a very long time.
That's true, but I just think they're the most myopic fan base singled on one team that there is in the country.
I'll end with some good news, at least for Keanu Reeves. So last year he had a collection of really expensive watches stolen from his home, and they've been found in Chile. Yeah.
Wow.
Somebody's been arrested. A 21-year-old man in Chile was arrested. They say they found the jewelry and these valuable watches during raids on 4 houses, and one of the watches was this $9,000 Rolex that was inscribed. It had his name engraved in the back of it, so they knew for sure who it belonged to.
There you go.
So good news for him. Get his watches back.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, weekend overreact gyms. It's 97.1. Lions fans toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now. Would make a great addition with New Year's Eve right around the corner. Made just for the Lions season, the bottle's design looks like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team debuted in Week 4. They'll be gone soon. Get yours where you would normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. All right, Stoney, you get to play along. I've got a series of statements overreacting to the football weekend. The first, Cam Ward playing half a bowl game was the best decision for all involved. He gets his record, he avoids injury, and the team gets to evaluate his successor before they hit the portal, and they need to hit the portal. Emory Williams was bad.
No, I think that was a lame ass decision. If you're not gonna play the whole game, don't even play. The record, okay, great. Play the game. You signed up for this, okay? You told your team, unless this whole thing was already choreographed, they knew exactly what was going to happen. Oh, that's weak.
Well, I assume they talked before the game that he was only going to.
I'd have more respect for him if he didn't play at all than to leave his teammates hanging at halftime.
But everybody wins in this scenario, right? I guess they lost the game, but these are preseason games. These are exhibition games. They don't mean anything. I
know.
Oh, it's a meaningless game?
Yeah.
I have no problem with what he did. This is the new world of college football.
I know.
And it's just fuddy-duddy people who can't accept the change that don't like this. Like, he actually did more than most guys do. He played a half.
Right.
Jaden Daniels didn't play his bowl game last year. Still got drafted high. Still having a hell of a rookie season. It's not an indictment on Cam Ward.
If he'd have got blown out his ACL last year, if Jaden Daniels would have played, would he have been picked second overall? Would he be leading the franchise to a playoff? I mean, look, just do you. That's the world we live in now.
Mm-hmm.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl should be a playoff bowl game. It is everything we love about college football and this country. It's pageantry, it's consumerism, it's mascots, it's personality. They got sprinkles and a trophy that's an actual toaster. Stoney, this should be one of the playoff games.
I'd have no problem with it, especially if they use the brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tart. Instead of, I think the one they used last year got put to rest. Basically.
Strawberry frosted, yeah. But it came back from the dead. Did you see?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, zombie Pop-Tart.
I know.
I mean, I'd have no problem with this replacing the Peach Bowl.
Right.
Yes.
Like a Peach Bowl, ever since the college football playoff was created, was all of a sudden made a big deal. Why?
Yes.
Because it's in Atlanta.
Yeah, you're right. It's true.
There's no history with the Peach Bowl.
The Peach Bowl used to be like a game.
Right.
What about the Blue Bonnet Bowl?
Love that game.
Uniforms. LA football team. Okay, both LA football teams will be winning a playoff game this season. The Rams already beat the Vikings, could have a first-round matchup. And the Chargers, if they win their final game and the Bengals win their final game, the Chargers would get the Texans. I think both the Rams and Chargers will win their first-round playoff games.
I agree with you, okay? Because the Chargers, if they play, the Chargers have a guy who could be coach of the year. He won't be. Harbaugh's done an unbelievable job. And McVay, I mean, they started off, they had a losing record into their bye week. Well, he's been able to pull off with and that team had injuries for the beginning. You know, we saw Nakua went down here, right? I mean, yes, I think they both will.
I'm going to say no, simply because law of averages. And look, I think the Chargers would probably win at the Texans, but winning on the road in the playoffs is a different dynamic. Harbaugh's done an absolute awesome job, but the Rams could still maneuver around here. The 3 and 4 are still up for grabs in the NFC. Tampa could hop them if they win and the Rams lose. So just because of the variables there, and then potentially hosting a 14-3 team,
who they beat,
one of them,
the Vikings.
What if it's the Lions?
We'll get to that in a second. Zach Taylor, clock management was terrible late against Denver. But Stoney, the overreaction I have, it wasn't the biggest coaching blunder in the game. Sean Payton not going for 2 at the end was the bigger mistake. Why would you leave it up to a coin flip to the better quarterback on the road?
And his rationale made no sense to me. Sean Payton said, well, we had the momentum. Okay, yeah, you just scored, but that doesn't carry over like that. But the Taylor thing is, okay, after Chase Brown smartly, goes down and then unfortunately gets hurt, so Denver didn't have to use a timeout. You take 2 knees or whatever, you kick the field goal, there'll be like 10, 15 seconds left. It made no sense to me.
Now, momentum does not affect a coin toss.
No.
Correct. Thank you.
And I do think maybe the tie played into this. Interesting, because a tie could play into next week's game. That's why the Lions technically would have incentive to win tonight, as if they tied next week. But the tie did favor the Broncos and would have put them in the playoffs.
Brock Bowers should be the offensive rookie of the year, and part 2 is the best tight end in the NFL right now. He passed Mike Ditka's 63-year-old rookie record for the most receiving yards for a rookie tight end, and he leads all tight ends in receiving right now.
Well, considering that the position of quarterback is an offensive player, no, Jaden Daniels is the offensive rookie of the year, especially pulling out late night, not comebacks, but the big score last night. He did the one against Philly. He's been unbelievable. So, and that's that position. Bowers, I don't think he's the best tight end right now, but he will be.
Who's better
in a year? Who's better?
Look at the quarterbacks he's done this with.
Yeah, it's true too.
I mean, tight ends are usually a safety valve, though, for like quarterbacks that aren't good. So maybe that fudged his numbers up a little bit. Lad McConkey, honorable mention here.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Bowers is definitely the best tight end. He had the best season. I mean,
he's been great.
If you use the right now, we're not talking about Kelsey the right now. Kelsey's one of the best ever. But I mean, it was a down year for tight ends.
I know.
This is one that I'm doing because of who I'm hosting with today.
Oh, boy.
Saquon Barkley, now in the 2K club, 2,000 yards rushing, is the greatest Eagles skill player of all time.
Well, he's obviously had the greatest skill in one season. I'm going to say no, because you're going to talk about skill. Just skill, maybe not wins. Randall Cunningham was probably the most skillful Eagle of all time. But if you're going to go running back, I'd still take Wilbert Montgomery for his career.
Trivia question for you, Stoney.
Yes.
Only one Eagle has ever had more all-purpose yards in a season than Saquon Barkley. Guy did it twice.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Brian Westbrook.
Great guess. It's not Brian Westbrook.
Okay.
That's who I
McCoy.
initially thought. No, I asked Stoney. We got to go back decades here.
Oh.
Are you
Did they
familiar
wear helmets then?
With Steve Van Buren was it?
Timmy Brown.
Timmy Brown!
62 and 63.
Timmy Brown. I went to a game once where Timmy Brown had a kickoff return. He had a kickoff return for two of them for a touchdown against Dallas. They beat the Eagles, beat them 24-23 in that game.
The Vikings will be the best team to not win their division.
Yes, that's true.
A 14-win team has never been a wild card team.
Yes.
The Vikings will be the best team in NFL history to not win their division. Overreaction or not?
Not an overreaction.
No, it's not.
Well, hold on. They haven't played the game yet. And
By
what
the
if the
way,
Lions lose?
in the league where teams don't win 14 games, right now you have a chance to have 5 teams that win 14 games this year.
I know. It's crazy.
Afternoon rhetoric.
And those are your weekend overreact gyms. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services. The Red Wings snapped a 4-game losing streak and earned Todd McClellan his first win as head coach thanks to a 4-2 triumph over the Capitals. Alex DeBrincat scored a pair of goals. Patrick Kane scored his 1,300th career point as well. He becomes just the second American-born player to accomplish such a feat. The Lions and Vikings next week is shifting to Sunday Night Football. Detroit can guarantee the number 1 seed with a victory. Michigan basketball blew out Western Kentucky 112-64. Dusty May's team is now off until Saturday as they face USC. The Heat eked out a 104-100 victory over the Rockets yesterday, but that wasn't the story. 6 players ejected after this. Audio via FanDuel Sports Network. Thompson grabbed Hero by the jersey and threw him down to start the tussle. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Wings have a new rallying cry.
Damn right.
Play bleepin' hockey. New coach Todd McClellan said it, and they responded with a win yesterday. He joins us this morning. Message received. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, Jim, Stoney. How are you guys this morning?
Great.
Doing pretty good. That's going to be a big marketing deal, don't you think? I mean, I could see the T-shirts, the hoodies, play effing hockey.
Well, I don't know about that, but the players responded well. We haven't had a whole lot of time to put a lot of things in play, but the few things that we worked on, we didn't want to make them mechanical or get in their way, so it was just an expression. I didn't think it would take off the way it has, but it has.
Did you, from afar, when watching the Red Wings before you took the job, what were your impressions of this team?
Well, I think the team was fragile. From a distance, you could see that they weren't sure of themselves, and we still aren't. We've got a lot of work in front of us, but there's young players, there's older players. A lot of them were underachieving for many different reasons, and I think a reset was obviously what Steve was looking for and what I'm trying to provide, or the staff is trying to provide, and so far the players have been quite receptive.
What do you say to people who feel like the move was made maybe too late? Can the season still be salvaged, in your opinion?
Well, you know what? I've asked the players to focus on what they're doing when they have the equipment on, not where we are in the standings, what the win streak or the losing streak is or anything like that. We can't change what's happened in the past. We can only look ahead. And I think they're carrying the weight around of, not having been in the playoffs for X number of years. Many of them haven't even participated in that. Some are rookies this year. Some have only been around for 2 years. So that's not all on them. Organizationally, we think that we can push. But the most important thing we have to do is play the right way. And, if we do those things, then maybe the results will take care of themselves, and we'll look up at the end of the year and see where we are. And that's certainly the goal.
Small sample size, granted, but is there any player in a positive way that has surprised you so far?
Well, I don't know about surprise, but maybe confirmed. A guy like Lucas Raymond, he, you can see why people rave about him, but now when you're on the bench and you're around him and the way he practices and approaches the game, you really appreciate it. And you know why he's turning into a star quickly, because he's one hell of a player, but he puts a lot of time and energy into his craft. So that's been really good. And I thought that the Brinkett and Kane have produced well for us. For the 2 games that I've been here anyhow, they've been very effective offensively, and they haven't hurt us defensively. So productive minutes out of those 2.
We're talking to Red Wing head coach Todd McClellan this morning, and you could imagine everyone's looking into the moves and reading into the moves. Splitting up Seider and Edvinsson, what went into that decision on the blue line?
Well, they had played well together prior to Trent Yanni and I getting here. They logged a lot of minutes. Their experience level isn't as high as obviously the veteran players that are around, yet they handled the minutes very well. Prior to Christmas, Simon got injured, and he hadn't skated for about 7 or 8 days. So in that Toronto game, he looked real rusty early, and we decided to split them up, and then we kept them apart. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them experiencing life away from each other for a little while, and trying to balance out the defense.
It was a hell of a shift by Seider at the end of that game yesterday, wasn't it?
He has a lot of those shifts. He's he is a beast. He's a player right now that we really appreciate, because he's giving us everything he has, and he's willing to learn. He's like a sponge, and that rubs off on other players. So he's a beast. There's no other way to put it, and we're happy to have him.
Joe Veleno, you put him up on the top line. Looked like he gave a little bit of a burst. What did you see from that decision?
Well, we didn't start there in the game against Toronto, but as the night wore on, we thought that Larkin and Raymond maybe could use a little more pace with them. So Joey went up there and he did a real good job. We continued on last night, and to this point, he's found a home there. He's got the skill level to play with those 2. His engine is pretty good. He's got the ability to keep up and extend shifts if he has to. And so far, so good. But you got to earn your keep every day, and I think he's the type of individual that will do that.
The last couple of years, I thought this team looked too easy to play against. Like nobody comes into Little Caesars Arena like afraid to play the Red Wings. How do you change that?
Well, you know what? We have to define what physicality is, and it's different for everybody. And we have to use what we have right now and get it out of them. But Alex DeBrincat is going to play physical differently than Rasmussen might. And, for me, you look at DeBrincat last night, he scored 2 goals in the blue paint. One of our smaller players, but he went into that area, and that's physicality for me. Face-offs, shift lengths, shot blocking, those are all part of being physical. It's not always just crashing and banging and fighting, although those things are necessary at some point too. So we'll have to evolve as a team. We'll have to define what physicality is for a lot of the players and make sure we're getting at least that out of them. And then as the team grows and the organization grows, we'll see where it all ends up.
If you had a chance to take a deep breath, I feel like this has been a quick turnaround for you.
It has been crazy for both Trent, Yanni, and I. We've been on planes all over the place, and then coming in basically unprepared. Normally what we do in the summer prepares us for training camp, all the video, meetings, line combinations, even scheduling is all done. We're trying to do all of this on the fly. Play games every second night. So it has been hectic and just trying to breathe. And then you throw life into it too. Finding somewhere to live, getting your wife into town, making sure that she's comfortable and happy, family, the whole 9 yards. So a lot going on right now, but wouldn't trade it for anything.
Well, it helps the fact that you were here before, won the Stanley Cup with this team as assistant coach. And I'm sure your wife and your family remembers certain things. Is there something that, I don't know, a place, a restaurant that you want to go back to, that type of thing?
Well, it's funny you say that because it's been like a time warp. You come back in here to Little Caesars Arena, and I've seen so many people that were around from my time in 05 to 08. Great people, from security guards to the cooks to you name it, ticket takers. So many people are still around here, and I think that's a real reflection on the Ilitch family. They had that going when I was here, and they've taken care of all of these employees, and they're still here. But the big thing that we really enjoy are the people in Detroit. We've got a lot of good friends here, friendly people, big hockey supporters, big football, basketball supporters. So it's a great sports town, as you guys know, and we're happy to be back.
Todd, get you out of here on this. Just want to circle back. We mentioned the response from the team yesterday. How receptive have they been in your view? Like, not that they necessarily wanted a coaching change. They liked Derek, but how have you sensed that they want to be coached up, that they want to shake things up and maybe have a change in philosophy?
I do. At this point, they certainly are. Their eyes are wide open. Their ears are working right now. They're willing to put the effort and time into to change. Let's face it, they're human beings, they're athletes, and they come to the rink, they want to win, or at least have a chance at winning. So it hasn't been a lot of fun for them. Anytime that a coach is removed for whatever reason, it's usually not going well, and nobody's happy. But our 4 or 5 days here now, they've been very receptive. They've worked. I'm happy to see that they got the reward last night, because eventually you need that. But it's early. The test is going to come 10, 15 days in, once all the newness is worn off. Are they prepared to maintain and stay on course, or are they going to wander a little bit? And that's our job, is to keep them on course as much as we possibly can.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Happy
you.
New Year. Beat the Penguins tomorrow night, and everything will be good.
Happy New Year, guys. Thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. He's Todd McLellan, Red Wings' new head coach. Stoney, we had discussed the need to make a change at coach. Mm-hmm. This wasn't like a surprise that they made this change. What did you see from them through 2 games?
Well, first game was tough because Toronto played great even without Matthews. I mean, the Tavares pass on that goal was just sick, and they're playing, but they definitely showed a little more jump in the game, especially as the game wore on. They didn't, crumble. I thought, during the week, when Larkin at the presser after the St. Louis game, when he talked about the disconnect and all that stuff, you just knew the writing was on the wall. I mean, it was going to happen, and, they knew. Stevie knew, obviously, after the Montreal games.
Yeah, and he had put the plan in motion, and it just needed to be, hey, let's see if they can resurrect the season, and that was an obvious moment on last Monday night. I was at that game against the Blues.
Yeah.
And you go, oh boy, this is... And I've been to too many of those games. And I was at the Toronto game.
Yeah, so was I. Yeah, great. I was there too. And
But I will say this: you and I were texting a little bit.
Yeah, because the new coach bet didn't work.
We both bet it.
Yes.
Should have waited a day to get their feet under him a little bit.
Yeah.
But I will say this: I've been to a bunch of games this year where they've lost by 3 and even 4 goals, and Monday against the Blues is another one of those games. And Kelsey will look to me when I have to work the next day, and she'll go, "Do you just want to get out of here?" If they're down 3 or 4 goals,
right?
Well, on Friday night, I didn't have to work the next day. I'm on vacation, and I said, "You know what? I want to just see how they respond in the third period because I think it'll tell you a lot about your team when you're down big. Who's willing to still stick it out?" And I thought they played a good third period and rolled it over into Sunday against the Capitals.
Right, they didn't even play that bad. I mean, Wall was really good for Toronto. So, like early scoring chances after Toronto got the first goal, he was really good. It's a cool environment, but there are too many Leaf fans. I know you know how other teams feel when the Lion fan shows up.
A lot of
Leafs.
Go Leafs go,
Yes.
and the cheers when they scored, and there's all the blue and.
I know,
but it's part of a rivalry, and you got to earn it. Like you can't do "Let's Go Red Wing" chants when you're down 4-0. The team's got to respond a little bit.
Look, when Goff throws a bomb to JMO for a meaningless touchdown today, you'll see all the Honolulu Blue out in San Francisco, who bought all this money for the revenge game. It's meaningless.
Yeah, now it is. 248-539-9797. We got a lot to do today. It's 97.1. We're going to get back into the Lions coming up at 7:50. What could have been tonight could have been for the division, for the 1 seed, for a poetic coronation in the sight of last year's heartbreak. Instead, it's largely meaningless, which invites a series of questions about tonight's game
Although
plan.
it's not meaningless if it's a fantasy football like championship game or something. By the way, how did you end up with your? Are you still involved in your?
Oh yeah, I'm in the final. I'm up big. I'm up like.
No, I mean the league where you put in like 8,000 teams.
Oh no,
and win $1 million.
No, none of them advanced to the final.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that.
You bring that up just to make me feel bad? Is that
No,
what that was?
no,
You knew the odds are so low. Of course I didn't make it. I would be chatting your ear off if I was in the final tonight. If I had $1 million on the line tonight, Stoney, I wouldn't have waited till now to bring it up.
Because it's just so intriguing. That I love that that context.
Yeah, it's called best ball. You draft a bunch, you set it, forget it, and then it whittles all the way down to the $1 million round. No, so what could have been, we'll get to what is at 7:50 and how the Lions move forward with tonight's game. Mm-hmm. The Tigers. You paying attention to what's going on here?
Yeah, Torres, I think it was a good signing. What perfect, 1 year, $15 million. Now, if he plays really well, you can say, why didn't they sign him for more? Whatever. I mean, if he likes it here, maybe they will spend money if they're good. But look, he's a good player. Is he a great player? No, but he's good. I remember at one point he was the guy that we thought we'd get if we could trade Michael Fulmer, right? Wasn't he? He was the plum, and he has not really developed into the star that the Yankees thought he was. I mean, he had 15 home runs last year. His power went down a little bit, playing in that ballpark too. But the 2 years previous, he had 24 and 25. His OPS is in the 770 career. He's a decent fielder. He's going to. He's not. Actually, his fielding is the worst part of his game. I should say.
Believe he led baseball in errors at his position back-to-back years.
Yeah,
he's going to play second, which is going to bump Colt Keith to first.
Correct.
No, I actually wasn't asking if you were up on Torres.
Oh, okay.
The Bregman stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it appears
they're quote all in, but there's a gap right now in the market. Tigers don't want to pay $200, which is fine. It's nobody wants to pay $200, otherwise he'd have already signed.
Right.
But we could talk both. To me, you got to talk one
right.
and the other as well, because it's part of the overhauling. They want right-handed bats in the infield. They sorely lacked that last season. Torres gives them a right-handed bat who can hit lefties. I love that Colt Keith is excited to move to first. Just whatever will make the team better. That's a small little note, but I love that. It speaks to the kind of culture they have there.
His defense did get better as he became more familiar with second base, but it still wasn't good. But, not much worse than Torres's.
My point, though, is a guy who's unselfish and says, just put me wherever you need. I want to win. I want that's culture. But they have to support that culture with a real impact bat. Alex Bregman is a completely different player than they have right now. He's a Gold Glover. He's been a Silver Slugger. He draws walks. You want to talk culture? That's a guy A.J. Hinch won a World Series with, and then he went on to win another World Series. He's a two-time World Series winner. He is very much this generation's Pudge. You got to pony up. You can't let $10, $20 million separate you from adding that level of piece when your payroll is insignificant to begin with.
But he's starting to decline a little bit. Let's be honest here. And he's not going to have the power numbers playing here that he had in Minute Maid. That's number one.
He benefited from their left field. I 100% agree.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, he struck out last year, 86 times. His walks were more than double less than they were the year before.
But we just got done saying for Torres, Gleyber Torres is going to have a bounce back, get back to form. The same thing could be said for Bregman.
Yes, look, Torres is 27. Bregman is 30. Do I want Alex Bregman? Absolutely. Would I break the bank for him?
Well, first of all, no one's talking about breaking the bank.
Okay,
There's no Juan Soto deal here.
I know.
When we have this conversation, it's important that we state for the record, a deal under $200 million is not breaking the bank.
No, I understand.
A 5, even a 6-year commitment does not hose the franchise. Your payroll is pathetic.
Right.
You could pay him this, and it would still be a depressed payroll. This does not break the bank, so it should not be stated that they would be breaking the bank for Alex Bregman.
Are we talking 6 years, 180? I mean,
so the latest
he
offer
turned down from Houston, 6, 161? Was that what it was?
Sounds correct. So does 6, 180 get it done?
Is he a $30 million? I mean, I don't know.
Is Torres a $15 million player?
For 1 year, yeah. I mean, yes, he is
Is he twice the player Torres is? I think
No,
he is.
I don't think he's
Well,
twice
he's Gold
the-
Glover defensively as opposed to the
1 year he won Gold Glove.
Yes, and Torres has led the league in his
Errors.
position in errors back-to-back years.
Yeah, I don't think he's twice as good a player as Torres.
We
That's
could go
all I'm
on
saying.
WAR. I mean, WAR, he is twice the player. He's a 4-WAR player. Torres is a 2-WAR player. I mean,
Okay.
he's worth $30 million if Torres is worth
Okay.
15. Now, where you get in trouble is fine at the 5th and 6th year.
Right.
Javi's gone at that point. It's a trade-off.
Who?
Yeah, I know. You're not paying Javi by the end of this deal. So if you got to
Right.
suffer through
I
one
know.
or two lousy years at the end to compete right now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Bregman fits perfectly. I mean, even the culture thing. I mean, his teammate and college roommate, I forget his last name. His first name is Chris. Is the Tigers bullpen catching coach.
Yeah.
The AJ stuff. I mean, it makes sense.
And every bit, it's thinning out, by the way. The market's thinning out,
Yes.
right? It doesn't look, it looks like the Tigers are that team that's going to, for the record, my gut says they're going to get him. And how exciting that would be.
It would be great. Look, I'm all for it. People say Bregman or bust. I won't go that far because to me, I love Santander, because
a guy they're interested in.
Yes, and they still need another pitcher. And whether that's bringing back Flaherty or I have no idea what it's going to be, but they still need another pitcher. Now, you can do things with trading. I mean, obviously you have a former 1-1 available who could be put in a trade package, and we're talking about Torkelson.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Mize. You could do the same with him, too.
Both of them.
Yeah,
There you
either
go.
one.
2 for the price of 1.
Sure. It's a hell of a sales pitch for a team that's maybe on the other side of things, starting to rebuild.
Yeah.
Wants to roll the dice on a guy or two with some untapped potential.
I know. Look, Arizona, their rotation's so loaded, they could maybe trade one of their guys. Not Erod, but Zach Gallen. I'd take him.
You mentioned Torque. Like, he's clearly a discussion piece in all of this, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is a reserve.
Yeah, that's what Harris said. If he hits, he'll play.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, they're not going to force it.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, Torres in a lot of ways is the replacement for Torque. Someone who can reliably hit lefties. It bumps Keith over to first, and it puts Torque in a position of, we're not going to rely on you.
Look, I agree Bregman makes sense, more so because of the position. Where, I mean, you don't want to go into with a platoon of Jace Young and Matt Vierling at third.
Because I want to break this down for you. Young was an error machine last year. That doesn't mean he can't get better.
Right.
But Keith and Torres were also error machines last year on the right side of the infield.
Right.
So, that's an issue if you have no infield defense.
Right. I mean, is Sweeney going to be the starter? Sure.
He's got to vacuum everything in the infield. I mean,
Yes.
that's asking a lot.
I mean, he doesn't play.
It's Javi.
Yeah,
what I'm
exactly.
saying?
Yeah.
Bregman really rounds this offseason out.
Right.
It puts an exclamation mark. It shows they're serious. It addresses the biggest position. It builds on the culture. It does feel like Bregman or bust. Because the alternative is,
Right.
they signed 1-year Band-Aid deals and they went on the
that's
cheap.
why I said if they got Santander and didn't get Bregman, I'd be fine.
Yeah.
Because that dude hits 35 home runs.
Switch
right?
hitter,
Yes.
DH, could play off field.
Yes. Play all over the place.
Yeah.
But yes, they would still have a little hole at third base. There's not a big hole at third base, no doubt. But yes, I would.
So the designation Bregman or bust, you disagree with?
I don't think it's Bregman or bust because of other alternatives. Is Bregman number 1 on my list as far as guys who I think are available? Yes. So I would take them.
Tom, what about you? You've talked about Pete Alonso. It feels like that's kind of off the table now.
Well, right, because of what they decided to do, getting Torres and then moving Keith to first. So if you were to go get Alonso now, that would make no sense.
No, that's what I'm saying. So are you Bregman or bust?
Yeah, I am Bregman or bust. Now, it became evident, and especially when, the story came out the other day from Petzel about the them being in the mix for him, but the value and they're playing a little bit of poker right now, I think, in terms of trying to save money. And I just think you got to push at this point. I mean, if they get him, like I was not expecting 2 infielders.
No.
Like that, one with significant upside, I think, with Torres.
Sure.
I love that he's betting on himself.
Me too.
He was clear that he was betting on himself. So look, if he has a great year, you deal with it. He wasn't going to take probably a bigger deal. Is kind of what the understanding is. So you put Bregman in, man. I don't know how you could knock the offseason as long as they add another pitcher.
Right.
Like even getting Bregman with Torres, and Cobb, I would still probably put it A- because I think the pitching situation is very vulnerable with Cobb. I like Cobb if you add, let's just use Flaherty.
Right.
Continues to be the name that's mentioned and stuff. I mean, that would be a home run offseason
A
in some
plus.
ways.
Be A plus.
So
Yeah.
all the criticism, that they've been getting, wow. Like it seems like things have pivoted and they've played the market smartly. But
If they land Bregman. If they don't, it'll feel like they didn't play the market well. Here's the latest from Petzel. They appear to be, quote, all in on Bregman. Both sides are engaged in ongoing discussions with mutual interest, but there's a gap in value as Bregman's market narrows.
Value.
What is the value? They don't want to go up to $200 million. No one wants to pay him $200 million. Fine. But as the market kind of corners, you got to show up at the end of the day with the briefcase full of dollar bills and get this deal done.
Yeah.
Well, our producer Paul pointed out he might not get what the Astros offered him.
Right.
I think that's a chicken and mouse game, like a chicken and egg game, whatever.
Yeah. Cat and mouse.
Cat and mouse, whatever. I'm doing a Stony cherry on top of the dessert.
Yes.
I think if you offered him a penny more than the Astros, he'd probably take it today.
So then what are we waiting for?
And then you do it because I do think there's a little pride, ego / Boris looking bad.
Oh, yeah.
If he can't get the Astros deal.
Boris,
So you juice it up just a notch, but he doesn't get the $200 million that he initially anticipated.
Yeah,
it's a win for all sides. Do it. And it seems like the Red Sox are in no hurry to sign him.
I just thought about this because he always plays it so close to the vest. And Philly has said that they want to trade their third baseman, Alec Bohm. Watch out for Dombrowski at the last second going in. You know what? Because their owner spends a lot of money.
My point is the Bregman or bust part of this is bust is the other side. If that happens, Dombrowski comes in and pays him, and you weren't willing, and he still signs for less than $200 million, and you weren't willing to pony up, you're going to look really bad.
Yes, especially try to sell those ridiculous seats behind the home plate.
I'm with you on this in terms of the gut feels like this almost feels imminent.
Yeah.
It's like they're just kind of getting the details in the contract worked out.
I said it yesterday. I'll say it today. I'll say it tomorrow. Today is a great day to go sign Alex Bregman.
It is a great day.
248-539-9797. Where are you guys at with this? Does it feel imminent? Does it feel like it's got to be Bregman or bust? Are there other ways to still make this offseason a success? And what do you think of Gleyber Torres? Because that news broke when we were off the air on Friday.
Yeah.
So go ahead, weigh in. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. We like Gleyber Torres, right?
Yeah, like him, don't love him, which is a good thing. Yeah.
Latest Tigers edition. 1-year deal, bet on himself. Colt Keith all in on a move to first base, makes him better, more competitive. They can hit a little bit of lefties now. Sure. All right. But that can't be the move.
No.
Can't be a 1-year deal for Alex Cobb and a 1-year deal for Gleyber Torres.
No.
Alex Bregman, he's out there. The Tigers are inquiring. They're
Go get him.
interested. There's mutual.
Go get him.
Yeah, exactly. Bregman or bust. 248-539-9797. Are you in that camp? For the record, I think they're going to get him. That's what my gut tells me. He hasn't signed. They want him. He makes sense. The Tigers' payroll's so damn low, there's no excuse not to go get him. Mm-hmm. And he is, I use the Pudge Rodriguez comparison, a veteran who's won a World Series at a key critical defensive position who can still come in and give you something at the plate. For his career, he draws a ton of walks. Fits the Scott Harris own the zone mentality. Fits A.J. Hinch, has worked with A.J. Hinch, won a World Series with A.J. Hinch. And again, the market feels like it's coming down on Bregman. There's not some crazy bidding war where it's going to approach, $200 million or more. It feels like it's going to settle in shy of that. And the Tigers have said they don't want to go over $200 million. At least that's the report.
And the fact that Boston wanted Hernandez, who we signed with the Dodgers, the story is out of Baltimore is that they're going to go after Santander. So that leaves, and if they take themselves out of the Bregman sweepstakes, it's pretty much Toronto, maybe. I don't know.
Houston's taken themselves out. They had the offer on the table, but they've since traded for a third baseman and signed a first baseman. So Bregman's not going back to Houston.
Right.
The Yankees? I mean, who's signing him if not the Tigers? It feels like it's the Tigers, and it would cement this offseason.
It makes so much sense.
It really does. 248-539-9797. Craig in Farmington, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I try to live in the shadows of Mr. I. And, we hem and haw, and we go back and forth with all these, high-priced free agents every spring. Just go do it. Just knock it out. Get it done. We can get down there in March and let it ride. And I want to let Stoney know, yes, we did play golf on Saturday back at Glenhurst in Redford. It was great.
Wow.
And played well. So it was fantastic. So
that's good.
Have a great afternoon, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Craig.
I saw somebody out on the course. I couldn't believe it because they had because the greens were tarped, at least where I was. But some people still play because it was 55.
Get after it.
Yeah. This playing golf after Christmas in Michigan.
I can't imagine that's happened very often.
No. It's awesome. Awesome.
248-539-9797. The Bregman or bust movement. Are you on board with that? If it's Bregman, it's a great offseason. If not, it's a bust of an offseason, and they let the opportunity pass them by.
Let me ask you this, though, quickly. If suppose that they don't get Bregman, but they would get Santander, would that pacify you?
Pacify is probably a good word.
Okay.
Is like a multi-year deal, or is this?
Yeah.
Like more than 3?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
is there a real oomph? Like, is this like $100 million or more contract?
Yeah.
Like a real spend?
Yeah. A real spend.
And a bat who does make them competitive.
Yeah.
More competitive.
Right.
Yeah, they were competitive last year, but more competitive.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Pacify is a good word.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get into Alliance. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, there's a woman in Wyandotte that is warning others about the dangers of coyotes, right? We've heard these before, but on Friday morning, this woman says she let her dogs outside like she always does before she goes to work, right? Let them go do their business. And that's when she heard some strange noises. One of the noises was one dog coming back to the door wanting to get in, which she said was not normal. The other was the sound of coyotes and also the fact that they ran off with her other dog, Bella.
Oh.
I'm guessing they were little dogs because that's typically the case. But she's saying, this is just a warning. They're out there. Make sure you are taking your smaller dogs out on a leash. You're not letting them out by themselves. You're watching them. She also said, get an air horn so you can scare off a coyote if you see it in your backyard. Of course.
Now, when you say go off with the coyote,
it was
eaten alive.
Yeah, I mean,
that's sad.
Thoughts and prayers to Bella.
I know it is sad. It is sad, and it happens a lot. I mean, you hear it quite often during, especially when the coyotes are out. Let's see, coyote breeding season begins in January. So they're going to be out and about, last until March. So watch your little dogs. Yeah, for sure. A Flint man is facing 19 charges in connection to a Christmas Eve shooting in Oxford that left one person dead and 2 other injured. Police say this 29-year-old Malik Webb shot and killed a woman who actually stopped to help him after he drove his car into a ditch. He also shot and injured the woman's daughter who was with her, and then another man who stopped to help as well. It's awful. It's so tragic. This guy is being held without bond in the Oakland County Jail. He faces up to life in prison without the chance of parole if he is convicted. You guys, 179 people died on Sunday when a plane crash landed in South Korea. It's a horrific accident. This plane, which was arriving from Thailand, landed, but no landing gear was deployed, skidded off the runway, slammed into this concrete fence, and then just burst into flames. It was a passenger plane carrying 181 people, including crew member. And somehow, when you hear this and you see the video, right, somehow 2 crew members survived and are expected to make a full recovery. It's unbelievable.
And where were they? They were
at the tail. They were probably the very, very end of the plane. And when you see the footage, the tail is really the only part of the plane that still looks like
an airplane,
a plane that you can tell was a plane. It's so tragic. Local aviation experts there say some sort of landing gear malfunction was likely. They also say that the pilot did make this mayday call shortly after the control tower warned about birds in the area. And I've seen witness cell phone video of the plane crashing into a group of birds. So I don't know if that played a part at all, but they say the investigation could take years. So tragic. Yep. Not so tragic, at least for one lucky person in California. Somebody won the $1.22 billion Mega Millions jackpot. Yeah, some lucky devil won it. The winning ticket was sold at a Circle K in Cottonwood, California, which is apparently this small town of about 6,000 people.
Holy.
Yeah,
moly.
pretty cool. The all cash payout will be $549.7 million. This was the 5th largest Mega Millions jackpot ever. So congrats to them.
Well, California taxes is probably even less. Obviously, I'll still take it. Obviously.
Yeah, I think they'll be just fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what could have been tonight's Lions game? What it is now. We'll get to it next. And the question, how much should the starters play? The key players deep into the football game? Sounds like that's what Dan Campbell's planning. It's 97.1. Hey, thanks a lot, Green Bay. Thanks for nothing.
Blow, pack, blow. They're 1-4 in the division, by the way.
Yeah, chumps. That's fine. Lions will do it themselves.
Damn right.
Week 18, Ford Field, Sunday Night Football for the division and for the 1 seed. Fine. Bring it on. But what could have been, Stoney? Tonight, they still have to play a game. It's Monday Night Football.
I know.
And it could have been, hey, remember a year ago when they lost to the Niners? And now they could beat the Niners and lock up the 1 seed and the division. And that's all off the table tonight.
Completely off the table.
And, in fact, something else is on the table tonight. A year ago today was Dan Campbell, Dallas Cowboys, reckless, again, 2-point from the 2, the 4, the 7, the 50, the 100, the stadium down the street. We're going for it no matter what. I have blind rage, recklessness. The word reckless is a question today. Is it reckless if they play the starters and the key players deep into the game tonight with very little to nothing on the line, Stoney?
I wouldn't use the word reckless. I would use the word maybe ridiculous, or as somebody suggested earlier, probably the most proper word is unnecessary. It's an unnecessary risk, even if it's a minimal risk, because the minimal gain for you to play your starters and win the game only is a minimal advantage if the Lions and Vikings play to a tie Sunday night.
As unlikely as that would be.
Right.
What's
more likely, do you think?
What?
Somebody getting injured or a tie?
Right. To be fair, both are probably low.
Yes.
Although the Lions have had their fair share of injuries this year. Don't tell Lions fans injuries happen at a low rate.
Right.
This is such a tough spot. Because, Stoney, I tend to be with you in the risk-reward. What is the reward of playing the guys deep into the game tonight? The reward is you have a literal tiebreaker that might not come to fruition if you just win the game.
Right.
The risk is you lose a key player. Mm-hmm. And we talk key players, I would tell you, with no David Montgomery for a little bit here, Gibbs is a key player, your quarterback, key player, St. Brown, key player, Ragnow at center. He's playing through some stuff. It'd be great to get him off his feet. Sewell's maybe the best player on this team. But you got 53 guys, 48 active. You start sitting 5-6 guys, you're going to have to play them.
Yeah.
And I also understand why Dan Campbell wants to play them. It's a mentality thing. Last year, they let their foot off the gas in San Francisco. They are building a Super Bowl mentality. They do not want to let their foot off the gas against San Francisco or anybody this season.
I don't think they let their foot off the gas. In fact, you could argue he put he put too much gas on it.
My point is they blew a 17-point lead.
Yes.
So what he doesn't want to do is get up 17 or 21 and then lose the game. As immaterial as that may be, I think that matters to Dan Campbell, to the culture, to the locker room, to the mentality. They don't want to have a big lead, pull Jerry Goff, lose the game, and say, ho-hum, it doesn't matter. That's not how they've built this thing. And the idea that they're afraid of an injury, if there's anybody in the league that shouldn't be afraid of an injury, it's a team that's lost 22 guys and still has 14 wins if they win this game, right?
Yeah.
And could win 15 games. So I think their mentality is if someone gets hurt, if he dies, he dies. Move him off to the side, and we march on. We are on a death march to the Super Bowl. If someone gets hurt, we're moving forward, and we're going to play to win every single down. Is that reckless? Is that unnecessary? Is that ridiculous?
It's unnecessary.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Edward in Detroit. Edward, you're on 97.1.
Let's hop in the DeLorean and go back in time to the Dallas game last year.
Yeah.
I think people forget that the Lions had control of the number 1 seed if they won the Dallas game and the San Francisco game. The tiebreaker was in their favor. So what happened when they got the late, potentially game-tying touchdown? They go for 2. Some say they got robbed with the 2-point conversion with the skipper play.
Right.
So what do? They go for 2 more times.
Right. The last
as opposed to kicking.
As
opposed to kicking the next point, right? My point is that they took their chance. They got blown up in their face. But they stuck to grit again, and it cost them the game and potentially the number 1 seed, and we know the rest of it. In the NFC Championship game, we know what happened. They're up 17. San Francisco gets the ball. They get a field goal. The Lions grit comes into play again, as opposed to kicking a field goal to go back up by 17?
I don't know. Edward, I'll argue this to you blue in your face. I probably might have agreed with you, but to me, last year, after watching them play, I had more confidence that the Lions could convert a 4th and 2 than Michael Badgley could kick a 43-yard field goal or whatever the hell it was. And the play, the guy dropped the ball.
My point is this, is that, biting kneecaps should no longer be our goal. The Lions need headshots. They've played this entire season with this historic injury list. And we're at this point where it's Monday Night Football, literally. We're in this crazy spot where the second to the last game doesn't matter at all. It's the final game. And they're going to put their guys out there?
I agree with you on that. I agree.
For what? And then if this blows up in their face, if Goff gets a high ankle sprain or Gibbs tweaks his knee and they can't play in this game, I mean, we've got this great season that's going to go from potentially number 1 seed to number 5 seed on the road in, I don't know, Atlanta somewhere, whatever the 4th seed will be. And all this will kind of crumble for what? For grit? I mean, let's be smart. We could be a smart team and a tough team at the same time, right? We don't have to always pound our chest.
That's correct.
They've had this great season to earn this spot. Why are they going to squander it for, I don't know, for reputation?
It's not for reputation. It has nothing to do with that. That's just the way they play football. And I agree with it 95% of the time. And in this case, I'm with you, Edward. I don't think you play them for a quarter or a half.
I was going to ask, Edward, so do you sit them from the start? Like, does Jared Goff not take a snap in your mind?
To answer your question, somebody has to play, right?
Right, that's what I'm asking, yeah.
What's the advantage? There's no advantage. If there's any team in the NFL, in the history of the NFL, that could justify, we're not going to play our key players, it's this team, it's this season. It's this season specifically. It was Hutch and all the way down to probably some guy that's handing out water on the sidelines. I mean, they deserve the chance to say, we're going to chill on this one because we've earned it. We've got to this spot. We have dodged all these bullets, and we're not going to go out here just for the sake of, appearance and selling T-shirts. We've earned it, because if it was the other way around, if they had gained, like with Kansas City's not going to be playing Mahomes in the final game of the year. Are we going to say that they're not a winner, that they're not tough, that they're not smart? So what are the Lions trying to prove by throwing out all their guys in the face of this, historic season?
I agree with you, but to take the Kansas City, Mahomes plays some preseason games, Goff doesn't. So, I mean, pick your poison.
But it's all ahead of you at that point. You're going for something. This is behind. This game is behind the Lions.
Right. Kansas City's going to sit Mahomes effectively for like 20-some days.
Right.
Because they're not going to play him this week. There's no reason to play him next week. They've already earned a bye. That's 3+ weeks.
But he's not 100% healthy.
Right. He's injured.
And that's the key.
Yes.
See, I'm more with Edward on this. When you peel back everything on this game tonight, this game is a preseason game. It's like the old system used to be when you had 4 and you played a preseason game about a week before the 4th preseason game, a week before the regular season game. Nobody of consequence ever played in that game in the NFL the last 15 years. There's just no reason to really do it. Would I be fine with getting a few series for the offense? Sure. But, man, the Goff, but even more so or equally, I think at this point, Gibbs, because of Montgomery's situation. What if Jahmyr Gibbs gets hurt? What are you going to say tomorrow? Oh, that's who we are. No. Dan Campbell's being tested for who he is and how he's built this team. However, in the preseason, just Sony pointed out, Goff doesn't play.
Right.
This is a preseason game.
This is a preseason football game tonight. You have to take every emotion out of last year's loss and throw it away because it doesn't matter. You'll see the Niners again someday, and when you want to take it out on them, you can try to take it out on them. But that's not for today. That has nothing to do
they can't take it out. I'm sorry. I'm just who they are as a football team. They can't take it out of them.
That's stubbornness. That's not that you can take it. If you were playing the Niners in the preseason, you would take it out. This is a preseason football game.
This is like Campbell going for it on 4th down, where people look at it and say, you might get burned. You might get hurt in this case. But he's going to say doing it this way is going to benefit us 8 out of 10 times. And playing hard to win the entire 4 quarters is going to benefit us 8 out of 10 times. That's how they look at it.
I know they do, but that doesn't mean that you do it every single time.
There's a downside.
This is a regular season game that is a preseason game. It really is. There's no game tonight. And you have one less day to prepare next week. When you kick off tonight, you're 144 hours from kickoff of the next game. The game that means everything. The most important game. When you make a list of your goals every season, your goal is to win the division, then your goal is to get the 1 seed. Why would you jeopardize that for anything?
Because they feel like the positive outweighs the negative. They feel like going for it on 4th down or playing your key players, the positives outweigh the negatives. That maintaining their mentality, their sharpness, their physicality, all of it. That's what they put the stock in. They don't put the stock in what if somebody gets hurt. Clearly. I mean, they're playing golf up 30 points in the 3rd quarter this season.
You see a lot of NFL teams do that, though. They keep their starters in to really start the 4th quarter even and blow
So
out.
will they do that today?
That wasn't a preseason football game that they were playing then. The belief is that you know 1 or 2 things goes wrong and all of a sudden it's a 2-score game. Look how even yesterday's game, I never thought the Packers would come back and win, but all of a sudden there's a couple things and boom. That's why teams keep their starters in so late.
We got phone calls, ticket text, your reaction. Would it be reckless, ridiculous, unnecessary to play the key starters late in the game today? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions and Vikings game next week has been flexed to Sunday Night Football. Minnesota held on to a 3-point win over the Packers, which means Detroit cannot clinch tonight. The Commanders clinched a playoff spot with a win over the Falcons. Saquon Barkley hit the 2,000-yard mark while the Eagles clinched the division as well. The Red Wings secured their first win in the Todd McClellan era yesterday, 4-2 over the Capitals. Alex DeBrincat scored a pair of goals, moving his total to 15 on the year. Patrick Kane assisted on one of those, giving him 1,300 points as well for a career. Kane just the second American to reach that mark. The newest Tiger, Gleyber Torres, was introduced by the media virtually on Saturday over Zoom. He commented that he thinks the team is looking for, quote, a couple more options, end quote, this offseason. In other words, acquiring more pieces. Sources told Evan Petzold that mutual interest still exists between Alex Bregman and Detroit, but there's a gap in perceived value. Michigan basketball blew out Western Kentucky 112-64 at Chrysler. Amari Burnett and Vlad Golden each had 17. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we have 2 questions for Lions fans. The first, is it reckless to play key starters deep into tonight's Monday Night Football game now that it's largely meaningless? Or maybe use a different word, ridiculous, unnecessary, to play starters, which Dan Campbell's intention is to treat this game like they need to win it, even though they don't. This was Dan Campbell leading up to the game, leaving no doubt as to their mentality, regardless of what was at stake. Is that reckless? Is that unnecessary? Is it ridiculous? The other question is just, are you mad that tonight is meaningless?
Yes.
Like, what is your emotion after watching? Or maybe you're excited because now it's going to make Week 18 this epic clash for the ages.
No. I would have rather not been an epic clash for the ages. I want a Green Bay to win, the Lions to kick ass tonight and relax. Then you could really play, the reserves next week. It would have been a 1:00 game, maybe 4:00 game. We'd relax, have an agita-free Sunday, and now it's going to be tense. And if they fall behind, the sphincters will get tight in there. I mean, I hate, it's what makes sports great.
I was just going to say.
But yet, it's what makes sports awful.
It's the drama. It's your house. It's for all the marbles. And it's on the table now.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're the better team and you got a chance to go and prove it. Do it your damn self. I do think there's a benefit to that. And Stoney, your idea that if they win tonight and could have locked up the division tonight that they would rest in week 18, I don't know that to be true because they have essentially a double bye, and I don't think Campbell would want to sit on their feet for 2 weeks. I bet you he'd play Goff to start the game against Minnesota regardless.
They would start, and then I don't think they'd play the whole game. I would hope not. But I don't know. Unnecessary.
248-539-9797. Ralph in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
I just really think a lot of people on the radio station up and down the aisle and the fans are sounding like pansies. It's like we got these injuries. We're so afraid, rest these players. It's like no matter what Dan Campbell does, nobody trusts him. They always question every call he's doing. It's like this guy cannot just coach and be 13-2 or 14, 15-2 without people questioning every single thing he do, and they're doing it with so much fear in their voice. I haven't heard fans just enjoy the season that we're having. It's like we're not going to make it to the Super Bowl because of the injuries. We're not going to our team are not going to survive tonight because everybody's going to be injured. It's like, come on, just enjoy the fact that we're winning. Have some fun. Quit being so scary. Quit questioning everything. Act like it's okay to win. I know we have a horrible history for the last million years of losing, but this year we're having a great year. Enjoy it and quit sounding so freaking scared of everything.
I think most people are enjoying this a lot, but when it comes, look, we hate the injury situation. So when it's an unnecessary, there's no reason to this.
It is a reason.
What?
If it ends up being a tie next week,
yes,
if it ends
I
up
know.
being a tie
2%.
and we lose tonight, I know it's 2%, but that 2%, Dan Campbell is saying, forget that 2%. I'm not even letting 2%. I'm kicking butt this week. I'm kicking butt next week, and I'm going with the bye week, and then we're going to go like that. He's not worrying about the 2% chance of what could be, and then saying,
so
basically, I didn't.
Basically, Ralph, what you're saying, people like myself and Tom and Jim to a lesser, we're playing not to lose rather than play to win.
Yes.
But if you do suffer an injury in a meaningless game, it is absurd. It is unnecessary, and it will cost you the joy of getting the number one seed. It could cost you all the stuff that we are loving so much. Why take that chance?
Because you have built a 13-2 record off of just going balls out and using his giant balls to win all of these games like he's been doing. He's not about to start shrinking. He's not about to start shrinking his balls for Stoney that's terrified on the radio.
Well, that's true. He's not doing it for me. I agree, but I still think it's unnecessary.
Tom's comparison of a preseason game is an interesting one because Dan Campbell doesn't do this in a preseason game. And we've said this largely has the meaning of a preseason game.
Why is this not a preseason game?
Because of the tie, because of what he said. That's the only difference.
Right. Okay, Mr. Okay, so the game is full of analytics more than it ever has. You're gonna play the 2% odds? Seriously?
What are the odds of a player getting hurt? I don't know how to put odds on that, right?
You're not going to tie next week. You will go all out to not tie.
Correct. You'll go for it at the end. You'll go for 2 if you have to.
I mean, I just don't understand why people can't see this. And again, I understand about playing them into the first half, near halftime. I would start yanking guys depending on game flow and things like that to keep the offense in rhythm. I'm not saying that
the easiest one
from
would
the
be
start
Gibbs.
to finish. Right.
Start weaning him out a little more as you build the lead.
Yes. Or even if you're behind. It's a wean game.
See, we're getting a lot of this on Ticket Text. Oh, I'm soft. Really? I'm Mr. Guy at the beginning of the year that said they'd go 14-3. I'm Mr. Guy that's bought into pretty much every thing this guy's done. After last year's NFC Championship game, once I got to let it season a little bit, I actually thought Dan Campbell should have gone for it at the end of the half to try to go up 3 touchdowns instead of settling for a field goal. You got to take all the emotion out of this and look at the game has zero value. This is not a revenge game anymore. You have to erase that. It doesn't factor in. If you get revenge tonight, but you have a guy who's gimpy going into the game that matters next week, to me, who cares? I don't care if they lose tonight. I don't, because it doesn't matter.
To his point about everyone's micromanaging and criticizing Dan Campbell, I feel like the guy is beloved.
Yes,
I don't think that's an accurate assessment.
No, well, look, we do criticize at times certain moves. A lot of people don't like that he goes for it on fourth down so much. Whatever. But that's
fair game,
yeah,
though. That doesn't
exactly.
mean, I think we don't have enough nuance anymore where, if you want to be critical of Steve Yzerman, therefore you want him fired. It's like, well, no, I don't know that he made enough moves this offseason. Right. Or with Dan, it's like, well, if I disagree with one move that he makes over the course of a season, right? Sony, if you would disagree with him playing golf in the fourth quarter, that doesn't mean you're out on the coach.
No.
Like, everybody lives in these extremes.
I know.
That's what cable news has done to everybody.
That's another conversation.
I mean, we have off the air SLL truthers.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't think we were bringing this up.
This is still, there's people out there that think that you know what, this is what happens. The team has its best regular season ever, and they're going to blow this game next week and then lose on the road at Stafford. Those people are out there.
I guess where I'm at with it, kind of like I questioned keeping Goff in up 30 in the third quarter, there is a point where you got to get the guys out of the game. Now, I'm not mad at them for trying to keep their aggressive mentality, their physical play, trying to prove a point. I do think you have to play with emotion. I don't think they can take that out of it the way that we would all hope they could. So I can't kill them for the mentality of we're going in to knock people's blocks off and put up a big number and win this effing game. I can't be mad at them for doing it. But there will come a point where they do need to call the dogs off.
Right. There's a downside to this. Okay? And the downside is somebody could get hurt. What is the upside of them playing their starters like it's a regular game?
Sony, I think the worst case scenario would be this is a touchdown game in the fourth quarter because they're going to play to win it. Yeah. And your belief is it doesn't matter if you win this football game.
No.
But they are going to play to win this game if it's one score in the fourth quarter.
I think the analogy to this a little bit is like a poker tournament, a huge poker tournament, and you are a significant chip leader going to the final table. You haven't won anything yet, but you have control here. You have significant control of how this thing goes. And all of a sudden you start trying to force the tournament to end too soon or something like that. It's just not smart.
I love the call we had who said you can be both tough and smart.
Right.
And I think in large part the Lions are both.
Yeah.
They're tough, they're smart, they're creative. You can be both tough and smart, and they have to thread that needle tonight because you can't walk in and just kind of let all the air out of the balloon. Like you don't want to lose any of the passion that they play with or the emotion that they play with, but you can't put yourself in harm's way in a meaningless game late.
Right. We don't want to come in here tomorrow morning and talk about how they're going to replace so-and-so. Okay? We want to come in here tomorrow morning,
say game on.
They won, they lost, who cares? Everybody's healthy, let's go.
Game on, bring on the Vikes.
That's it.
Let's
That's
do
all
it.
we care about.
248-539-9797. So you guys tell us. You've heard Dan Campbell's approach and what he intends to do tonight. How do you feel about it? It's 97-1. everything we've got, whether it matters or not. That's Dan Campbell. Is it reckless? Is it unnecessary? Is it ridiculous? We've had a bunch of words thrown out today. Maybe you just full on support it. Look, it's how they got here. And I think that's a huge part of this fan base is saying he goes for it on fourth. Maybe he gets burned occasionally. He plays his starters. They may get burned with an injury. Who cares? Trample over another injured player. They're on their way to 14, 15 wins in a division title. Stoney, largely I understand that. Now, there would be an extreme, of course, if they're up like 4 or 5 touchdowns. Get them the F out of the game. If it's one score in the fourth, you don't like it, Stoney, but he's going to say, Goff, throw a touchdown. Put us up 2 scores.
I know.
Pedal to the metal. We're not losing to San Francisco in San Francisco. We're never quitting. We're never going to fold. And that's the mentality that's going to make us Super Bowl champions.
Right. Look, it's been damn successful. There's no doubt about it. And I love the way they play. I love their mentality. There's very little ego on this team. I love this. But call me soft, call me a wuss, whatever.
Handsy, I think, was used.
Yeah, that's fine. But to me, it's just there's a downside here, and the chance of a tie Sunday night is so minuscule. To me, it's not worth the risk. That's just to me. It doesn't mean I'm right and Dan Campbell's wrong. In my opinion. The whole thing is unnecessary.
Ticket Texters 248-539-9797 says, you guys are lucky John isn't in today. This wouldn't be a topic. He'd be screaming, you play to win the game over and over and over.
Well,
Josh.
you play to win the game, but you suit up different players maybe. Or your
point is Craig Reynolds is going to play to win the game while Jahmyr Gibbs rests and doesn't get injured.
Right.
248-539-9797. Texter says, should the starters just not practice this week while we're at it, Stoney?
No. Of course you should practice.
They could get hurt in practice is their point.
Well, yeah. Yes, I know they could get hurt slipping in their hotel room.
But there's more risk on a football field than your hotel room. Yes. Texter says an injury to Goff or Gibbs would end the run. Incredibly stupid on Campbell. If they play, why not have the starters as rested and healthy as possible? Short week with Minnesota coming to town. Texter says Goff should play a half at most. Gibbs, Decker, Ragnow, Campbell, Arnold, and D-line shouldn't see it. Okay, here's where we get crazy. So shouldn't see a snap. You got 53, 48 dress. You want to sit 10 of them?
No.
12 of them?
Guys
15 of them?
Guys have to play.
Yeah. So
maybe you rotate some guys like on the offensive line, like
Mahogany.
Mahogany, Glasgow, somebody else in there. Just maybe you do that.
KC is resting their starters for 24 days. Don't play the main starters for a meaningless game. If an injury happens, it's Stoney's favorite word, malfeasance.
Yes.
Let's get to the... Oh, wait. Do we have a poll question in the background? Tom, did you reference a poll question? No, okay. Was it like a fan poll question?
No, on PrideOfDetroit.com.
They did
the
one.
Lions rest their starters tonight. 63% say no, 37% say yes.
So most of them are...
Those are hardcore fans that...
That doesn't surprise me.
I like biting kneecaps too, but you know what Dan Campbell doesn't do is bite kneecaps in preseason games.
And you have likened this to...
It is.
Yeah.
There's nothing to gain tonight, in my mind.
What about the tie in Week 18? It just keeps coming back to that.
So somebody texted in, I don't know where they got this, but there's a 4.1% chance that somebody of significance gets hurt tonight. That's more than a 2% tie.
Factor it in analytics. Dave, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Well, how are you guys this morning?
Good.
I want to say that I went back and looked at almost every decision Dan Campbell's made, and I've agreed with all of them. Okay? I also think the stage is set for the Vikings game, and I really think that if we let Jared Goff play more than 1 or 2 possessions, we're crazy. We just signed a guy, Bridgewater. I don't know what he was doing last week, coaching high school. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what Hendon Hooker can do. Let's see what all these other guys can do.
I agree. I play Goff a half, but whatever. Don't play him the whole game, and I want to see Hooker.
I want to see Hooker. I want to see Bridgewater. You're right. We don't bite kneecaps in the preseason. Why do we got to worry about this? What about all these guys that we're going to need? What happens if in the second quarter of the Minnesota game, Goff goes down? Then we're going to try to figure out who's our backup. Why not now?
Well, they know who I agree with you, but they know who their backup is.
His point would be get that guy.
Yes, I
ready
know.
in
That's
a
why I
spot
said I agree.
like
That's why I agree. That's why I said I want to see Hooker.
Texter says Lions haven't lost in back-to-back weeks. Let's lose today to ensure we win next week.
Okay, that's fine.
Another Lions need to forfeit tonight's game. Fly back home and get ready for next week. Pay the fines, move on, have your best chance to win next week. That's Jim in Chesterfield. At the end of the day, Dan Campbell answers to one person, Brad Holmes. I'm sure they've discussed this in full. Don't put this just on Dan.
Well, he actually answers to the owner, too.
Says, why is there an assumption that Dan is planning to rest the starters because of emotions from last year's loss? Now, I've factored that in. I don't think that's like the driving
I don't think
force.
that has anything to do with it.
But I don't think the mentality of this football team would allow them, after blowing a lead in San Francisco last year, to call the dogs off at halftime this year. I think that just reinforces in their mind like bad habits. Like athletes are big on visualizing themselves achieve something. I think to like re-trauma, like not that it's the same level of trauma, but to go back to a place of trauma and then once again give up the lead and lose. I don't think they're wired that way as coaches or athletes. It's a broader mentality, not just because of last year, that they will not concede an inch. It's not who they are.
It sounds like you're talking about somebody who has like PTSD.
Well, they talk about it. How many times have they
back to
rewatched
Vietnam and walk in that area again.
Well, Stoney, like how many times have they talked about rewatching the game and rewatching it and again and again and again and again?
But it doesn't mean anything for San Francisco either, and they're depleted as well.
I would argue that last year's loss has fueled what's happened this year. Like it was the thing that we use on the chalkboard.
Yeah.
The players have referenced it. About Sewell said he watched it 10 times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you actually you've put every single goal that you want to accomplish in place for next week. Why would you take any risk? Why? It goes against everything the Detroit Lions are about to do that tonight.
I think they would tell you compromising who they are is a risk. That's how they would answer that. Compromising who we are as a football team.
And I think they do that in the preseason.
Right. That's a meaningless game.
They don't bite kneecaps in preseason. But let me ask you this.
They acknowledge that it's part of the slow start offensively this year. Right, people speculate is because maybe it takes a couple weeks to get up to speed, and that could be because they don't want to have to take a couple weeks to get back up to speed right now.
I think that's the new NFL. There are inexplicable losses for every team in September. Look at the Eagles; they lost 2 of their games in September.
Yeah,
that's the way the league is now. Where the Bills, I think they were 3-2, right? So, and I mean, I've just referenced several teams that are now on the cusp of winning 13 and 14 games in this league this season. So it's almost like they're getting there. Let me ask you this. Alex Anzalone's expected back in 6 days. Why don't you play him tonight and get the rust off? Seriously, 6 days is going to matter for an arm injury? Play him tonight. That's their mentality.
I see what you're doing.
See? So let Anzalone should hit the field tonight. Get that rust off. Right, guys? Go bite them kneecaps, Alex.
Smart and tough, finding the balance. Catherine and Wixom, you're on 97.1.
Hi. These games are important. If they win tonight or when we win tonight, that means they would have won all of their away games. That's an accomplishment.
Woo!
And then when we win the following week against the Vikings, that means we would have won all of the division games. And that's also something to be proud of.
That's a lot. They're both interesting things, and they're both great. They should be celebrated. However, Catherine, if you use that, then you know what? If they would happen to lose tonight or lose, God forbid, on Sunday, they're so good on the road that doesn't make a difference.
Yes, but we want them to achieve everything and have this really be a miracle season, including the Super Bowl.
Well, that's the key here. Is it's all about that banner. You don't get a banner for going 6-0 in the division or 9-0 on the road.
Right.
You get a banner for winning the Super Bowl, and every decision has to be made with that in mind. If they feel like playing the guys, keeping their edge, playing physically, keeping the mentality gives them the best chance to win the Super Bowl, that's why they'll make the decision, not because they want to go 9-0 on the road.
No.
Right? And conversely, where you're coming from, Stoney, is if you want to win the Super Bowl, keep Gibbs off the field tonight.
Yeah.
Play Craig Reynolds 30 carries and have him play really hard.
I want to see
win.
Jamar Jefferson.
Sure, and Sione Vaki, and they can play to win, right? You're never playing to lose. You're playing to win, but just not maybe with some guys who you can't afford to lose.
Exactly.
248-539-9797. We want to get your thoughts on this Lions dilemma, although Campbell says it's not a dilemma. We're playing our guys. Deal with it. It's 97.1. As we get to the new year, some of you guys have resolutions, better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your teeth. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you've been putting off seeing a dentist, make a plan to go and see a dentist in 2025. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. They've just opened a 9th Metro Detroit location in Trenton, servicing a new community, but it's the same great personalized care, free of judgment. They're accepting new patients, $35 new patient special. And here's the big thing. If you have a dental emergency, Brightside offers same-day appointments. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Knock out a few phone calls. We'll get to Heather's news. We've got Overreact Jim's end of the hour. And the new Red Wing coach, Todd McClellan, will join us at 9:02. Play effing hockey. That they did, and they got a win yesterday against the Capitals. Let's get to the phones. Jim and Frazier, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
You know, as a coach, I coached a little bit at a college level, and the only thing that would concern me as a coach is momentum. You know, I don't want to go into that game losing. You have a losing, 2 out of the last 3 weeks, or was it? Yeah, 2 out of the last 3 going into that game. That would concern me. I'm thinking, God, the other team's on a roll. We've lost 2 of the last 3. Momentum's kind of on their side. That's the only thing that would concern me as a head coach. You know, I mean, we're gonna play to win, so we can, we have some momentum going in that game because Minnesota's on fire right now. I mean, they're playing real well, and that's the only thing that would concern me. Going in that last game, losing 2 of the last 3. That's about it, really. I think I can see both sides. I really can. I can see both sides, but
yeah, you don't want to take unnecessary risk, but you also don't want to call off the dogs, lose momentum, and then lose week 18, and now you're going on the road to start the playoffs.
Yeah, I can see both sides, man. I'm going back and forth. I'm like, I don't, it's if you do one thing, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Well, and from one gym to another, I've gone through the same internal discussion since last night, and where I'm at with it is I tend to want to avoid unnecessary risk, but I view it like Dan Campbell's 4th down decisions. Those come with risk, and the reward has outweighed the risk, and I think that's how they're going to approach this, that they feel like the reward of keeping their guys sharp, playing hard, playing to win, outweighs the potential risk of an injury. And they may be honest with themselves and say, if he dies, he dies. Like, if a guy gets hurt, we're just going to rally. It's what they've continued to do. Now, clearly a quarterback injury would be catastrophic, or a Gibbs injury with no Montgomery would feel catastrophic. But for the most part, they have overcome injuries all season long, and that might be part of the decision here is, yes, there is a small chance of an injury. We don't want to lose our edge at this time of year. We don't want to lose our mentality. We're not sacrificing or compromising who we are. And that, I can't fault him at all for it.
No, I understand what they're trying to do or what he's probably going to do. I still think it's unnecessary. It's
a good word. And I think where you're probably going to get tested the most, Stoney, is if it's a 1-score game in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Because that's where you would be the most get out of the game. And I think that's going to be the most where they say, go secure the win. And that's where it would really come to a head. Look, in a perfect world, we're all happy. They go into San Francisco, they build up a 3-score lead, they cruise into the 3rd quarter, and they get everybody out.
They're up 24-7 at halftime. What do you do?
They're keeping them in.
What do you do?
I keep them in.
If they're up 24-7 at halftime,
just like last year.
Yeah.
No, they're sitting on the bench.
They're going to keep the mentality. Now, 4th quarter, different conversation.
Let's finish this. What we didn't finish last year.
And I think there are people who have asked this question. I'll find the latest ticket text. Either they play or they don't. Stoney, this has come up. They can get hurt in the 1st quarter or the 3rd quarter or the 4th quarter. To that, I would say you are twice as likely to get hurt if you play twice as much football.
Correct.
If you play the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, you could get hurt in any of those quarters. If you only play the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd, you're minimizing some risk. You're trying to have some level of measured approach here.
Yeah.
As hard as it is to find.
Yes.
Because, again, you're not sitting them in their entirety, although some people have argued that as well. Let's get to Lewis in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
And thanks for having me on. I love the show. But I just got to say, man, as a football fan, as a diehard Lions fan, we've been waiting so long, I just hope it doesn't blow up on us. The game is meaningless as far as the real game is next week. Everybody knows this. And we are so injured. It's like we're at the breaking point on defense. If we lose like another player or, like you said, anybody key on offense, this could really, really backfire in our face. And it's just not worth the risk. And everybody knows it, but no one wants to question Dan. And it's not politics.
No.
It's not politics at all. And we understand he's a good coach. He built the culture. A lot of it's Brad Holmes building the roster. A lot of it's our offensive coordinators calling good plays and AG holding his defense together by a thread. There's too many games that we've lost. We lost the Tampa Bay game due to mismanagement. He had to apologize.
Yep.
If we had won that game, we wouldn't even be in this situation. The Buffalo game, you go for it on 4th, give them a touchdown. We could have beat them. Look what the score was that we lost by. And then the last year, San Fran, we lost by 2. We didn't take the points. Dallas game, you want to be – sometimes the grit is too much, man. Play smart. That's the only thing I got to say, man. Other
Sometimes
than that,
the grit's too much. Go Lions, Lewis. Appreciate it. I'd push back that people don't want to be critical of Dan.
Exactly.
I mean,
we love Dan. Everybody loves him.
Also, they weren't beating the Bills.
No, I don't think they were beating the Bills, but I was critical of the decision not to double up on the onside kick, right? Or I was critical of them keeping Goff in up 30 in the third already this season. So, like, there have been spots. Now, admittedly, they're a good team, so there's been not much to criticize.
Right. Look, you can argue and, debate some of his game management decisions. I'm not even talking about time management, game management. That's debatable.
Sure.
But you cannot debate is whether this guy is a good football coach.
Nope.
You cannot debate that.
We will overreact to a bunch of weekend football festivities, but first, Heather with the news.
So Jennifer Crumbly wants out of prison. So as her attorney works to appeal her conviction, he is demanding that she be released. So as you all know, she was sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison for her role in the Oxford High School shooting. But earlier this month, her attorney filed an appeal saying that her trial was, riddled with all these errors. So while the court is determining whether she should be awarded a new trial, her attorney says that she should be allowed to post bond and be released because, quote, she has not committed any crime. So a court hearing is scheduled for January 8th.
I'm confused. She was sentenced already,
She was.
right? Right. So she was found guilty by a jury.
She was.
So then why would she go home?
Right.
Because they're trying to appeal the case.
Well, while it's being appealed,
Yes.
you've already been found guilty. Like, maybe I'm just legally, I don't understand how this works, but she should be in prison until they can appeal it successfully, right? Is
You
that how
would
it works
think
for
so.
everybody?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yes. Let's talk about Nick Saban. He had a thing or two to say about some Ohio State fans on Friday's edition of the Pat McAfee Show. So first, ahead of last week's college football playoff round 1 matchup versus Tennessee, he called out these fans for not showing enough support for Coach Ryan Day. And then on Friday, he went on and kind of doubled down and said that these Ohio State fans need some therapy.
How right he is. Then again, Nick Saban had a little deal with Michigan, too. That's one of the reasons he left Michigan State, because he couldn't believe how, short-sighted or how the Spartans got all the short shrift from the Detroit media.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree that there are some psychotic Buckeye fans, but isn't part of a rivalry that you do take it seriously? Like, for years, Michigan wasn't taking it seriously enough, and now it's Ohio State's taking it too seriously? I get why it matters to them. I get why they're disappointed in Ryan Day. I don't think that's psychotic behavior at all.
Being disappointed in Ryan Day's not psychotic.
Well, he thinks they need to be nicer to Ryan, and I would say he needs to deliver more.
I just think they're so. You have a legitimate amount of people, more people than the percentage of a tie on Sunday, that would rather than beat Michigan and not win a national championship. That's lunacy.
Agreed.
So for the second time this year, a sideline interaction between Lions receiver Jamison Williams and Chicago Bears defensive back Tyreek Stevenson has drawn a fine from the NFL. So first, back on Thanksgiving, Stevenson was fined for tripping Williams on the sideline, even though Williams was penalized for throwing the ball at his face. Whatever. This time, though, Williams was, he earned both the fine and the penalty. So he was fined $11,255 for taunting after he spun the ball towards, the Bears sideline. And there's a video. It did end up it hit Stevenson's foot, right? Anyway, I guess before that, he was shoved, which is why they thought the spinning, I don't know. I know nothing about it, but when I watched the video, it looked like he caught the ball and he spun the ball and ran off.
I think there's too many penalties and fines for taunting.
Yes.
I don't have an issue with what he did.
It's too much money, a lot of these, too. Not that I feel sorry for guys' pocketbooks, but some of these fines are
like
crazy.
J-Mo's done some stuff that's got him in trouble.
Sure.
Rightfully. This one, to me, feels silly.
And he kind of said that after the game. He said that he thought that the officials were overreacting to something that's pretty common in the game that everybody does, right? Jimmy Carter was honored for a moment of silence before the Commanders-Falcons game on Sunday, just hours after his death. So he died at the age of 100 years old, right? He was surrounded by his family at his home in Plains, Georgia. So beyond being a Georgia native, right, and running the nation in the White House. He was also the first president to host the NFL's Super Bowl champions at the White House, which is
I didn't
kind of
realize that.
interesting.
Did not know
when he
that.
welcomed the Steelers in 1980.
Regarded as
fun
a great
fact.
person, even if he wasn't considered a great president.
Correct.
100
Yes.
years old, man.
Wow.
By the way, I am looking forward to, stay around, end of the show today.
Yes.
Stoney is going to debut the top 5 Carters of all time. 950. Don't miss it. You think that's a joke? We're serious.
Yeah.
And that is Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Overreact Gyms will have Red Wing head coach Todd McClellan join us at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Tonight's Lions 49ers game means a little less than maybe some fans were hoping for, thanks to a Minnesota win yesterday. They now have 14. Detroit checks in with 13 today to guarantee Detroit gets the number 1 seed. They must win next week's game against the Vikings. That game has also been flexed to Sunday Night Football. Dan Campbell clarified early last week what their strategy would be in tonight's contest, though. Jamison Williams was handed an $11,000 fine for his taunting action against the Bears. The Red Wings were 4-2 winners of the Capitals yesterday. DeBrincat had 2 goals. Patrick Kane joins Michigan native Mike Modano as the only 2 American-born players to score 1,300 points in their NHL career. Michigan basketball cruised to a 112-64 win over Western Kentucky yesterday. Vlad Golden and Amari Burnett each scored 17. The Wolverines made 19 of 40 attempts from 3. Michigan State hockey defeated Northern Michigan 2-0 in the semifinal of the GLI. A date with the 6th best team in the country coming up tonight in Grand Rapids as they face Western Michigan at 7. MSU has been the number 1 team in the nation the last few weeks. Per New York radio host Jack Asman, Rex Ryan is planning to speak with the Jets about their head coaching vacancy after the season is complete. Ian Rappaport said he may even land an interview at least. Ryan last coached with Buffalo in 2016. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we had the breaking news came out about, 15, 20 minutes ago now that the Red Wings have moved on from Derek Lalonde as the head coach. And they've hired, not only have they hired a new coach, but they gave him an extension. He's got a multi-year contract. Not an extension, but they gave him a multi-year contract. It's Todd McClelland. Todd McClelland, who had coached in the NHL with San Jose and the LA Kings and the Edmonton Oilers. 9 playoff appearances in his, I think, 16 years of coaching in the NHL as a head coach. Prior to his stint with San Jose, in his entry as being a head coach, prior to that, he was with the Red Wings. He was an assistant with Mike Babcock. He was in charge of the power play, and it was the best power play in the NHL at the time. Of course, the Red Wings had different players, Hall of Fame players in that team, and while they were playing perhaps in their prime, and that's not going to be the case here with Detroit unless they can develop some players to become Hall of Fame players, although they do have Patrick Kane, but he's definitely not in his prime. Wanted to ask the people what they thought of this. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Red Wings are in the midst of having a horrendous season. They are second from the bottom in the basement here in the Eastern Conference with just 30 points. They're 2 points above Buffalo. 2. They've lost, I think, 9 of their last 12 games. Their penalty killing has been horrific. They are not scoring goals. They have 88 goals scored in 34 games. And I had that revelation on, I think it was on Monday's show. I was like, Monday or Tuesday's show. I said, they've actually played 34 games already? 34. Nearing the halfway point of the season. Well, they made a decision to move on. They fired Derek Lalonde, replaced him with Todd McClelland. What did the people think? 248-539-9797. We'll start with Joe, who's in Howell. Joe, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Gator? How you doing, man?
Doing all right, man.
Hey, I think it's a move that had to be done. Lalonde had clearly lost the team. The players weren't playing for him. But with that being said, I don't think Lalonde shoulders all the blame in this.
No, he definitely does not.
I honestly believe Yzerman still shoulders all the blame in this. I mean, for starters, Yzerman hired Lalonde, which, okay, first coaching hire, we'll give him a mulligan. But secondly, when you look at the style of play that Lalonde wanted to run, he was a defensive-minded, quality over quantity shots. And then the players that Yzerman brought in didn't fit in that system. It was kind of confusing. You bring in Tarasenko's and Kanes and DeBrincat, who are not good defensive, in their own defensive zone. Our bottom 4 defensemen, I mean, let's be honest, they're just not good. Other than Edmondson and Seider, our defense is not good. So I do think that Yzerman still shoulders most of the blame, but firing Lalonde now, I think, is a step in the right direction, and it doesn't mean it can't be corrected in the future. But I just think Yzerman's got himself in a mess, and he's got to get himself out now. I mean, we're up against the cap. The players he signed in free agency, they haven't been that great.
No.
Comfer, they have been, not very good.
Well, I think guys, Joe, you bring up some interesting points, and thanks for the call. I think guys like Kopp and Comfer, those guys filled that role that you were talking about maybe being defensive players, defensive first players, responsible players. And when they brought these guys in over the last several years, and they keep bringing players like that in, they realized that they still needed scoring. And that's why they went out and get Alex DeBrincat. That's why they took a chance on Patrick Kane. And that's why they take a chance on Vladimir Tarasenko. And those are 3 acquisitions. Well, I guess you could start with DeBrincat, that hasn't worked out as well as you thought. DeBrincat goes through stretches where he looks amazing. And then he goes through stretches like, where's the scoring? He's only got 13 goals this year in 34 games, 25 points in 34 games. Patrick Kane last year was really good for the Red Wings. An incredible passer. Yes, he's a liability defensively, but setting him up on a power play, he's brilliant for a power play. And he had a pretty good season last year with the Red Wings, almost a point a game. This year, full training camp under his belt, totally healthy, but he's older, and he hasn't performed. 14 points in the 29 games and only 5 goals. But the one that's most disappointing is the third player you mentioned, and that's the free agent acquisition of Vladimir Tarasenko. In 33 games, he's got 12 points and only 4 goals. So you've got 3 guys that have been proven players in the NHL with DeBrincat, Kane, and Tarasenko. And between them, they have 22 goals. It's not good enough. So does a change in coaching, does that light a fire under the offense? Will that start to spark DeBrincat and Patrick Kane and Vladimir Tarasenko? Or are these just going to be 3 awful acquisitions that further put Steve Yzerman in a bad light? It might. I mean, Yzerman's going to be, to me, it starts with how you draft. And I think they've drafted well enough with what they have. They get screwed every year when it comes to the lottery. This has been a bad team for years that has had absolutely no luck when it comes to the NHL draft lottery. Every time they're in it, they fall back. They never pick where they're supposed to, or they never move up. They've always dropped back, even when they've had the worst record in the NHL. And that's caught them a little bit. There's no question Yzerman deserves some blame and responsibility. And this is him taking that responsibility by saying, well, it hasn't worked out with this coach. We're moving on. And I got a guy. We're going to sign him to a multi-year contract. I'm not doing the interim thing. He didn't do the interim thing. Didn't hand it over to an assistant coach. In fact, they fired Bob Bugner as well. He went out and hired a guy, and the guy wasn't Gerard Gallant. It wasn't Sergei Fedorov. It wasn't Joel Quenneville. Those are popular names that come up every time there's a head coaching opening. Went with Todd McClelland, a proven NHL coach that has not won a Stanley Cup as a head coach and has roughly a .500 record as a coach in the playoffs, but has not won a Stanley Cup as a head coach. Won a Stanley Cup with the Red Wings back in 2008. So this is where they stand right now.
Your thing. They have brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat. Also, they have the seated calf machine as well. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free zone and is always friendly to your wallet as well. Memberships are just $15 a month. There are over 2,600 clubs worldwide with over 50 in Metro Detroit, and they all provide free training and, like I said, the seated calf machine. All right, hold on. I'm just going to say, I think we'll edit it out. There are over 2,600 clubs worldwide with over 50 in Metro Detroit, and they all provide free training. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on the Planet Fitness.
The Wings have a new rallying cry.
Damn right.
Play bleepin' hockey. New coach Todd McClelland said it, and they responded with a win yesterday. He joins us this morning. Message received. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, Jim, Stoney. How are you guys this morning?
Great.
Doing pretty good. That's going to be a big marketing deal, don't you think? I mean, I could see the T-shirts, the hoodies, play effing hockey.
Well, I don't know about that, but the players responded well. We haven't had a whole lot of time to put a lot of things in play, but the few things that we worked on, we didn't want to make them mechanical or get in their way, so it was just an expression. I didn't think it would take off the way it has, but it has.
Did you, from afar, when watching the Red Wings before you took the job, what were your impressions of this team?
Well, I think the team was fragile. From a distance, you could see that they weren't sure of themselves, and we still aren't. We've got a lot of work in front of us, but there's young players, there's older players. A lot of them were underachieving for many different reasons, and I think a reset was obviously what Steve was looking for and what I'm trying to provide, or the staff is trying to provide, and so far the players have been quite receptive.
What do you say to people who feel like the move was made maybe too late? Can the season still be salvaged, in your opinion?
Well, I've asked the players to focus on what they're doing when they have the equipment on, not where we are in the standings, what the win streak or the losing streak is or anything like that. We can't change what's happened in the past. We can only look ahead. And I think they're carrying the weight around of, not having been in the playoffs for X number of years. Many of them haven't even participated in that. Some are rookies this year. Some have only been around for 2 years. So that's not all on them. Organizationally, we think that we can push. But the most important thing we have to do is play the right way. And, if we do those things, then maybe the results will take care of themselves, and we'll look up at the end of the year and see where we are. And that's certainly the goal.
Small sample size, granted, but is there any player in a positive way that has surprised you so far?
Well, I don't know about surprise, but maybe confirmed. A guy like Lucas Raymond, he, you can see why people rave about him, but now when you're on the bench and you're around him and the way he practices and approaches the game, you really appreciate it. And you know why he's turning into a star quickly, because he's one hell of a player, but he puts a lot of time and energy into his craft. So that's been really good. And I thought that the Brinkett and Kane have produced well for us. For the 2 games that I've been here anyhow, they've been very effective offensively, and they haven't hurt us defensively. So productive minutes out of those 2.
We're talking to Red Wing head coach Todd McClellan this morning, and you could imagine everyone's looking into the moves and reading into the moves. Splitting up Seider and Edvinsson, what went into that decision on the blue line?
Well, they had played well together prior to Trent Yanni and I getting here. They logged a lot of minutes. Their experience level isn't as high as obviously the veteran players that are around, yet they handled the minutes very well. Prior to Christmas, Simon got injured, and he hadn't skated for about 7 or 8 days. So in that Toronto game, he looked real rusty early, and we decided to split them up, and then we kept them apart. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them experiencing life away from each other for a little while, and trying to balance out the defense.
It was a hell of a shift by Seider at the end of that game yesterday, wasn't it?
He has a lot of those shifts. He's he is a beast. He's a player right now that we really appreciate, because he's giving us everything he has, and he's willing to learn. He's like a sponge, and that rubs off on other players. So he's a beast. There's no other way to put it, and we're happy to have him.
Joe Veleno, you put him up on the top line. Looked like he gave a little bit of a burst. What did you see from that decision?
Well, we didn't start there in the game against Toronto, but as the night wore on, we thought that Larkin and Raymond maybe could use a little more pace with them. So Joey went up there and he did a real good job. We continued on last night, and to this point, he's found a home there. He's got the skill level to play with those 2. His engine is pretty good. He's got the ability to keep up and extend shifts if he has to. And so far, so good. But you got to earn your keep every day, and I think he's the type of individual that will do that.
The last couple of years, I thought this team looked too easy to play against. Like nobody comes into Little Caesars Arena like afraid to play the Red Wings. How do you change that?
Well, you know what? We have to define what physicality is, and it's different for everybody. And we have to use what we have right now and get it out of them. But Alex DeBrincat is going to play physical differently than Rasmussen might. And, for me, you look at DeBrincat last night, he scored 2 goals in the blue paint. One of our smaller players, but he went into that area, and that's physicality for me. Face-offs, shift lengths, shot blocking, those are all part of being physical. It's not always just crashing and banging and fighting, although those things are necessary at some point too. So we'll have to evolve as a team. We'll have to define what physicality is for a lot of the players and make sure we're getting at least that out of them. And then as the team grows and the organization grows, we'll see where it all ends up.
Have you had a chance to take a deep breath? I feel like this has been a quick turnaround for you.
It has been crazy for both Trent Yanni and I. We've been on planes all over the place, and then coming in basically unprepared. Normally what we do in the summer prepares us for training camp, all the video, meetings, line combinations, even scheduling is all done. We're trying to do all of this on the fly, play games every second night. So it has been hectic. And just trying to breathe, and then you throw life into it too. Finding somewhere to live, getting your wife into town, making sure that she's comfortable and happy, family, the whole 9 yards. So a lot going on right now, but wouldn't trade it for anything.
Well, it helps the fact that you were here before, won the Stanley Cup with this team as assistant coach, and I'm sure your wife and your family remember certain things. Is there something that, I don't know, a place, a restaurant that you want to go back to, that type of thing?
Well, it's funny you say that because it's been like a time warp. You come back in here to Little Caesars Arena, and I've seen so many people that were around from my time in 05 to 08, great people, from security guards to the cooks to you name it, ticket takers. So many people are still around here, and I think that's a real reflection on the Ilitch family. They had that going when I was here, and they've taken care of all of these employees, and they're still here. But the big thing that we really enjoy are the people in Detroit. We've got a lot of good friends here, friendly people. Big hockey supporters, big football, basketball supporters. So it's a great sports town, as you guys know, and we're happy to be back.
Todd, get you out of here on this. Just want to circle back. We mentioned the response from the team yesterday. How receptive have they been in your view? Like, not that they necessarily wanted a coaching change. They liked Derek, but how have you sensed that they want to be coached up, that they want to shake things up and maybe have a change in philosophy?
I do. At this point, they certainly are. Their eyes are wide open. Their ears are working right now. They're willing to put the effort and time into to change. Let's face it, they're human beings, they're athletes, and they come to the rink, they want to win, or at least have a chance at winning. So it hasn't been a lot of fun for them. Anytime that a coach is removed for whatever reason, it's usually not going well, and nobody's happy. But our 4 or 5 days here now, they've been very receptive. They've worked. I'm happy to see that they got the reward last night, because eventually you need that. But it's early. The test is going to come 10, 15 days in, once all the newness is worn off. Are they prepared to maintain and stay on course, or are they going to wander a little bit? And that's our job, is to keep them on course as much as we possibly can.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Happy New Year. Beat the Penguins tomorrow night, and everything will be good.
Happy New Year, guys. Thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, Coach. Thank you so much for your time. He's Todd McClellan, Red Wings' new head coach.
If you know you can't tie.
The Wings have a new rallying
even less
cry.
likely to happen
Damn
when
right.
one of the teams
Play
can't
bleeping
tie.
hockey.
I think I'd be more pissed if I
New
was doing
coach
the post-game
Todd
tonight,
McClellan said
but
it,
I'm not, because
and they
this is
responded
really
with a
boring,
win
because
yesterday.
that'll
He
be going
joins
on
us
till
this
like
morning.
2:30
Message
in the morning.
received.
Jeff Rieger with the Hammer, Jennifer Hammond, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Promo tonight. And all the shift is not to tonight, but to next
Right.
week already. And they haven't
Right.
even played tonight.
Yeah.
But it's the Vikings. It's for all the marbles. It's the 1 seed. It's the bye week. It's the division. And it's Sunday Night Football at Ford Field. We're going to have tickets later in the week, by the way, for you guys to win.
Are you and Rico BW3 today?
Yeah,
Buffalo
we're
Wild
out in
Wings?
Livonia, my old stomping grounds.
Nice.
Yeah, over in 6 Mile.
Okay,
in
good.
Livonia. So Rico and I assume Mike's going to be there too, right? They're doing their show there. And then
that's right.
stick around, yeah.
Mike's not going to do it from his home?
I don't know Mike's plans. I assume he'll be there, Stoney.
I know, just kidding.
You wanted to know how he was taking the Giants' victory yesterday?
Yeah.
I can't give you any answer because he said he couldn't put it into words. I'm sure he'll find some words for our podcast, maybe for his show later today. But
yeah,
what a terrible talk about things that hurt your football team.
Yeah. But what were they supposed to? I mean, they're playing.
Oh, the players got to try. The
Yeah.
players are never going to be told, don't try. They're playing for contracts. They're playing for pride. They're going to play. They're going to compete. They're going to try.
Should he have not played Malik Neighbors? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Neighbors had said they wanted to go out and win one for the fans. And I'm sure a majority of those fans were saying, please don't.
I know.
Please don't. You get into this weird stuff at the end of the NFL season where, like, the Lions are staring down one of the ultimate weird situations where week 17 doesn't matter and
Right.
week 18 does.
Right.
That if they lose tonight, it doesn't matter as long as they win next week.
Right. We don't care that much if they lose unless you have fantasy or betting interest, because it really doesn't hurt them unless the whole tie scenario plays out, which the odds of that happening or not. But it's so weird to be in a situation like the Giant fan. And we've done it before where you watching a game and you kind of hope that the team loses, but you really can't. Like, I don't know. It's like when the Pistons were tanking and stuff and things like that. You kind of hope that they lose, but I couldn't watch the game and that kind of thing. I remember the year The Lions kicked a field. They ran on the field in New Orleans the last game of the season, and they kicked a field goal, and it screwed up their draft position. And I think was that the year they got Joey Harrington? I don't even remember. But it's tough for your mind because you're so programmed to root for your team, even though you know it's probably not the best thing for them.
I can flip the switch. And I think some of that is being Alliance fans for so many years where late in the season, draft position is all you had to go on.
Right.
Mock drafts are all you could live for. Man, I don't miss those days.
No, I know.
But because that became the norm.
Right.
Hey, I want this bozo to get fired, and I want them to get a better chance to draft a player who can change the tide of the organization.
Right.
So it's not that foreign of a concept as a Lions fan.
It's hard, but it's hard to actually, when the game is being played, to me, actually, you know what you want. You want them to lose.
Oh, I could root against them.
But I can't sit there and just, go, Chargers or whatever. That's very difficult for me.
Wasn't as difficult for me personally, but I know Lions fans feel a certain way about it.
I know.
How do you feel about the fact that it's going to be Minnesota for all of it?
They're playing really, really well, and believe me, we'll be breaking down this game a little bit, so to speak, throughout the week.
Yep.
But when you look at them, I mean, the Lions do have an advantage because they're going to be playing at home, you would think, although they have played better on the road. Their 2 losses are at home. The way Darnold is playing, I mean, he should be a candidate. He's not going to get it for MVP. He's been great. Let's look at their offense, right? Break it down. I mean, who has better receivers, the Vikings or the Lions?
Them.
Okay. Who's got a better running game?
Detroit.
Okay. Lions offensive line a little better.
Yep.
Okay. Quarterback.
Goff.
Yeah. Okay. So offense, we give it a tight end.
Closer than people want to admit.
Yeah. TJ Hawkinson is really good.
Yeah.
Okay?
But collectively, the Lions offense is better.
Yes. Defense.
Now is where you're going to get tough.
Right. Because of partly because of the injury situation.
Yeah.
I mean, they can rush the quarterback. The Lions can't.
And they do it so well, too. It's Brian Flores. They're a well-coordinated defense. When they blitz, they backfill the blitzes. They don't give you easy outs as a quarterback. Listen, Goff's diagnosed it before and expect him to do it again.
Right.
But it's a really well-run defense.
Yeah. And they do give up big plays, which was surprising that the Green Bay was not able to do that yesterday.
Yeah, I think going into that game, they had given up it was 1 or 2 in air yards and yards per attempt. Yeah, you can challenge them down the field. Yards after the catch, because again, they're blitzing. Guys, when they catch it in space, have room to run. And the Lions have done this. And that's kind of where I'm at is bring it on. I mean, they welcome the challenge. This is a great opportunity for the Lions to send a division foe back tumbling down to the 5 seed, make them go on the road in the postseason, secure the bye that this team would love to have, one less win on the road to a Super Bowl, all of that. Bring it on. Do I wish Green Bay would have got it done? Yeah.
Damn right.
Yeah, because then tonight's this poetic coronation, right? It's the team that eliminated you a year ago, and now you triumphantly go back and win the game and secure everything. And no, that was stolen. That sucks, right?
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
I think annoying, some people have said. And instead of doing the remember a year later, we've instead brought up that a year ago today was the Dan Campbell reckless decision against Dallas, where going for 2 was justified. Going from the 7, maybe not so much. He would have gone for it from just about anywhere in that game. And that's why we've used kind of the parallel today. Is it reckless for Dan to play key starters deep into this football game tonight, knowing there isn't any meaning? So that's been kind of a theme today.
Right.
You guys want to jump in? 248-539-9797. I don't think you went as far as to say reckless.
No.
You said unnecessary.
Yes.
Unnecessary to play them deep into the game.
Yeah.
I think at one point you may have said stupid, but,
Yes.
I think you walked that back.
Yes, I realized that was a little bit of a stretch.
So we're going with that being officially retracted?
Yes.
Okay.
Unnecessary.
Unnecessary. Ridiculous is okay, too.
Yeah.
You could call it ridiculous.
Yes,
I think
ridiculous.
it's
Yeah, the texter said unnecessary.
Okay.
Which is I think is the best one.
I think it's fitting for them. For better or worse, it's fitting for them. Going for it on 4th down comes with risk, and they feel like it's outweighed by going for it. I think playing their starters and their key players in this game, there is a risk they get hurt. They think it's that there's more good than bad and keeping them fresh and sharp and mentally, that mentality of this football team. They're chasing a Super Bowl. They don't want to go on the road to San Francisco or anybody and not feel like they're putting their best foot forward. They don't want to concede anything. Now, if they build up a lead, like the best case scenario is Dan tells them, you're playing all 4 quarters. And they get up and they break San Francisco's spirit early. They got nothing to play for. They may come out and talk tough, but if Detroit can get up 2 scores and 3 scores and more, and it's the second half and it's the third quarter, fourth quarter, now you start peeling guys back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, hey, we don't need Frank Ragnow and Jared Goff in the game right now. Let's get some strategic veterans off the football field. Does Gibbs need to be in the game working 20 carries tonight? Probably not. But they're going to earn it. And I think that's what it all comes back to is that mentality of they got to earn the right to take their guys off the field tonight. They don't want to just give them a breather.
Right.
They don't want to lose any of that edge.
I get it. So I have no problem with them playing the first half. And I know people are going to say and have said, hey, you get hurt in the first half just as you can easily get hurt in the second half. I understand that. But call me a wuss. I don't care. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Ticket text, phone calls, and end of the hour. Stay tuned. We're going to play Family Feud. Stoney has the top 5 Carters of all time. We polled one radio host and one radio host alone. Mm-hmm. He has given us the top 5 Carters.
Yes.
We will play along at the end of the hour. 9:50. It's 97.1. All right, this is actually going to be fun. We've surveyed one Stoney. With Jimmy Carter passing away at 100 years old, we will present the top 5 Carters at 9:50, Family Feud style. Yes. Ticket text phone calls, the Lions. Note from Evan Jenkins, by the way. No Mike Valenti today. He is off today, part of the holiday.
Oh, sorry.
Rieger is going to pull one of the longest days in radio. He's going to be in with Rico today, and then he's going to be on.
Taking a little nap a little bit, then watch the Lions game, and then be on with the Hammer.
After the game.
40 minutes after the network broadcast.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there you go. And the big debate, Dan has already answered. Dan Campbell, should the starters play? He said we're going to use everything we've got, regardless of if the game matters or not. We're going to use everything we've got. We'll just put it out there. People can be critical if they want. And I don't think you're like a bad fan or you hate Dan Campbell if you think, well, hold on, mate. There's got to be some degree of risk assessment, right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Thoughts on that and the mentality that, hey, we're just going to go out there and play the game to win and all hands on deck. And if someone gets hurt, they get hurt. That's just football. They've dealt with that all season long. It's just football. Clearly, there are certain injuries that could really screw things up. And that's quarterback, that's your running back, that's key offensive lineman. And they're going to have to manage this. And there's no great answer. You don't want to sit them for the entirety of the game. You can't sit 7, 8, 9, 10 guys. You have a 48-man active roster. I mean, you can only do so much. It's just going to be about timing. If it's a game in the second half, you don't care.
Right.
If it's a game in the second half, they may care. And that's where the rubber may meet the road.
Just get through the game healthy, no matter what he does, please. If somebody significantly gets hurt, people are just going to be really pissed off.
They will. They don't realize it, but they will.
Yeah.
The wrath of the national media will be crazy.
This Dan Campbell guy's lost it.
Well, it's interesting because we have Get Up on, and they haven't even addressed the issue at all because they're probably doing. Of course, they're talking about the Cowboys right now. But
you can't make this
Doug
up.
Karsh theory.
Yeah.
They have, in fairness to them, that's the first time I've seen them talk about the Cowboys.
Yeah. How does it impact
They're
the
talking more about yesterday, though.
I know.
It's Monday morning quarterbacking.
I know.
Tonight's pregame show.
Yes.
You know, that's the thing. What sucks about tonight's game, like if the Vikings, if they had a chance to clinch it all tonight,
we'd be watching all the pregame and get all the hype.
The pregame's going to be all Lions, probably with the exception of maybe a human interest Niners story on because of the tragedy that's affected a couple of the players on the team, especially Trent Williams, and you might see something along that. You know, Buck's wife will do the story or whatever.
Yeah, and Ricky Pearsall being shot.
Yeah, so, but it was going to be a Lion celebration, and it will be a talking point tonight with these guys, but they will second-guess Dan Campbell. They will shred him apart if a major player gets hurt in this game. A team that's already banged up, didn't have anything to play for.
Well, and he's already said bring it on, right? Go ahead, critics. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And he's already taken the blame for stuff earlier in the season. He'll fall on the sword if he has to.
Yeah.
Texter says, the Lions need to play their players the whole game. Players get hurt anytime they play. The mentality is beat everyone into submission. They cannot change now. Chuck in Flat Rock.
They can still try to beat everybody in submission with their reserves.
Says,
and, this is a great opportunity. Now, knowing his history, he'd get hurt again. To have Emmanuel Mosley play like the whole game.
These people are driving me crazy. Let's go sit in a dark room afraid to go outside. Do you play to win? That's Tim on the ticket text. Gov needs to go back home and hide. It's Monday Night Football. It's a revenge game. Gov, you're being soft.
I don't want to hear anything about the revenge game. This isn't the same team they're playing.
I turned on 97.1 to get hyped for the game. All I hear is complaining. Can we stop playing what I would do if I was the coach? Go kick ass and get revenge from the NFC title game. First of all, the tone is dictated by things outside our control. We would much prefer the Packers won yesterday, and we're doing the show of tonight's the night, boys. Tonight they win it. Tonight they secure it. We don't get to do that show tonight.
No.
So now
Jordan Love failed.
It's a week later now.
Josh Jacobs failed. Matt LaFleur failed.
That show's not canceled. It's just been postponed.
Yes.
A couple more ticket texts. We talked a little baseball earlier. If you missed it, go back. Odyssey, the Bregman stuff. It feels more and more like it's real. We asked, is it Bregman or bust? Texter says 6 years, 190. Put it in the books, cookies. Get your third baseman, Scott in Carlton.
It would be nice.
It would round out the offseason beautifully. Another one says go get Bregman and Santander.
That would be awesome. They still need a pitcher.
And keep building on it, man. Last year was fun.
Yeah.
Let's have more fun.
Exactly.
Is that allowed? Bregman would be more fun. And Gleyber Torres doesn't stop you from getting Bregman.
No.
Torres even hinted at it. Hey, there's a couple more moves in the works.
Mm-hmm.
How about a couple right-handed infield bats? And how about one that's not a one-year deal, but like a real long-term, high-impact guy? Alex Bregman checks every box.
Look, we like Torres, the signing.
Sure, yeah, he's fine.
But, 1 year. Okay.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Prove it.
Yeah.
All right, before we get to the Carter's list, Heather with the news.
Well, this was exciting. After helping the Washington Commanders reach the playoffs, safety Jeremy Reeves got down on one knee and proposed to his girlfriend right there on the field. So the romantic moment came after the Commanders secured this dramatic 30-24 overtime win at home against the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. He went over, helped his girlfriend down from the stands onto the field, dropped down to one knee, proposed. She, of course, said yes. She was excited. She had tears flowing. His teammates came over and started celebrating with them as well. Then later on Twitter, he wrote, "Glad that we got to share that moment with the best fans in the world."
Question for you.
Yes.
As a woman, would you want to be proposed to that way?
Not me personally.
Because
but
it's not about you, it's about him at that point, right? It's after his game.
Yeah, that's not how I would want to be proposed to, but I'm not in that situation. I'm not dating somebody like that or haven't dated somebody like that. My question was, okay, so clearly he was prepared for this moment, right? He had to have the ring somewhere on the sideline, right, ready to go. Was this only going to happen if they won?
Had to, right? You
Right,
can't
you
propose
can't-
after a loss.
No,
that would be horrible.
But so in his head, like he was going into this, of course you go in thinking you're going to win, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just interesting.
So
What
if they would have
was
lost
the backup
this,
plan?
I guess the backup plan is next week.
Do you wait till the next
And
game?
what if you don't win a game the rest of the year? I guess we're not getting married.
Or did he have like another idea planned? Because
Maybe.
it couldn't have been that spontaneous. Because you have to have the ring at this game with you, right? But nonetheless, congrats to them. So
Yeah,
that's
of course.
exciting. So nearly 6 years after retirement, Lindsey Vonn made her competitive comeback over the weekend at 40 years old. On Saturday, she placed 14th in a Super G event in St. Moritz, Switzerland. She lost some time, I guess, in the start of the race, but then was competitive with the top 5 finishers the rest of the way down. Unfortunately, she lost the chance to improve her ranking because the second race planned for Sunday was actually canceled due to weather. There was high winds, poor visibility, so she didn't get to compete then. So her next race will now be next year, and then she's going to get back into like a full schedule of speed races. Good for her.
Back
Her
at
coach
it.
says that she is better than ever. She's a better skier now than when she retired.
By the way, it's her ex's birthday today, right?
Oh, is it?
Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah. Tiger Woods and LeBron are born on the same day. Wow. I missed it by a day. Damn it. That's why I'm not.
You could have
That's
been.
why I'm not great.
Oh,
If I was born December 30th instead of the 29th, I might have been great.
Greater.
Aw.
Right? Like, still great. Yeah. Mike Tyson admits to feeling a little bit depressed after losing to Jake Paul last month. So during this interview on Fox Sports, he kind of explained that, the build up to the fight, was really exciting. He was in this high, right? This is almost like an adrenaline rush, and it makes sense. And then afterward, you kind of have to just get back to living, right? You're not training for anything, but training for life, but you're not training for this big fight. You're not training for this comeback. So he had to just kind of figure out how to go back living. And he felt a little bit depressed because of that. He also questioned, why did I do that? Why did I put myself through this boxing comeback? But he said he was a pretty sore afterward as well.
I could imagine.
Kristen Cavallari, she's spilling the tea about her romance with country star Morgan Wallen. So she's not one to hold back. She kind of says anything she'd like. She appeared on Bunny XO's Dumb Blonde podcast, and she said that the two never actually dated. They just started hooking up because she was looking for like a friends with benefits situation in Nashville. But she went on to say, not only was he a great partner, but he was also a really nice guy with a really big heart. Yes. Yeah.
I like how you paused before you said heart.
Yes.
That was very good.
2 men from Oregon died after they went missing in a forest while they were out searching for Bigfoot. Yeah.
Serves them right.
So
Oh, boy.
gosh, these two went out searching for Bigfoot on Christmas Eve, and then a day later on Christmas, their family reported them missing. Clearly, it didn't show up for Christmas Day. A 3-day search. You know, they had police, they had volunteers, they had drones, they had dogs out looking for these guys, and unfortunately, their bodies were later discovered in this heavily wooded area. And it's believed that these men died from exposure, weather conditions, and just being ill prepared.
Oh, it wasn't Bigfoot.
Well, we may never know.
It's Heather with the news. We all start the new year off with resolutions, better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist last year, make a plan in 2025 to get back to the dentist. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, the newest in Trenton, servicing a new community with the same great personalized care, free of judgment. Accepting new patients, $35 for that new patient special. And a big thing is, if you have a dental emergency, and if you've been there, you know how painful that can be, they have same-day appointments. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. right, one of the great parts of having Stoney in is you get to do fun things like this. When a person passes away at 100 years old, Jimmy Carter, Stoney had the idea, why don't we do top 5 Carters? And I think you're saying it kind of as a joke, but we said, let's run with this.
Yeah.
You put together the list, and we'll hit the feud. We've got the Park family, the Costa family, and the Milliken family all playing along.
That's right. There we go. All right. We surveyed one person, and that would be me, to come up with the top 5 Carters of all time. So let's start with the Park family.
All right. Well, we've debated, and we're going to go with Jay-Z, Sean Carter, one of the greatest rappers of all time.
Sean Carter's right there. He got it.
Boom.
Boom. All right.
Do I get to go again?
The board's yours, yeah.
All right, let's go with not so great, but another artist, Nick Carter.
For the Backstreet Boys, you got
Also
that.
on the list. What?
Yes!
Okay, there we go.
Let's stick with the same theme. Let's go with June Carter Cash.
No, so sorry.
Who's
All
June
right,
Carter Cash?
we go to the Johnny Cash's wife.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Let's go to the Milliken family.
I just very disappointed already. This is not a Stoney list.
Well, I tried to make it.
Nick Carter is one of the 5 best Carters.
I mean, I think you argue for the Sean Carter, but in the end, that's still not
He's
Stoney
more
brand.
popular. I know.
All right. First guess. This is Stoney. Linda Carter. Oh!
No Wonder Woman. That's a good one.
I
though.
thought you'd do that for sure. What are you trying to act young now all of a sudden?
No.
I'm going to hit some sports ones here.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
come on. Let's go with Chris Carter. What?
Oh, we go back to the Park family.
Oh my gosh. I don't know a lot more Carters. I just know the same family, like Blue Ivy Carter, Jay-Z's daughter. I don't know.
Let's go to the Milliken family.
It'd be criminal if you put Beyonce and also, I'm not going to guess that. How about we get a little local and sportsy, Anthony Carter? Yeah!
There we go. Keep going.
I'm not going to go with from your home state, Kijana. I got to work these in just because I want to.
I know. I thought
I'm going to go with something that maybe broke your heart still. Joe Carter. Yeah!
Okay.
I can finish the board, right?
You can finish the board.
And I would win because I'd be 3?
Yes.
Yep. I'm going to go just off the board here just because it's such a sports radio bit back in the day here in the 90s when you started doing this. How about Nigeria Carter?
Oh, my God. No, that'd be incorrect. We have one. And actually, if I was ranking him, he'd be number 1.
Okay, can I just ask, is Jimmy Carter on the list?
No.
Okay, these are besides Jimmy
Besides
Carter.
Jimmy Carter, I should have said that.
Okay. It's not going to be Vince Carter.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. We got him
Well,
by.
Chris Carter wasn't on the list. I didn't think Vince Carter would be
Chris
on
Carter
the list.
played in Philly.
Yeah.
There's no Jeff Carter. He
No,
played for
Vince,
the
about
Flyers.
Vince Oosterhouse?
Vince Carter didn't play in Philly.
No.
No, he said Chris.
Oh, Chris did. Yeah. Well, he did was
He had his
catch
cocaine years
touchdowns.
there. I figured you'd do that for sure.
That's right.
What about Dwayne Michael Carter, better known as Lil Wayne?
That's
Didn't
right.
make the list.
Or what about Clarence Carter? Stroking to the east, stroke it to the west. You know that song? We're stroking.
Carter Mazer, maybe in 20 years when we do this.
Yeah.
You still be working then?
Maybe. Hopefully he'll actually make the team by then.
How about Nell Carter?
I had
You had Nell on the list?
I had Nell on the list, but then I thought that was too old.
Give me a break.
Yes, give me a break. Nell Carter, way to go.
So Nick Carter, but not Aaron Carter.
No Aaron Carter, no Anson Carter. No,
Nick Carter's disappointed. That did not belong on a Stoney Carter list.
I don't know. Backstreet Boys are
Backstreet
huge.
Boy.
I don't know. I had to figure it out, but you know. How about the great bowler Don Carter? You don't remember him?
Do we have the cricket
Gary
drop
Carter?
somewhere?
Gary Carter would have been a really good one too. Yeah,
I should have thought of Joe Carter.
Joe
Yeah.
Carter.
Because of,
yeah, freaking Joe Carter.
Top 5 Carters.
He's a sports effing first name, last name.
Well, I think I'm more pissed at Mitch freaking Williams more than Joe freaking Carter, to be quite honest with you. You know, you pulled out the Michigan Nigeria Carter, the current running back Nate Carter, right? Michigan
Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
What about number 1 on Rico's list?
Oh no, there's no doubt. It would be Nate, the Nigeria Carter. Who else would be on Rico's list?
Top Carters.
Was there a Carter who played for the 49ers or the Braves?
I have no idea.
I don't know. We do have some phone calls. 248-539-9797 before we pass the baton.
Wendell Carter of the Orlando Magic.
There you go. Current Carter.
Yeah.
Good player. Before we pass the baton
Carter
to Gator.
Verhage, Paul said.
That's a good one.
Carter Hart. Goaltender.
Yeah,
I mean, not
he
in
may
good graces
never-
anymore.
I know.
But there's another Carter.
Somebody on text said Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter. Coach Carter, the movie.
Coach Carter would have been a great one to throw in
I know.
there.
And I purposely didn't do Fred Carter, the former Sixer, remember, ESPN broadcaster.
No, I don't.
Nobody knows who you're talking about.
Okay. Fred Carter used to do ESPN NBA stuff. And never mind. Go ahead.
Matt has been waiting patiently. Matt, I don't think you want to weigh in on famous Carters, but you're more than welcome to.
No, I'm good. I am going to be a little critical of Dan Campbell because I know he wants to play everyone. And during this game, if you get up by a large margin, you need to rest people because you already have so many injuries. Now you're opening yourself to more injuries that you're going to need for crucial playoff games. So I am a little critical. You don't need to play everyone all the time. These people need rest. You already got like 30 people on the injured list.
It feels like it. Yeah, it's like, 20, 21, 22.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point about rest, you're playing Monday night. You got a short week playing on Sunday next week. These are all considerations.
And then I'm about the Heather News thing, the Bigfoot. You don't find Bigfoot. Bigfoot finds you. And that's what happens when he finds you.
Oh, you have experience in this, Matt, huh?
No, I don't believe in Bigfoot.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Gator's come in the studio. Gator, I don't know if you heard how we ended the show. Jimmy Carter passed away. And Stoney had his top 5 Carters of all time.
Not including Jimmy.
Not including Jimmy.
Okay.
And it won't just sports. Who would you
Pretty
be?
great man, Jimmy Carter.
Who would be your 5 Carters?
That's the reaction I wanted. That's all
Vince?
I wanted.
Vince was number 1, yeah.
Vince Carter. I mean, I couldn't stand Michigan, but I did respect Anthony Carter.
Number 2?
Still can't stand Michigan. He was Michigan Panther. That's why I love him.
He was also a Viking.
Right.
Speaking
Joe
of a
Carter.
Viking.
Joe Carter.
he had
So
Joe
you
Carter.
got the 3 sports ones we had. We had 2 non-sports ones in there.
Carter McKay.
Who?
This is so dumb.
Don't know him.
So when I was in college, my roommates and my sophomore year, there were 3 of us that lived together. My roommates, Danny and Jason, and I, we would watch the TV show Dallas.
Okay.
And we didn't watch it from the beginning. We just picked it up it was literally like the last 2 years that Dallas was on. So we started watching Dallas, and there was a character named Carter McKay who came in, and it was the actor George Kennedy.
Oh, okay.
So he was like a fellow ranch rival of the Ewing family. So Carter McKay. Can't wait to text my buddy about Carter McKay. I'm not sure. I'm not a Nick Carter fan.
Nick Carter,
Nick Carter made the list.
June Carter Cash, not really there for me.
She mentioned.
I guessed her.
Yes.
I can't think
was
of
the
many
last
other
one?
Carters.
Sean Carter, which is Jay-Z.
Yeah, no. Not a Jay-Z guy.
And the other people to mention or were mentioned non-sports was Nell Carter.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Nell Carter. I loved her.
Give me a break.
Give me a break.
And Clarence Carter, the guy who sang Strokin', among other things.
That song.
Strokin'.
Wasn't Carter also the character on Yellowstone? One of the kids in
I
Yellowstone?
don't
Yeah,
remember.
he was the guy that Rip and Beth kind of
Yeah.
took in. That was Carter. So him. That's
Okay.
the other one.
Okay.
Both fictional
So
characters.
which
Yes.
name will you be ranking on the show today?
I think we'll be ranking McClellan's.
Okay. You catch a little of Todd earlier, I take it?
Very little, but I did. I mean, he's from what I heard, and then you asked him a question as I was getting out of the car, so I didn't hear the answer to it because you're like, if you had a chance to breathe, which I feel like that's a chance for you to breathe, Coach. You can relax in the coach speak, enjoy what's happening here. Congratulations on getting the gig here. I mean, look, he's been a head coach for 16, 17 years of his life, so it's nothing new. But I feel like you come into Detroit in a situation, it's a bit of a pressure cooker here. Not like what would happen if you go to Toronto, but it's his original 6 franchise.
Yeah.
He knows the history and traditions. He won a Stanley Cup here in 2008. I hope he can relax a little bit, but I think the first thing he did, basically in practice on Sunday or Saturday, was to say, just play effing hockey.
Yeah, that's what we started with.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great. I mean, that's awesome.
I told him it should be a market. It could be T-shirts, hoodies, the whole
Absolutely,
thing.
and it will be. You know, it will be. Somebody's going to do it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this is what we saw yesterday is a sign of things to come. They battled the end of the Friday night's game, but I mean, it was a 5-0 before you could sneeze. You know, so. But we'll talk Lions game. Obviously, the game tonight. It doesn't necessarily mean a ton. I mean, what does it mean at all? Actually, and I know what the coach has said. He said last week, a little preemptive strike.
I know.
We're going to bring everything we got to the West Coast, but do you? Should you?
It's a great question.
We're on the same page, I think.
Good conversation. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson Extravaganza. Doug and Kang will be back on Thursday's show. We have a very abbreviated show tomorrow as we lead into Michigan football for what could be a shellacking against Alabama based on the players that are not playing for Michigan. But you never know. You never know. Michigan beat Alabama last year. Are they in Alabama's head like they're in Ryan Day's head? Probably not with the personnel, but we'll see. Nonetheless, it should be an interesting game to watch, to listen to. We'll get into that tomorrow. We're just on for about an hour tomorrow leading into coverage of the game. But today, full-on show today. The guys will be back on Thursday, and we got stuff to talk about today, right? Because of what happened yesterday in the NFL. Of course, the big news is that the Packers lost to the Vikings. Made a furious comeback, not enough to get it done, and the Vikings win it by 2 points, thus setting up an epic showdown at Ford Field next Sunday night. Yes, it's already been flexed. However, the Sunday night game to finish the season starts at 7 o'clock instead of starting at like 8:20, which is fantastic for those of you that want to get down there so that you're not stuck downtown till like 2 in the morning or later because of traffic nightmares and all that. So this is good news. I like that. Is it good news that it's a showdown at the end of the season? Look, it creates interest for sure, and that's cool. But I was really hoping that the Packers would take care of business yesterday so that the Lions could take care of business tonight, so that the game Sunday just meant, okay, we can give some rest, some well-deserved rest to some veteran players and some starters. And I don't mean guys necessarily sitting out completely, but, you know, playing sporadically. You can work guys in and out and, you know, try to mitigate the risk of injury as much as possible. That's not the case. It's not the case because the Packers couldn't get it done and the Vikings prevailed. And if you saw the video of the Vikings players in their locker room when they waited for Sam Darnold to come in after Sam Darnold got done doing his interviews and he comes into the locker room, that place went absolutely nuts. They had champagne bottles in there. Everything was going. And they absolutely love Sam Darnold. And look, Darnold had himself another great game, 377 yards passing, 3 more touchdown passes for Sam Darnold. This has been one hell of a reclamation season for the much beleaguered, much beat up quarterback that is Sam Darnold. Former 3rd overall pick, go back to that 2018 draft. But he's been fantastic this year for the Vikings, an absolute revelation. It is his 4th stop in the NFL. He's completed 68% of his passes now, over 4,100 yards in the air, 35 touchdowns, just 12 picks, and a quarterback rating of 106.4. Nice job for Sam Darnold. This is such a dramatic turn for him. His previous high in a season where he played more than 10 games at quarterback for quarterback rating last year with San Francisco in 10 games. It's not even fair because he really didn't have that many attempts. So let's go back to when he was a starter. You have to go back to his second year in the league with the Jets when he started. He played in 13 games and started those 13 games. He had a quarterback rating of 84.3. 84.3, and now it's 106.4. We have seen players in the NFL go on to bigger and better things when they find a change of scenery. It's a phrase that comes about often with trades or with free agent signings. Anytime somebody moves somewhere else, inevitably you will hear somebody say, oh, we needed a change of scenery. And I remember years ago debating with Jamie Samuelson about that. And Jamie's like, when does it ever work out? When do you ever see that work out? And to his point, it really hadn't worked out a ton. There were a bunch of examples. But I think even Jamie would be looking down right now and say, yeah, there's a couple of shining examples where it's worked this year. And for the last couple of years, you go with Baker Mayfield, what he's done in Tampa Bay, completely resurrecting his career. But what Sam Darnold has done this year is amazing. Now, What did both situations have in common for both quarterbacks that were much beleaguered? Both teams they went to had ready-made offenses. Those teams are ready to go with what they have on offense. Sam Darnold doesn't play defense. Baker Mayfield doesn't play defense. I think you have to let people know in the media that Josh Allen doesn't play defense either, and neither does Lamar Jackson. It's an offensive game. But for Sam Darnold to walk into that situation in Minnesota and have the best wide receiver in the National Football League, arguably, to throw to in Justin Jefferson, to have another very young receiver in Jordan Addison, who is emerging as one hell of a 1-2 combo there, to have your tight end in TJ Hawkinson already made, here's a Pro Bowl tight end, and then you have another also ran wide receiver in Jalen Naylor, who is going to get you some big plays because everybody's going to be paying attention to everybody else. They have the running game going with Aaron Jones. They have a decent offensive line. I'm not going to say it's a great offensive line. Say it's a decent offensive line. It's a ready-made offense. And I think it's safe to say that when he played with the Jets, when he played with Carolina, that those were not great situations for him to be in because those were terrible offenses with terrible offensive lines in particular. And he didn't measure up at all. Having a season last year to spend with San Francisco in a professional atmosphere, in a professional culture, certainly helped him out. And this year to step into that situation, Minnesota, work with those players, it's worked out brilliantly. And now they're 14-2, and it's a showdown next Sunday night at Ford Field for all the marbles, or as Doug likes to say, all the chutney. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. How does this affect the game tonight? Tonight's game means relatively little in perspective because whether the Lions win or lose, tonight's game has no effect on the number 1 seed. Unless there's the incredibly unlikely event that there's a tie with Minnesota and Detroit. But let's take that off the table. Everything comes down to next week's game, not tonight's game. And yet, Dan Campbell put the preemptive strike out last week. We'll hear what that preemptive strike was. We'll reiterate it and restate it, and we can set up the arguments for and against. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to Carson Anderson. You're on 97 on the ticket. Doug and King will be back on Thursday show. Gator with you today, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're getting ready for the big game tonight. Well, I don't know if it's a big game. The game tonight, Lions and Niners. It could have been a big game. Could have been a big game, but the Packers didn't do their job, which also brings us up to the fact that it is a Monday and it's Champ and Chump. You want to get your Champ and Chump votes in via ticket text at 248-539-9797 or the phones. That works as well. I can foreshadow a little bit where my chump vote is going to go. After seeing a very controversial call in the game yesterday with the Packers and Vikings that absolutely plays a role in the final score of the game. But we can get to that a little bit later. But the game tonight against San Francisco. Here's the scenario. It's just winner take all against the Vikings, period. Tonight's game doesn't matter in those terms. It matters for guys that are fighting for NFL jobs. It matters for guys that are hoping to play more of a role in the postseason with this team. It matters that they stay healthy in this game. That's really priority number one, where I would prioritize things. I think that's number one priority. Winning this game is down the list. I'm not sure how far down the list, but I think it's a way distant second to number one, which is please God, stay healthy. Because the Lions have had enough injuries to have to deal with, and would have been nice if they didn't have to worry about this game at all. But they got to play it. It's on the schedule, and then next week's game against the Vikings is the one that's going to have all the fanfare, and rightfully so. And in some ways, it's unfortunate. But in other ways, it's kind of poetic because this is who the Lions are, right? Nothing's easy. Nothing is easy. I was talking to somebody over the weekend that had mentioned that it can never be easy for the Lions. And no, it can't be easy for the Lions. Last year was easy. In relatively speaking, they won the division, didn't have much of an issue winning the division with the 12 games and get to host a couple playoff games. At least they hosted one, and they got to host the second one because the Packers did beat the Cowboys, which is nice. But that was last year. But it felt like getting to that point where they won the division wasn't that hard. Now, they didn't win the number one seed. This year, it's different. And it feels like it should be harder to win the number one seed. But what you wouldn't have expected is that the competition comes from the team within your own division. When all is said and done, when the smoke clears on Sunday night, this upcoming Sunday night, a team with 14 wins might not win a division. Think about how crazy that is. It already sets up as the highest win total between two teams in a regular season game in NFL history. Through 32 games, these two teams already have 27 wins. Think about that. They're 27-5. That's crazy. That's crazy, but that is where they're at. Well, maybe it's not 27-5, but you know what I'm saying. This is going to be amazing when you look at these two teams that have to go against each other. Actually, right now, 27-4 right now. Because math sucks for me because they're playing tonight. It could be 28-4 after tonight is what's concerned is. That's where we get it. Sorry, my math sucks. It always has. It's never going to change. But with the game tonight and knowing that the outcome really doesn't matter, if those of you people want to hang on to this and to that last vestige and say, oh, it matters, because if they tie them, I don't want to hear about ties. Okay? Next week's game is I think there'll be a definitive winner. So what does tonight's game mean? Well, for those that want to err on the side of caution and think about taking it easy with the roster tonight, because it's not necessarily a meaningless game, but pretty close to it as you can be for a regular season game. Dan Campbell had this to say last week about that. So there it is. That's what he said last week. Do I expect him to change up and with some sort of pregame shakeup before tonight's game? I do not. I think that is going to be their approach. However, it doesn't mean that they can't change game plans at some point during the game. Now, Dan Campbell has been very careful and very conservative as to when, I don't know why I emphasize the age, but when he decides to rest players when they've been up big, and there have been plenty of times this season when they've been up big in the fourth quarter and you still see Jared Goff and the offense coming out. I wonder if this game maybe changes that approach. Like if the Lions get up by 20 in this game and it's halfway through the third quarter, is it okay to go ahead and start pulling some guys out? I know it's the NFL. Any given Sunday, teams can flare up and start going crazy and, get 2 touchdowns in a couple minutes. I know all that can happen. But if they get up by like 20 points and there's like 3 minutes left in the third quarter, can we kind of agree that maybe at that point you can start to rest some players? I'm not saying go full on Cam Ward in Miami and take the guy out at halftime so you can have a victory lap with breaking an NCAA record, which is now tainted beyond belief. But because that's just that whole situation bothers me. And it might be chump worthy in your eyes. But what would your approach be for this game tonight with the Lions? How would you handle the personnel? How would you even handle the game plan in terms of how you want to attack the 49ers in tonight's game? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to get through that way. Because with everything being on the line next week, tonight's game takes on, just kind of one of those, it's a meh. It's just a game. It's just a game. But for the players, it means a lot more. Tell Drew Lock that yesterday's game with the Giants against the Colts, it didn't mean anything. Tell him that. Tell Kenny Pickett that game against the Cowboys didn't mean anything for him, or that Tyler Huntley for the Dolphins, that the game didn't mean anything to him. Players like playing in the National Football League, and when they get their opportunities to play, they need to make the most of it. So the Lions have a lot of backup players, and I'm sure San Francisco is going to throw some backup players out there too. Both teams are pretty banged up, but it doesn't mean those players are going to play any less hard. They're going to try their asses off. And Dan Campbell said as much. We are going to bring everything we got into this game against San Francisco tonight. Is that the approach you would take? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I'll offer up my champ and chump coming up in about 5 minutes. You can feel free to have at it. 248-539-9797. Lions playing San Francisco tonight, and kind of hard to say meaningless, but it's a game that has very, 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 very little impact on what happens in the postseason. The game next week has all the impact on a postseason. Of course, the Lions have already clinched a playoff spot, but depending on what happens on Sunday night, the Lions could either be the number 1 seed in the NFC or the number 5 seed in the NFC. That's the penalty for not winning the game against the Vikings, or the penalty for the Vikings not winning the game against the Lions. It means everything. First, having the number 1 seed, of course, gives you a first round bye, which is massive, and that it means an awful lot, because getting that first round bye, according to an article in The Athletic, 7 consecutive number 1 or 2 seeds won the Super Bowl after the 2013 to 2019 seasons. Now, that's back when the number 1 and number 2 seeds got byes. Now, starting in 2020, they added another playoff team, so there was only the number 1 seed had the bye. And since that time, I should say Tampa Bay won a Super Bowl, and they were a wild card, and they are the only wild card team to have won a Super Bowl in that situation. So it means a lot. It means an awful lot. And having that bye, it's not just, the predictor of things to come. That's not it. For me, that's not it. For me, and I think for most of you out there too, it's about getting some rest, some well-deserved rest for some of these players. You think Frank Ragnow or Taylor Decker would benefit from having an extra week of rest? Absolutely. Which is why what happened yesterday hurts so bad with Minnesota beating Green Bay, because had Green Bay won and the Lions win tonight, then the Lions would have clinched it, and then you could have rested guys not only against Minnesota, but then they'd have the week off before the round of the playoffs that the Lions would be in, round 2. But that didn't happen. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Bill is in Madison Heights. Bill, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Scott. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Bill.
Great. I know Dan Campbell said they're going in there, all guns a-blazing tonight, but the players, I agree with some of what you just said. I would rest. I wouldn't play Ragnow. I wouldn't play Graham Glasgow. I wouldn't play Taylor Decker. Because watching Minnesota yesterday, the Lions are gonna have to control the ball. Because who knows? Maybe we'll get guys that step up, but with the way Sam Darnold is just playing amazing right now. It's I don't know what got into the guy, but I think he's just in the right
because he's got an offense to work with now. I mean, he's played better than I ever expected him to, but it's also somewhat predictable that he was going to be playing the best football of his career, because he's actually got weapons to work with. He had nothing to work with in stops with the Jets and stops with Carolina. He had nothing to work with there, and then didn't really play. Played 50, he had like 50 pass attempts with San Francisco last year. But now you come into a situation when you got Justin Jefferson and T.J. Hawkinson and Jordan Addison and Jalen Naylor and Aaron Jones. You've got a ton of weapons to work with, and maybe that's why Kirk Cousins played so well for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I just think that they really do need. I mean, it doesn't matter when you rest. Rest them now, because I would say this, Bill.
Like Skipper and the Mahogany. Get them guys in there. They might do. They should do okay.
They can do it. And thanks for the call, Bill. The problem is that, you mentioned 3 names right off the bat, and I guess if you had time to sit down, maybe you try to look at it a little differently there. I don't disagree. I'd love to see him be able to give Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow some time off. But the problem is you don't have a whole ton of offensive linemen on your roster to begin with. So guys are going to have to play. Now, the one that would be obvious to me to rest would be Frank Ragnow. But the problem with that is that Graham Glasgow is the guy who backs him up at center. And Graham Glasgow is banged up. So do you really have an option for another center without drastically changing things up. I mean, it gets somebody valuable experience. But they just don't have the depth on the offensive line to be able to give three guys that kind of rest. But I think you could work guys in and out. You know, you could try to protect against that as much as possible. And yeah, I would like to see a bunch of offensive linemen activated for tonight's game, just in case, so that you're taking care of those guys. That Skipper's going to be activated for sure because he always is. But Mahogany, as you mentioned, played very well last week. Was solid according to Dan Campbell, and people like what they saw from him. So that maybe he's activated tonight. Does that mean that you would activate Colby Sorsdahl for tonight's game, just to have an extra lineman? I mean, there are things that they could do, and it would have been a much more robust discussion, I think, had the Vikings lost last night, but they didn't. So, tonight's game is just kind of, you just kind of want to get in and out of the game and move on to next week. And yet, this team has to keep their approach to it. They have to keep their focus to it. But that's what Dan Campbell's here for. That's what Dan Campbell does. He's able to keep these guys focused and motivated, and that's why I think he said what he said last week when he said they're going to bring everything I got out to the West Coast. They're not taking this week off. They're playing this week. They're going to play their starters, and they're going to try to take care of business. Now, hopefully that means just a lopsided game in the third quarter, late in the third quarter, where you can go ahead and take guys out of the lineup so that Hendon Hooker gets the fourth quarter for this game, so that Jahmyr Gibbs gets to sit down and take a rest and watch Craig Reynolds and Jamar Jefferson and Sione Vake play at running back. So St. Brown gets to take some time off, or whatever the case is on offense. And clearly with Ragnow and Decker and Glasgow, you'd like to see some kind of combination of those guys that get some rest. And on the defensive side of the ball, I'd look at Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph and, giving them a little bit of a rest if you can. Terry and Arnold, give him a little bit of a rest. I mean, there are guys all throughout this lineup that you'd like to see that happen. But at this point, you can't. You can do it, but it's clear that Dan Campbell's not going into the game. The only way that can happen now, unless he's going to go back on what he said, which that's not who Dan Campbell is, and I don't expect him to, is if you get out to a big lead or if you get down big. And I don't suspect this team's going to get down big to that San Francisco team. That San Francisco team is banged up. They're really banged up. They are a shell of what they were. Plus, the Lions have a ton of motivation to go out and beat San Francisco at San Francisco because of what happened last year in the NFC Championship game. That's a bad taste in their mouth. And they don't want that taste. And they really can't eliminate it fully until they get back to the NFC Championship game this year and win it so that they're a Super Bowl contending team here. But that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. This is about what happens tonight. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. For Champ and Chump, I've got my champ, and it's quarterback Drew Lock of the Giants. I mentioned that he threw for over 300 yards in the game yesterday, 4 touchdown passes. He ran for a 5th touchdown. Now, fans in New York and any fans of the Giants that are no longer living in New York, like perhaps our afternoon host, they might not be happy that they no longer have the claim to the number 1 overall pick in the draft. That can change next week. They can get it back next week, but they don't have it right now. They may not be happy with Drew Lock, but you know who's happy with Drew Lock? Drew Lock and all the guys on the Giants that played in that game. Because if you're a New York Giant, you don't care about the pick. You care about winning. You care about putting good efforts out there on tape for other teams to take a look at and continue your NFL career. And what Drew Lock may have done is resurrected his career. He was near flawless in the game last night. His quarterback rating in the game was like 155, was just below perfect. His QBR, if you want to look at the other rating that ESPN throws out there, was like 97, which I think is like the second highest total they've had this year. Unbelievable. He was great. As far as Chump is concerned, well, for me, it's the ref who flew the flag for offsides in a Packers game last night on the field goal right before halftime. Vikings trying a 55-yard field goal. It's no good. And they say, oh, no, there's a flag on the play. Offsides Packers. They weren't offside. Camera angles, all these views show that nobody was offside. You had a weird balanced line from the Vikings, which I suppose maybe makes some people think that they were offside. But when you look down the line, nobody crossed the neutral zone. Flag gets thrown. They get to move up 5 more yards, and they kick a 50-yard field goal before halftime. There's 3 points. Hey, what was the final score of that game? Oh, that's right. The Vikings won by 2. Now, I understand if different scenarios as the game plays on, would the Packers have gone for 2 at one point? Would the Vikings play differently with a different kind of lead? Whatever, all that stuff. Bottom line is that's 3 points they shouldn't have had. And if you just want to go by points, it cost the Packers the win. And it also cost the Lions a chance to clinch tonight. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We got a bunch of ticket texts we want to get to. You want to send ticket text, send it right there to that same number. We'll talk about what you would choose to do. Put yourself in Dan Campbell's shoes for tonight's game. How do you get this team ready? What's your game plan? Would you change it all? Would you back off your bold statement last week where you said we're going to bring everything we got out to the West Coast for this game? This is 97.1, The Ticket. That's a good response here regarding what you would do tonight with the Lions and the game plan. Resting players, not resting players. We know what Dan Campbell's going to do. Everyone's going to play. And they're going to give them everything they got. Also, Champ and Chump votes coming in. 248-539-9797. Champ, the Pistons for the 3-1 West Coast trip. Chump, any Lions fan who expected the Packers to beat a good team, they're incapable of doing so. Yeah, and some of the pundits this morning were saying, Rex Ryan was saying that Jordan Love didn't have some nice things to say about Jordan Love. Mentioned he wasn't elite, which I completely agree, because I think the word elite gets overused. Elite can only relate to a couple of the quarterbacks in the league. But saying that he was shook against the Vikings. I don't know if that was the case, but maybe Jordan Love's not ready to take that big leap, although they smoked Dallas last year in the playoffs. So it was pretty good. I think saying that we were heading into this game with everything we got was a smart thing to do in preparation in case the Vikings lost. Now that the reality is that they didn't, it seems like we should rethink the situation. I suppose it's possible, but Dan Campbell doesn't strike me as the guy that will say something big and bad 5 days ago and then change it up. I understand your logic behind it. I think it's sound logic. I suppose we won't really know until tonight, but my guess is that they are going to be playing their starters. We should be sitting everyone tonight. Lions need to be close to 100% as they can for next week. Playing starters tonight is not smart, and why I feel in my heart that we are one and done in the playoffs. That's from Newt in Westland. Well, I guess let's see. If the Lions end up with the number 5 seed, let's say they lose to the Vikings a week from now, and they have to play in that first week. They would be playing on the road. I think as it stands right now, they would be playing at Tampa Bay. So realistically, you're looking at some kind of combination. If whoever the wild card is, whoever the number 5 seed is, you're looking at a combination of playing at either, it looks like, Tampa Bay or Los Angeles to take on the Rams, which is interesting because those are the two teams the Lions beat at home in the playoffs last year. Also interesting that they beat the Rams earlier this year and they lost to Tampa Bay way early in the season. But Baker Mayfield has done what Sam Darnold has done. He's just done it now for 2 years, and that is resurrect his career. Baker's had a hell of a season. I think he had, 4 more touchdowns in the game yesterday, another 300-yard passing day. He's had a hell of a season. Am I afraid of the Bucs? Nope. Am I afraid of the Rams? Nope. I just would prefer they get a week off. That's all. Be nice to heal up and obviously have home playoff games would be fantastic. But no, you can't sit everyone tonight because you only have a certain number of players on your roster. You just can't do it. As much as you'd like to say this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy, you physically can't do that. It'd be interesting to see what if you had to prioritize the players that you would sit out, what would that pecking order be if you were the Lions tonight? If I were coach, it's all hands on deck after what happened last year. I'm telling you guys to try to hang 80 on them. That's from Tony and Metamora. That's because you want to get back at San Francisco because what happened last year. And of course, they had a 17-point lead at halftime. Anybody remember that? They had a 17-point lead at halftime? Have we forgotten about it? No, we don't forget about that. In tonight's game, the Lions are leading by more than 21 points at the end of the third quarter. We should start resting starters. That's from Shiva and Troy. I agree with that 100%. I think that might be the spot. If they get up by 3 touchdowns and it's in the third quarter or at the end of 3 quarters, I think at that point you start you take the quarterback out. I think you take Ragnow out. I think those are probably the first 2 that I would. I did 3 in a row. I take Ragnow, Goff, and Jahmyr Gibbs out right away, and then start thinking about a rotation with the other linemen of trying to work Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell out if you can. Graham Glasgow, like I said earlier, I'm not sure what they have in depth at center beyond Glasgow after Ragnow. And Glasgow's already a starter at guard. Is Awasika going to be available tonight? The inactive list is going to be interesting for tonight's game. And to see who has been activated for tonight's game will be even more interesting. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Robert is on a cell phone. Robert, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Robert.
Love the show, Gator.
Thanks, Robert.
I was just going to say that the prior caller said, let's rest and hold out Ragnow, Glasgow, and Decker. I think the gentleman said. And if you do that, the decisions can't be made in a bubble. Then you put Goff behind a subpar O-line, and you put Gibbs behind a subpar O-line. I don't want either one of those guys taking any more hits than they have to, obviously. So if you're going to, to your point, if you're going to pull a couple of the O-linemen, I want Goff and Gibbs out of there ASAP, because that's just crazy to do one without the other would just be crazy in my opinion.
I think one benefit is that because Mahogany played last week and looked like he was pretty good in the run game, is that maybe I feel better about that. And that gets into the game plan part for me. Like tonight, I'd love to be able to get out to a huge lead and then just kind of run the football if you can. But that's easier said than done. But maybe that's the game plan that you try to employ, is they're going to be a run first, throw second type team, and just tell Goff everything is going to be quick. We're not waiting for J-Mo to get open deep. We're not waiting for these players to drag guys across the field. Everything's going to be to the tight ends. They're going to be screen passes to the running backs. We'll do bubble screens to the wide receivers. Everything's going to be quick, because we just want to do our best to move the ball downfield and protect the quarterback and protect everybody else.
And the other thing too is there's a guy named Bosa on the other side of the on the line too, right? And so and actually this could be, if they do get out to a nice lead and you start pulling guys, this would be a great opportunity to get Hooker some actual playing time in a real game. Right?
100%.
So, and I don't think Bridgewater would. He's been here for 5 minutes, but not that he really needs it. But to get Hooker some snaps would be great. Thanks. Have a great holiday.
All right, thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Same to you. I would love to see Hendon Hooker playing tonight's game, because they've just decided, Jared Goff, you've done enough tonight. We'll sit you out. As opposed to, obviously, you don't want to see him go in because of injury. But I think, injury aside, seeing Hendon Hooker would be a good sign for the Lions tonight, and probably warranted at this point, right? You can play your starters in the first half. Treat this like an exhibition game, in a way. You can't get too cute with it. That's the problem, is because you don't have the unlimited roster like you do in a preseason. You're limited to who can dress in the game. That's the problem. 248-539-9797. Mike is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gator. Mike in Florida. How you doing, man?
All right, Mike.
Long-time listener. Love you, Doug Kang. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I'd love to see Hendon Hooker play the first half, and then I'd like to see Teddy the second half. Give Teddy a little tune-up. Get his legs underneath him and rest Goff, man. He's done everything he needs to do.
Yeah, but the head coach said last week that's not going to happen. He's not a guy who goes back on his word. It doesn't strike me as that.
I love Dan, but man, sometimes he just, instead of going for the fourth down, just take the points. I know he's a ferocious guy. He's a lion. But, man, I'd love to see Hendon Hooker, see if it's paid off, what they invested in this kid. But
well, and thanks for the call, Mike. They haven't invested much. I mean, he was a third or fourth round pick. And he's been quietly hanging out on the sidelines. Of course, didn't play all last year because of the injury. This year he's had a full preseason. He's been on the sidelines the whole time. Doesn't get a whole lot of reps in practice because he's the backup quarterback. That's just the nature of the beast. I think he's got a lot to offer. But I'm not going to force it either. If you're Dan Campbell, you made the proclamation that you're going to go all out, everything you got in the game tonight, then you go ahead and you back that up. Now, you can change things up with the game plan. As I said, do you want to go more run heavy? Do you want to do a bunch of short, quick passes to protect your quarterback? You can do things like that. And the Lions offense is so damn good that you hope that they can just get out to a big lead. And that the defense is good, is also played very well. And they're playing against a banged up San Francisco offense that maybe the defense is going to be just fine as well. Next thing you know, you're up 31-7 going into the middle of the third quarter or going into the fourth quarter, and you can take guys out of the game, which I suspect that they would. The thing that gives me any kind of pause on that is the way that Dan Campbell has handled it this year, when they've had monster leads going into the fourth quarter, and yet you'll still see number 16 trotted out on the field. That you'll still see starters out there until halfway through the fourth quarter, and then he pulls them. Maybe tonight will be different because of what's coming, and I suspect it will. But in order to get to that scenario, you have to take care of business through the first three quarters. Will the Lions be able to do that? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. It's Champ and Chump on Mondays as well. And coming up at 11:15, getting a little bit of Tiger news that kind of raised an eyebrow over the weekend. I was like, oh, really? Is that true? We'll discuss that coming up at 11:15. More Lions calls next here. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Lions game next week is moving to Sunday Night Football. Since the Vikings won yesterday, the Lions cannot clinch tonight. Lions and 49ers battle here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:15. Dan Campbell weighs in on some of the challenges they may face while on the road tonight again. Michigan State hockey advanced to the GLI Championship with a shutout victory over Northern Michigan yesterday. They'll play Western tonight in Grand Rapids with the title on the line. Face off at 7. Sharon Morris says that Andrew Sprague will get the start on the offensive line for Michigan tomorrow, the freshman. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Curious to see how aggressive the Lions will be tonight against San Francisco in a game that doesn't have a ton of meaning for a regular season game because everything is set up for the finale against the Vikings for a winner-take-all in the NFC. The number 1 seed is at stake, obviously the division. But it's whoever wins the game on Sunday night has the number 1 seed. The team that doesn't drops to 5 and loses home field advantage. It's amazing that you have 2 teams that after tonight could both be 14-2, and that one of those teams will lose next Sunday and not be hosting a playoff game with 14 regular season wins. That's quite possible, assuming the Lions take care of business tonight and beat San Francisco for their 14th win. That's absolutely incredible. The win totals of these 2 teams going into next week is the highest win total in the history of the National Football League for a regular season game. I mean, that's how amazing these 2 teams have been so far this season. And that's why it's been so hard for Lions fans to, I think, truly enjoy this. It's like last year, there wasn't a whole lot of struggle throughout the season. You get to the second half of the season, the Lions just kept winning. And next thing you know, they've got like a 2-game lead in the division. And then it became obvious they were going to win the division. This year, it's been such a struggle. The fact that they are 13-2 going into tonight is unbelievable when you look at all the injuries that this team has had. And there is no breathing room. None. Because the Vikings have somehow gone out there and won 14 games. They're 14-2 after 16 games. That's crazy. The Vikings. Good football team, good coach, offensive-minded. They've got a great offense there, but they've got the defense playing awfully well too. They're opportunistic, and they've just done a really nice job. And we'll see if the Lions can handle their business tonight, handle their business next week, and get a bye in the playoffs. But it's a long way off at this point. Some ticket text coming in. If the game versus the Vikes ends in a tie, I don't want to get into tie. Yes, I understand. A Lions win tonight means the Lions are number 1 seed. Lose tonight, tie next week, and the number 5 seed tonight's game matters. Yeah, I get it. It's just a very unlikely scenario that you see a tie with the Lions and Vikings. Very unlikely. Ben Johnson needs to call the game like he's coaching at the Army Academy. Eat the clock and shorten the game. I'm not opposed to that. Not opposed to that at all. I would love to see it's one of the, I think, very underrated parts of football, and maybe I'd say it's underrated because I love when this happens, is watching quarterbacks work the clock, work that play clock all the way down to 2 to 1 before they snap the ball. I love seeing that throughout the game. Like in a game, you just want to control things, get in and out, and like a game like tonight, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect to work that play clock all the way down while the clock is moving, the game clock is moving, to do that. It bothers me to no end, particularly in a college game when I see it in the fourth quarter and teams have like 10-point leads or 13-point leads, and they're still snapping the ball with like 15 and 20 seconds left on the play clock. Burn the clock! It's to your advantage. If you want to crown them, then crown their asses. Bring the Vikings on. Everyone seems to forget that we beat them at their place. No, I've not forgotten that. I would still feel like the Lions would win this game on Sunday against the Vikings. Hopefully nobody else gets hurt here. I'd like to see Ben Johnson start to get ready for Minnesota's defense with quick, short passing screens and some misdirection to try to offset Minnesota's blitzing. Yeah, I'm all about the short passing game in this one tonight against San Francisco. I think it's just another extension of the running game. You're trying to control the clock. You're taking 4 and 5 yard plays as opposed to waiting for things to develop and throw the ball downfield for 20-yard gains. Slow and steady can win the race. And when you're slow and steady, actually the game goes by real quick. 248-539-9797. Jay is in Flint. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to touch up on two things. One of them, I don't like how everybody is talking about these injuries, man. It's like, it's football. You know what I mean? People get hurt. You know what I mean? That's just where it goes. But let's not put it in the atmosphere. You know what I mean? I think they're putting it in the air too much when you're talking about this. At the end of the day, if the game tie, if we lose and we tie in Minnesota, then we don't make the playoffs. So it's something to play for. And I think the format of how they see, like you win a division, you all automatically host a home game. I think we got to get rid of that. We got to start going by records. You know what I mean? I think it should get them in automatically, but I don't think they should host a playoff game.
Yeah, I hear you. When you got a bad division like the NFC West or the NFC South, those are bad divisions right now. Right. I feel you, man. I think it's wrong that a team can win 9 games and host a playoff game, whereas a team that could win 14 and not host a playoff game is criminal to me.
That's crazy, and it's an easy fix. It's like they should automatically get in.
Yeah.
Like if it's fighting for that last playoff spot, I have no problem with the team that won the division because that'd be crazy.
Yeah, all division champs should be. You get four automatic bids. You're in because you won the division, but it doesn't mean you should host a playoff game just because you won the division. You got to earn that.
No, it shouldn't. Yeah, it shouldn't. Right.
Well, Jay, and thanks for the call. I don't think they're going to change that anytime soon, and yet maybe, just maybe the outcome of what happens on Sunday could force change for something like that. Look, this is the first time in history this is happening where you've got this matchup at the end of the season with two teams that have won what could be a combined 28 games going into that game. It's the highest win total in NFL history for two teams in the last week of the season there, of the regular season. And the NFL has been dynamic. They've always changed up rules. I mean, it's not that long ago that they added that 7th playoff team. It used to be just 6, and you had the 1st and 2nd seeds in the conference get a bye. Well, now they just go back to 1. Wouldn't bother me at all if they cut off one of those wild card teams and went back to the way that it was. But that's not going to happen because that's not good for business. Because the NFL is all about making money. And the way you make money in the NFL is you have more games, which is why they're going to go to an 18-game schedule at some point. You know, it's going to surprise me at some point if they end up adding an 8th playoff team. No, I wouldn't be. And then go back to giving a bye for the 1st and 2nd seeds. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. 248-539-9797. TJ is next up here, 97 on the Ticket. Hey, TJ.
Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. I just wanted your take on this Vikings matchup with the Lions in Week 18. I mean, obviously both teams have phenomenal records. You know, the Vikings have shown they can win some pretty big games, but I just wanted your take on the legitimacy of their record compared to the Lions, and should we as Lions fans have any sort of concern for this game matchup-wise? Because Minnesota seems like they've snuck away in some of these games. I think they had a missed field goal, or the Bears might have missed a field goal against them, and I just feel like some of these wins, and you brought up a great point about that field goal yesterday, and I even said it at halftime, giving them that extra chance, ended up ultimately deciding the outcome of that game. Do you think they're a legitimate team like the Lions record-wise, or do you think it's somewhat of a bit fraudulent, comparatively to us?
I think it's legitimate, and I'll just say because the Lions went there and beat them 31-29. It was a tight game against the Lions, so I don't think there's I mean, look, you can look at everybody's schedule, and there'll be a game or two that you look at and think, wow, well, they got away with that. There was a penalty that went in their favor, or a drop pass or whatever that went in their favor. Every team has those games on the record. They're 14-2, and they've earned it. They beat the Packers twice. It's a good football team. They absolutely hammered Houston early in the season, 34-7. They beat San Francisco early in the season, the second game of the season. So I think it's a really good football team. But I think the Lions are better, despite the fact the Lions have all these injuries.
Okay, now do you think matchup-wise, how do you think the best way of going towards this Minnesota, offense is for our defense? Because from yesterday's perspective against Green Bay, it looked like they were getting every receiver involved. And do you think there's any concerns with our secondary, heading into a matchup against a receiving core like that?
I think there's always concerns because, and thanks for the call, because the Vikings have such a great receiving core. They're three deep with the receivers. And the third one being Jalen Naylor has tons of speed and he's had a nice season. You've got the tight end T.J. Hockenson, which we know all about how good he is. The running back Aaron Jones is awfully good. They've got lots of weapons to work with, and that's always going to be a challenge for defenses to match up against. However, the Lions might have the best two safeties in the National Football League. They certainly have the best two safeties by team in the NFL. The best safety group that they have in the league. And you add to that Melon Famu as well. And they've got really good safeties, which is something that I think that maybe Green Bay was lacking. And look, Green Bay also was playing without Jair Alexander. So that hurt them a little bit, more than a little bit. But Sam Darnold has carved up a bunch of teams this year. He's been as good as he's needed to be. But I don't think he's an elite quarterback. I think he's playing perhaps a little bit above his head, but some of that is just, hey, give the ball to these guys who are getting open. Justin Jefferson's one of the best in the business. They've got a lot of weapons to work with over there, and it's worked out for them. But matchup-wise, I would imagine that the Vikings have a slight edge. Maybe not even a slight edge. It's an edge with their receiving core versus the secondary. But I think the Lions secondary, I think too many people sell them short. They're better than you think. But we'll find out next week. Tonight, it's against San Francisco. Whole different ballgame. Something else, the whole bit different ballgame is what the Tigers are doing. They made a move last week. I think it's a nice addition to the team. We need to see more, and apparently there's mutual interest for more and perhaps even more interest to add more. We'll talk about the Tigers next year, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about a great experience that I had recently with a local company, okay? You want new garage doors? You call Precision Garage Door because they're amazing. They let you know right off the bat that you have to maintain those garage doors. There's lots of all these moving parts and, things get brittle when it gets cold outside. You want to make sure that everything is protected and ready to go. Have them come out. If things sound a little sluggish with your garage doors, Precision will come out at your convenience and make sure that they have everything set up for you so you don't have to worry about things. And in my case, when they came out a couple of years ago to help me out with it, they said, look, you're going to get maybe a year or two more out of these garage doors. You're going to have to replace them. Just because it's time. Garage doors need to be replaced. And when they need to be replaced, you betcha, I called Precision because that's exactly what you need to do. So if you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment. There's some more ticket text coming in at 248-539-9797 regarding tonight's football game. Tonight's game is a chance to get a good look at your backups and maybe a few different defensive sets to see what you have going into the last game. I would like to see them win, but I'm more concerned about not incurring any more injuries. This is no longer a really big game. That's from Pete and Howell. I agree with just about everything you said there. But Dan Campbell said otherwise last week. That they're going to bring everything they got to the West Coast to take on. Do we have that cut, Bobby? The Dan Campbell cut? Just want to restate exactly what he said because I don't want to paraphrase and take it out of context, but I don't think that that's really the case when I said what I said. But this is what Dan Campbell did say last week. There you go. They're going out and play this game to win the game out on the West Coast. I do think there's some wiggle room there with what he had to say in terms of how vociferously they go after this, how much oomph they have going into this game tonight. And I think things could change depending on how the game is going, with when you want to pull guys out and give them a little bit of a rest so that they're ready to go for next week's showdown for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. But getting back to Pete and Howell's ticket text about this, I agree with you. I think it is a chance to show what the backups are capable of, both on the offensive line, as the quarterback, maybe some guys defensive backfield. Those and running back in particular. Those are the areas that I would look to get guys off the field quickly. And we know what Jared Goff is. We don't need to see him out there too often. We know what Amon-Ra St. Brown does. We know what Jahmyr Gibbs does. You know, Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker are 2 veteran players that have been given, they always get rest during the week. If you get a chance to get them out, you do so. Graham Glasgow is someone that you have to be concerned about because he's been dealing with injuries as well. But as you keep adding more and more names to guys that you'd like to give a rest to, you have to understand that the roster is limited into what you can do. So that's why I think tonight's inactive list and active list are both going to be very interesting. Champ, me for winning my fantasy football league yesterday. Chump, the rest of the league. Nice. Strong. Very strong. Although you could have been stronger and called out what the league was. Let us know what your team name was. That's always fun. It's one of the fun parts of fantasy football is what did you name your team? I mentioned that there's something happened over last week. Obviously, the Tigers went out and they signed Gleyber Torres. And that has had a ripple effect on the Detroit Tigers roster. Gleyber Torres, a middle infielder with the Yankees, has shown throughout his career he's above average OPS guy. He's got pop in the bat, a limited sample size of what he's done in his career at Comerica Park, but he's done well at Comerica Park, where 1 in roughly every 10, 11 at-bats has gone for a home run, which is nice. But Scott Harris made no bones about it. The 1-year deal for $15 million, he's playing second base. So here's the ripple effect. That moves Colt Keith from second base over to first base. And that puts an awful lot on the shoulders of Spencer Torkelson in this offseason to get himself right in the batting cage so that he can still show that he belongs on this team as a backup at first base, as a designated hitter when you need one, that this is where he belongs. And it's got to be humbling for Spencer Torkelson at this point. I think it's a bold move by Scott Harris to come out and say this. I think we probably should have saw this coming. Although not this definitively. Earlier in the offseason, Scott Harris said that Jace Young and Colt Keith were going to get some reps over at first base, that they were going to start working on that in the offseason. Well, now you know Colt Keith's going to be your starting first baseman. And Gleyber Torres is going to be your starting second baseman. What it doesn't do is solve your issues at third base. They still have a need for an everyday third baseman. Sure, they can make do like they did last year, and that team did make the playoffs, but you'd feel an awful lot better if they added someone like Alex Bregman, the free agent third baseman, all-star from the Houston Astros. Houston kind of backed out of the bidding. They said they basically moved on to other things. They made him an offer they thought was fair, roughly $156 million over 6 years, and Bregman's camp turned it down. Everyone knows Alex Bregman. The camp has let it be known that he'd like a $200 million contract. Because he hasn't signed with anybody yet, it leads me to believe that that number is going to be less than $200 million, but you've got the basement. It's got to be more than 156, which means to me it's got to be more than 160. So somewhere between 160 and 200 seems to be that spot where he's going to land, unless he just bets on himself and does a one-year contract. But when you're in your 30s, I'm not sure you're going to do that. I think the Tigers will offer him a competitive offer that will be more than what Houston offered, but less than the $200 million total contract that perhaps he would like to get. But that's the third base side of it. But we kind of knew this at the end of last week, that was the case, and there were multiple reports that there was mutual interest between the Tigers and Alex Bregman to get something done, but that they weren't alone. There are other teams that are interested. Like the Red Sox or the Blue Jays. These are teams interested in teams that have money to spend as well. Though they don't really have as much money to spend as the Tigers could. Because the Tigers' payroll right now is not that extravagant at all, as we know. So I think the Tigers have the ultimate trump card in this scenario when it comes to Alex Bregman. But then this story came out yesterday and last night from Evan Petzold in the Free Press. And it's interesting because it's said as a matter of fact, and I'm not sure if that's fair, if he just forgot to say the word source or whatever, but let's just look at it. It says the Tigers have interest in both third baseman Alex Bregman and right fielder Anthony Santander, but the Tigers aren't the front runner in Santander's market. So I find that interesting when you come out and say that. And the headline of the article might be a bit misleading, but it says, what if the Tigers miss on top target Alex Bregman? Anthony Santander interest exists. And again, being said, but not citing any sourcing, it just says it as a matter of fact, which I hope is the case. And I hope it's not just taking license because Scott Harris said something to the effect of, we're looking at every option. And then say, well, see, there is interest because it's an option. I hope that's not the case. But they clearly have a need for another hitter in this lineup, and particularly another right-handed hitter in this lineup. I believe Santander is a switch hitter, but would give you at bats on the right-handed side, certainly. But just starting to think about that, that's interesting that if not Bregman, it's possible they can get Santander. So Santander is an outfielder. He's 30 years old. His batting average has dipped, but his power numbers are huge. And that's enticing. All-star last year, first time in his career. He's averaged 35 home runs and 153 games a season over the last 3 years. This is according to the Free Press article. So with a 795 OPS during that time as well. That would be a nice addition if they can't land Alex Bregman. Though, as he admits, they're not as hot and heavy on Santander as they are on Alex Bregman. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. When you start to look at this, at the Tigers in this offseason, it kind of feels like there's more juice and more smoke to rumors than ever before, or at least in the last couple of years. Maybe this goes back to when they signed Javi Baez. It was all the talk. Carlos Correa. Hey, look, there's A.J. Hinch having lunch with Carlos Correa. But that didn't come to fruition, but Javi Baez did, and obviously that's been a disaster. This feels a little similar to the smoke that was going around at that time, that something was going to happen, because it was so obvious there were all the shortstops on the market at that time a few years ago in the offseason, and there's such a glaring need for the Tigers at third base. And that this one looks too perfect to pass up. It's a lot like the Carlos Correa situation. But how do you folks feel about this? 248-539-9797. If they're able to pull this off and get Alex Bregman, does that change your opinion about Scott Harris or Chris Ilitch for that matter and the whole he doesn't spend money stuff? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So there's more to the Tigers than what I just talked about as well. Something else broke at the end of the week, and that was that the Tigers had made the final cut for teams that will be able to present an offer in person with Japanese pitcher Roki Sasaki. He's a young pitcher in his early 20s and put up phenomenal numbers in Japan, less than 500 total innings, but he has been incredible over there with a tremendously low walk total, Doesn't give up many hits. Batting average against very low. High strikeout rate. Looks like it could be a very nice addition to any pitching staff, but there's a degree of the unknown because it's the Japanese league. It's not Major League Baseball. But plenty of Japanese imports, if you will, have played awfully well in the major leagues. And this guy is the next one who's projected to do so. But the Tigers are they put in an offer and they will meet face-to-face with his camp after the new year. That is also kind of exciting because when it comes to Sasaki, it's not like a typical free agent where he goes to the highest bidder and, you're bidding against the Yankees and you can't compete with that, or the Dodgers and you can't compete with that. No, the money is actually, it's all very similar because it's an international signing, and because it's international signing, it's limited. So it's a level playing field from that standpoint. Now, is a level playing field when you consider that the Dodgers have some Japanese players on their team? Maybe not, or that there's an appeal, let's say, with Seattle playing over there because the high Asian population. You try to do your best, but the Tigers do have Kenta Maeda on the roster, who is a Japanese pitcher and a bit of a Japanese legend when it comes to it. So maybe that plays a role in why Sasaski's camp is saying, sure, we'll talk to the Tigers. But it's just more excitement with the Detroit Tigers in the offseason that something could happen. Now, it could all fall flat, right? They could end up striking out with Sasaki. Bregman could end up signing with the Red Sox, and Santander, the fallback plan, could go over to Toronto, and then what are the Tigers left with? Then you're left with quotes from Scott Harris talking about how, look, sometimes guys are signed right up into to spring training. Lots of players don't sign until the new year anyway, and there are plenty of players, plenty of big-time free agents that are out there and available. So we'll see how that works. But also knowing that Spencer Torkelson has been moved off his first base spot in favor of Colt Keith because Gleyber Torres is the new second baseman. And because the Tigers have, it's not a logjam yet, but maybe in the minor leagues it's considered a little bit of a logjam or a luxury, but they've got a number of players that can play second base that they're looking forward to. But right now they're just prospects because they haven't played Major League Baseball. But the Tigers have talked about making trades if necessary. And they certainly have players in the minor leagues, both from the prospect standpoint, or it's, we talked earlier in the show in the NFL about change of scenery sometimes does a player good, like it's done with Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield. Could you take that same approach, and does that work for another team that's interested in working with Spencer Torkelson? That maybe they think they can unlock Spencer Torkelson to being a heck of a lot better than what he's been for the Tigers over the last couple of seasons. I mean, there's a reason Torque was taken first overall in a draft. And when he was, there was no question about who it was. It was Spencer Torkelson. That's got to be the number one guy. It didn't help him that didn't get to play that offseason because of COVID. That may have stunted his growth a little bit. And there are certainly holes in his game that he has to and needs to work on. And you thought that was the case last year in the minors when he got sent down. Hey, we want you to work on this, this, and this. And he found his swing a little bit when he came back, but still not to the level that they want or expect him to be. But does a guy like Spencer Torkelson still have some value? He's got some value, but I wouldn't imagine you're getting another team's top prospect or another team's extra player on the roster right now in exchange for him. Perhaps it comes in the point in value of a veteran player that is making more money than the current team wants to pay for, that they can make a move that way. Do you have to throw in a prospect to get a player like that? It's all possible. But that remains to be seen. And that's what's intriguing to me about this offseason now, particularly with the signing of Gleyber Torres and all the ripple effect that I've talked about, is what's next for the Tigers. But I think no matter what's next, we're going to have some questions answered, and that is about what we feel with Scott Harris, and perhaps to a degree, if it changes the opinion all about Tigers ownership and Chris Ilitch. But we shall see. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. It's Monday. Mondays mean Champ and Chump, your chance to offer up your Champ and Chump of the week. For me, my champ was Drew Lock. The Giants quarterback who threw for over 300 yards and 4 touchdown passes. He ran for a 5th touchdown in helping the Giants earn their just 3rd win of the season. But this guy's been written off a couple of times, gets an opportunity to start, does a great job in yesterday's game. They beat the Colts. I'm sure that Giants fans aren't happy because they no longer have a stranglehold on the number 1 overall pick in the draft. But Drew Lock can feel good about himself because he may have resurrected his career. And when you see teams are looking for that next guy to resurrect their career because of what Baker Mayfield's done in Tampa, because of what Sam Darnold has done in Minnesota, then maybe Drew Lock can be that guy. Because what Drew Lock was doing was throwing to Malik Neighbors. When you've got a good receiver and you're starting off, you may want to go there. Watch Tyler Huntley, the quarterback for Miami, who was in for Tua yesterday. What did he do? He threw early and often to Tyreek Hill because that's what you should do. Find the best receiver and actually get him the football. That works. Chump for me was the ref who threw the flag on the field goal attempt at the end of the first half between the Vikings and the Packers. A 55-yard field goal was missed, but there was a flag on the field because they said the Packers were lined up offside. Camera angles show that clearly was not the case. And there's a phantom call, and then they get another kick at the kick. Not kick at the can, but a kick at the kick. Get another attempt, this time from 50 yards out, and the Vikings made it. They add 3 more points at halftime. And wouldn't you know it, the Vikings end up winning by 2 points. So, yes, the 3 points mattered. And did the Lions get screwed on that? You know, because then tonight's game could have been for all the marbles instead of waiting for next week, in a way. But I think also in kind of a poetic way, and Dan Campbell's probably fine with it because it just puts everything on the line, and he loves to see everything on the line for his guys. It's not easy. It's not been easy for the Lions this year. And if you want to do something right, you do it yourself, and that's kind of the approach I think that they're going to have for next week's game. But they got to take care of business tonight as well. I suppose they don't have to take care of business tonight, but just stay healthy tonight. That's what we care about. But that maybe that approach for next week can that be a good thing? That they have to put it all on the line again. And then the benefit is if you win that game, you get a week's rest because you'll have the first round bye. But if you put it all on the line next week and you don't win, then you got to play right away. That kind of sucks. And yet, that's what this team is. This team is blue collar. This team is built differently, as they like to say. They have changed this culture here in town, and things aren't handed to this team. You got to earn them, and that's what the coach will instill in this team, and I think that they'll be very well prepared for the game next week. But as far as tonight's game is concerned, we've been talking about how you would approach it because we know how Dan Campbell's going to approach it, at least what he said last week. They're going to bring everything they got out to the West Coast. Doesn't care about the scenarios. Says he wanted to get this out of the way early last week so that the critics can have at it. And that's what we're doing. We're having at it today. I think he thought that maybe it would be over with by the weekend, but it's not because of what happened yesterday with the Vikings and the Packers. Had the Packers won that game, then we all would have been on board. Yeah, go get them. But they didn't win, and thus the situation is what it is. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. How would you approach the Lions game tonight if you were Dan Campbell? Would you change and go back on what you said, or would you just simply let things play out in the first half and then maybe make your adjustments in the second half? What would be your game plan against San Francisco tonight? You want to talk about the Tigers and the potential moves that they have yet to make here. Alex Bregman's still out there. The report that Anthony Santander is perhaps a fallback option for the Tigers. I would imagine that things are going to happen quickly and in free agency and Major League Baseball here over the next few days, and the decisions will be made. I hope that's the case, and I hope it's beneficial to the Tigers. We know they're going to meet with Sasaki's camp after the new year. That's kind of exciting, talking about that. And we have yet to talk about what happened yesterday at LCA with the Detroit Red Wings. Are they the new look Red Wings? We can discuss that next as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug and Kang will be back with us on Thursday's program. Again, just another program note. We will have a short show tomorrow leading into Michigan football. Michigan taking on Alabama. And kickoff is around noon, I believe. So we'll have the pregame coverage starting at 11. So our show will just be from 10 to 11 tomorrow. We should have Doug calling in at the very least, I think, at some point tomorrow to talk about who we're actually going to see in the game. Because they've had so many players opt out for the NFL, and they have a number of players opting out of the into the transfer portal as well. So that's interesting. And they've gotten some guys like Bryce Underwood has actually been practicing. So that's kind of interesting to see what the early word is on him. If you saw some of the video over the weekend that surfaced of him at practice, he looks large. He's a big individual for a quarterback, and a young one at that, who's just getting ready to enroll at the University of Michigan. Big fella, and probably a reason why he's the number one recruit in the country for quarterbacks. Good get for Michigan. But we can get to that tomorrow. Today it's Lions, and good reason why it's the Lions, because we find out what's going on. They got the game tonight, obviously, but with the Packers and Vikings finish yesterday, it kind of pushes things back a week almost, right? The focus is on next Sunday's game. It feels like it's not really on tonight's game, and yet it needs to be on tonight's game. Because if you think about next, that's looking forward, right? That's not Dan Campbell's style. You don't look ahead. You look at what's right in front of you. You don't look too far down the road. That'll come up soon enough. Tonight, it's a game against San Francisco. It's on the road. The last time you were here, bad taste in your mouth. Had a 17-point lead at halftime of the NFC Championship game. Couldn't hold on. Missed out on a chance to play for the Super Bowl last year on a really good football team. Now you're back out there getting ready for tonight's game. The coach already said they're going to go at it with everything they got. So you're going to try to win this game. There's a chip on the Lions' shoulder because they want to erase the images from last year. But I suppose you can't really do that until you're playing in a playoff game like that. But hey, whatever gets them through tonight's game. They want to use that as motivation, go ahead and use that as motivation. Cultivate that chip on your shoulder. Jared Goff is so good at doing that. Feel free to do that. And it does feel like the Lions have this little hit list of teams and games on their schedule from this year that they wanted to, amend from things that happened last year and in years past. They were like right off the bat, they had to play the Los Angeles Rams, right? Team they just beaten in the playoffs. It's Matthew Stafford coming back home again. They want to take care of that. They did. Unfortunately, the second week of the season, they played another playoff team from last year, Tampa Bay, and they lost. And now you look back at that game, the Lions lost 20-16. Boy, does that loom large when you think about it. But the 13-win total they have right now exceeds, I think, what most people thought that the team was going to be this year. But then they went out, they kept going and doing what they had to do. They've struggled at Arizona. They beat Arizona. They had struggled against Seattle, particularly here in Detroit. Had all those heartbreaking losses and games you'd score in the 40s and still lose. Yep, well, they took care of business and they beat Seattle by double digits. Remember what happened last year? Dan Skipper reporting, not reporting. What happened there in Dallas? They screwed that up. Well, they played back at Dallas, and they absolutely destroyed the Cowboys 47-9. All these games part of that hit list, right? Want to make sure you win your division games. Win at Minnesota. Win at Green Bay and the Elements. Can't do that, right? Well, you did. Go to Houston. That's another playoff team. You want to knock them off. And somehow they were able to do that despite turning the ball over 5 times in a game. Want to exercise the demons of last year and finally win a Thanksgiving Day game for the first time in what feels like forever? Go ahead and do that, and they did. They beat the Bears. Narrowly, but they beat the Bears. Can they beat the Packers again? Yep, they can. They did. And now it's San Francisco. That's the next team up on the list. Suppose you could say they failed with the Buffalo test. I'm okay with that. Scored 42 points and lost to Buffalo. That hurts. But that's in the rear view. Now it's San Francisco. Team that ended your season last year. It's not the same team they got right now. They're banged up. I don't care. Are the Lions banged up? You bet your ass they're banged up. Take care of business. Handle your business. Do it early. Do it often. And then you can give some guys a rest so that you can be fully prepared for the game against the Vikings, which has been flexed. And I believe it's a 7 o'clock start. For some reason, ESPN has it as an 8:20 start, but I believe it's a 7 o'clock start based on what I saw last night following Sunday Night Football, but we will double-check on that. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Nathan is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, how's it going? Happy Monday.
Good, thanks. Thank you. Same to you.
I just wanted to call in and talk about the Lions and the game coming up tonight. Like you were saying earlier, like this is just one of those games that when the schedule dropped earlier this year that they had this one circled since the beginning of the year, and and it sucks because San Fran, they're not really a playoff team this year. They're on a bad year with injuries. But looking at Detroit, we're right there at the 1 seed playing against this team, and my hope is that we can get a good lead and then hopefully have our second stringers come in the second half. But I don't know. Something about playing in San Francisco against Kyle Shanahan, I got a feeling they might make a game out of it where the starters will probably have to play some of the second half. But I don't know. And because looking at Minnesota coming up next week, Brian Flores, his defense thrives off of blitzing, and so we're going to need our guys that the healthiest they can be, especially going on a short week coming up.
Yeah, 100% they are. But I just, judging how Dan Campbell has handled things, even when they have big leads, it seems like he waits well into the fourth quarter before he starts to give guys those rest. I wouldn't imagine that it's going to happen immediately in the second half unless they have just a monster lead. If they have like a 4-touchdown lead, could I see Hendon Hooker starting the second half? Yes. But you got to get to the 4-touchdown lead, which means you got to run flawlessly in the first half because you may only get 4 possessions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I got to go, and I'm cut short, but thank you for your time, and go Lions tonight.
All right, thanks, Nathan. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. It's not a big game tonight. Here's what is big. Get out injury-free. If you can get out of this game like you did last week, great, right? Just minor stuff that you can work on. You get some treatment during the week, and you're ready to go for Sunday. That'd be great. All right, and yeah, the kickoff I believe is 8:20 on Sunday night. I think earlier said 7 o'clock, but I think that's the broadcast coverage beginning on NBC for next week's game. So, it will be a late game. Oh, crap. It's going to be a late night on Sunday night for sure. Tonight, let's hope it's a happy night where we're celebrating a win and talking about it tomorrow that they're injury-free and ready to prepare for the big game against the Vikings at the end of the season. I feel like I'm doing this game tonight a disservice because the focus really is about the Vikings, and I'm trying to be like a coach and try to focus on the game tonight, and I really don't care too much about tonight's game. I got to be honest with you. My interest in tonight's game is solely about seeing backup players play, and I know that's not going to be the case until maybe the second half. I don't know. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the Lions? We've talked about the Tigers a little bit. Let's get into the Red Wings. Are they the new look Red Wings? Got a new coach. Does that mean a new attitude? Well, they looked way different yesterday than what they did on Friday night, but it was the same coach. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, the ticket. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Doug and King will be back on Thursday's program. We're kind of gearing up for a Lions game tonight. Doesn't seem to have a whole ton of sizzle, or any sizzle for that matter, given that the big game is already set up for the season finale against the Vikings, where it's for everything. It's for the number 1 seed. It's for the division. The loser of the game on Sunday night gets the number 5 seed. And yes, in the incredibly unlikely event that that game results in a tie, it's quite important for the Lions to win tonight's game, because that would be a tiebreaker, and then the Lions would still have the number 1 seed if they were to win tonight and tie next week. Yes, I understand that. I just don't like to look at that tie scenario and give it any kind of oxygen, but it is there nonetheless. Talk a little bit about the Tigers and in the offseason. Evan Petzold of the Free Press wrote an article last night about the Tigers having still tons of mutual interest with Alex Bregman. Can they get that done? But also mentioned that as perhaps a fallback plan, that the Tigers has shown interest in outfielder Anthony Santander, who's been a very good player over the last few seasons. Was an all-star this past year. Ton of home runs. Some hit home runs against the Tigers this year. That could be a fallback plan, though not as likely because there are other teams that are really in on that. But it seems like the Tigers are hot and heavy after Bregman. At least that's what's being reported. I really hope that's the case, because I don't want to be led down the road and thinking that's the case and then be let down. Because as a Tiger fan, the time is here to spend money. Chris Ilitch has money to spend. Go spend it. Go get a guy. The fans aren't going to kill you if you sign Alex Bregman to a 6-year deal for $180 million. And the last 2 years, if Bregman's no good in the last 2 years, no one's going to care. What they're going to say is, well, you changed because you spent money. And a move like adding Alex Bregman to this roster and filling that giant hole at third base after you shuffled things around and basically let everybody know that you're kind of done with Spencer Torkelson as a starter, is that this roster is starting to take shape. And if you added that Bregman piece, that all of a sudden this woeful offense now becomes maybe average, but with the well above average pitching that you have, that maybe, just maybe, you're going to start something huge here, and that is be a perennial playoff team for the next several years. Because the pipeline with the prospects, if just a few of those guys pan out, that would be massive, because they have some players down the pipeline that could really play huge roles for this team for years to come. Be nice to see that. And also, we had the debut of the new head coach for the Detroit Red Wings behind a bench on Friday night. Todd McClellan, the former Red Wing assistant back in the Mike Babcock teams, the team that won the Stanley Cup in 2008. He was on the bench for that. Parlayed that immediately into a gig with the San Jose Sharks. They won 3 straight division championships with the Sharks when McClellan was there. 16 seasons in the NHL. I believe it's 16. I think 9 of them playoff years, and maybe more than that. But he's shown the ability to be an experienced coach, certainly. Never won the Stanley Cup as a head coach. Got to the conference finals, didn't make it to the Stanley Cup finals as a head coach. But they get a guy who has experience, which you can say is more than what they did with the last 2 coaches. They didn't have that with Jeff Blashill. Blashill had been a head coach, but not at the NHL level. And that didn't really work out here. And then, of course, you go with Newsy Lalone. Everybody likes Newsy. Great guy. Awesome guy. Probably better suited to be an assistant coach than a head coach. And he was very classy over the weekend with his statement after being let go from the Red Wings. But another guy who had no head coaching experience at the NHL level. Well, now they go out and get Todd McClellan, who's got a ton of it. And we talked about it on Friday's show, how excited we were going to be about that game Friday night at LCA against Toronto. Place was going to be packed. The atmosphere should be great. It was a couple weeks ago when they played Toronto. It was great atmosphere, and the Red Wings won that game. But what was going to be like on Friday night, going to take the top off this thing? I went out to dinner on Friday night with a friend of mine, and we talked about going to the Red Wing game. And I said, well, we'll grab dinner, and we'll see where the game's at, because she had tickets. We'll just come in like halfway through the game, be fine. Before we knew it was 3-0. And then get in the car, making our decision, and it's 5-0. And I think we chose wisely and said, we'll just we'll do something else. But it was disappointing. They end up getting a couple goals late in the third period. That was good to see. Some fight, I guess, but the first results were not very, very attractive for this team. They played yesterday, and we had heard about a spirited practice, a long practice on Saturday where Coach McClellan had basically said, just play effing hockey. Which, when we hear something like that as a fan, we love to hear stuff like that as a fan. When Stan Van Gundy said, build an effing wall, we love that. That was awesome. You know, I don't know why it felt like that season, everybody happened to watch that one game of the Pistons season, didn't pay a lick of attention prior to that, but for whatever reason, it felt like everybody was tuned into that game and heard that response when he's drawing out the play. Gotta form an effing wall. Yep. Just go out there and play effing hockey, which is what they did yesterday. They got out to a huge lead. It was, 4-1. They had answered a goal quickly. I think it was 2-1, and then they scored to make it 3-1, and then 4-1. Unfortunately for the Red Wings, they didn't score again for the rest of the game, but they did play well. They did apply pressure. And Kenny's back with it this week. And Kenny, I know you're a huge hockey guy. I wanted to get your thoughts on, first, just the hire of Todd McClellan as the Red Wings' 29th head coach.
So this is a team that has been starving for regular season success. Whether it be this year, whether it be last year, we were hoping this team would be a playoff team, last year.
Just make the playoffs. That was Stevie's expectations, that they would be a playoff contending team this year.
Just make the playoffs. And that's pretty much all Todd McClellan has done in his career, whether it be with the Kings, whether it be with San Jose. All he's done is make the playoffs. So was this a home run, 10 out of 10 hiring? Maybe not. But, I mean, first of all, I love that you brought up the quote, because that was something that jumped out to me right away is, play bleeping hockey. You've done it all your whole life.
Yeah. So
yes.
Is it that simple? Like, look how you guys have been playing. That's not hockey. Just play hockey. Play effing hockey.
And maybe it's an oversimplification, but for a team like this, and maybe I'm guilty of this just being a hockey guy, but in the NHL, it seems like specifically more than any other league, head coaches get fired left and right and left and right. And it feels like a lot of times when they do, there is a new coach bump. We may be experiencing this.
Yeah, and I mean, the NHL, I think, is different than any other sport, because it feels like the NHL, your shelf life as a coach is very limited. Even when you're ultra successful.
100%.
You're
seen
not
coaches
there for like 7-8 years.
A couple years later be fired.
Exactly. Seen coaches have a first-place team and get fired.
Yes.
I mean, remember that happened, I think, with New Jersey, like 8 years ago. They fired. I'm like, you're in first place.
Right. And you see it all the time, too. I mean, everybody likes to bring up the Blues example from, I think, 2019, where they were last in the league, fired their head coach, won the Stanley Cup. Obviously, that's not the expectation here.
No.
But, I mean, the new coach bump is a real thing.
It is a real thing. It feels like they may have gotten some of that. But then the question is, can they sustain what they did? I mean, they get out to this big lead. You held on to the lead. They end up winning the game 4-2. Mo Seider has an epic shift at the end of that game where he is hammering guys into the corner. Love that he hammered Wilson, because that guy's just annoying as hell. Though he'd be a fan favorite here in Detroit without question. But hammered him, taking blocking shots. I mean, everybody's blocking shots in that game. They had, I think, like 18 blocked shots in the game or something like that. And there was something that McClellan said this morning that I thought was interesting, and maybe I'm looking too much into it. But when we talk about the physicality of the team, that I want to bring up that point, because I thought it was interesting, kind of the way that he worded it, and it just felt like there was a tone with what he had to say. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll talk Red Wing hockey with you as long as you'd like to talk Red Wing hockey and get your thoughts on that. They play again on Wednesday, I should say tomorrow. They play tomorrow night, the annual New Year's Eve game. It's against Pittsburgh, so that's kind of cool. Get Sidney Crosby and company coming into town. Another test for this team to see, is the new coach bump more than just the one game? Certainly hope it is. This team can only go up. They really can't go down too much. They were 2 games out of the basement before McClellan started here. So let's see if they can work their way straight up to the top. And, of course, the Lions play tonight in a game against San Francisco. Doesn't feel like there's a ton at stake with this game because really there isn't, and yet Dan Campbell doesn't care. He's going to treat it like it's any regular season game. They're going out there to win. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Same number to text as well. Your champ and chump votes coming in fast and furious as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Look, I've talked about reliable service and how hard it is to find reliable service. So when you get reliable service, you want to let everybody know about it. That's why I'm talking about Precision Garage Door. They are amazing. I had issues with my garage doors. They came out and they've talked about what the problem could be. They diagnosed it. They said you need to do this and this. But really what you need to do is, in a couple of years, replace those garage doors. A couple years later, it's exactly what I needed to do. I called them up. They came out right away. They talked me through all of my options. Technician Jeff was amazing with that. I picked out the perfect garage doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. It's been over a year now. It's great. They also said, look, you got to keep maintaining these doors as well. Every 6 months or so, you're going to have to look at maintaining these things to make sure that they stay up, and that's exactly what I've been doing, and I'm very happy about it. And the Precision Garage Door is amazing because they'll take your call 24/7. They can schedule a repair appointment quickly, even for the same day. They've got garage doors in stock that in some cases they can get them installed in that same day. It's awesome. Call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them on the web at Precision Door MI and schedule that appointment. Welcome back to 97 on the Ticket, the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Getting into some Red Wing discussion as now we're 2 games into the Todd McClellan era as Red Wings head coach and split the games, lose the first one on Friday night against Toronto, but then win the game last night. Lost 5-2 on Friday night. They win 4-2 yesterday late afternoon into the evening. And he's made some changes already. First of all, the most vocal one, what he said during practice apparently was just go out there and play effing hockey. Resonates well. Resonates well with his fan base. I think resonates well with hockey fans, period, and probably hockey players as well. You start to overthink things, you start to press, and then you end up being lost out there. And, just go out there and play hockey, man. Play effing hockey. And that's what they did yesterday. They got out to a huge lead. They got rebounds. The puck bounced their way. They had odd man rushes. And that lasted throughout the game. Even though they didn't score after the first period, it felt like those opportunities were there. They had Casper had a breakaway, and Rasmussen had a couple of opportunities, and it was nice to see. And they ended up winning that game 4-2. But he made some changes to the lineup as well. Shaking up the lines a little bit. You had Joe Veleno playing on the top line with Lucas Raymond and with Dylan Larkin. McClellan said he thought that gave that line a little bit more pace with the youth of Veleno and how he plays, which I'm intrigued by this move because Joe Veleno was a first-round pick. And whether it was a bad year, in terms of how deep the draft was, I don't care. He's a first-round pick, and you do want to see guys like that perform. And he'd been a guy playing in World Junior Championships or whatever that had shown up and was more of an offensive force than what we've seen with the Red Wings. Playing in with the top guys, does that maybe unlock his potential a little bit? We shall see. And then I think it was Kopp playing on the line with DeBrincat and Kane, and we're starting to see dividends there right away. DeBrincat with a couple of goals in the game. Patrick Kane is looks a little bit different the last couple of games as well. And look, Patrick Kane looked like he was kind of waking up out of this malaise a little bit over the last few weeks, which is good because they need that. And if he can get back to being the point-of-game guy that he was last season, that's awesome. Anytime you get point-of-game guys, you'll take them. And the Red Wings just don't have many of them. They really have maybe 4 guys that can be of that ilk, and they're on the top 2 lines. With Larkin, DeBrincat, Kane, and Raymond, it feels like that's it. Like, I'm not expecting that from Kopp. I'm not expecting that from Comfer. I'm not expecting that from Veleno or Rasmussen or any of those guys. But those 4, and it's a big ask to have that many guys on one team playing at that level, but it feels like that's what the Red Wings need to do. The other changes were on the blue line. He split up Edvinsson and Seider, which was interesting. And when he talked about it this morning with the morning show, he talked about because Edvinsson had spent a lot of time not skating. There were 7 days where he didn't skate because he had the injury. And when he came back on Friday night, he said he didn't like how he looked necessarily. He looked tired, looked a little rusty. So, splitting him up so he doesn't have to play those ridiculous minutes that Mo Seider plays, that just made sense. Is this something they're going to revisit and get them back together at some point? We'll see. But for right now, Edvinsson is playing with Petrie and Mo is playing with Sherratt. So interesting. It's early results, but I kind of like how they played yesterday. It was a complete game from the Red Wings. Mo Seider had a ridiculous shift at the end of the game where he did everything you would expect a defenseman to do. Hammering players, clearing a puck, blocking shots, all that stuff. And when you're that young and you're leading by example like that, it can only rub off on players the right way. And I think that Simon Edvinsson is a guy that you're counting on with that size to kind of throw that size around a little bit, and he's starting to feel it. The guy's, 6'7", 6'6", starting to feel it a little bit. Good. Let's see it, big fella. Because in Detroit, it has been the argument of 30-something years. The Red Wings aren't big enough. They're not tough enough. My God, have I gotten tired of hearing that over the years. And we got some of that last week when they made the decision to hire McClellan and fire Lalone. People were still calling in about the roster and blaming Steve Yzerman because they don't have enough big guys on the roster. And I'm not going to disagree with that too much, because the reality is they have one forward on the team that's bigger than 6'1", and it's Rasmussen. Defensively, they got a couple guys. But from a forward standpoint, they lack that power forward. And Rasmussen does not necessarily play like a typical power forward either. It'd be fantastic if they could find their own version of Tkachuk and throw a Tkachuk out there. But they don't have one just yet. They need to find one, trade for one, and that's a possibility. Steve Yzerman could be very active in the next several weeks, leading up to the trade deadline. I could see something like that happening. And there was a comment that McClellan made this morning when the guys asked him about the physicality and can this team be more physical? And his response was interesting because it kind of had a tone that, what he said was they are physical right now, but in a different way than you would typically see it. It says DeBrincat scores 2 goals, but he scores them while he's in the paint. You don't score in the paint unless you're being physical, and he's one of the smaller guys on the ice. Now, he's not doing it by hammering guys through the boards, going into the corners, digging out the puck or whatever, fighting for it and this and that. He's doing it by paying a price in front of the net, being physical in that way. But the way that McClellan said it, the way that he was phrasing it, and the tone of his voice, it made me think that there is something on the horizon that's going to happen, that will be a change in this roster. That they will look to find bigger or more physical players through trades or through promotion. Now, if you look at the Grand Rapids roster, there aren't a whole lot of guys that stand out and say, this guy has to be promoted, this guy has to be promoted, because they're just not scoring a ton, even though they're winning a ton. But I wonder if this happens in a trade. Now, there have been rumors of the Red Wings and Buffalo that's a possible trade partner. Boston's looking to move some guys. And do the Red Wings have players that other teams would covet? Or is it just simply come in draft choices? Do you give up draft picks to acquire talent? However it has to happen, I think it does have to happen. The Red Wings need to add more to this roster. I don't think there's any question about that. And free agency hasn't been all that kind to the Red Wings. The Tarasenko pickup has done nothing to this point. Re-signing Patrick Kane is not yielded the dividends that you thought that it would at this point. Now, maybe he's picking it up, and that'd be great. Gustafsson hasn't looked all that strong on his team. Mott hasn't been anything special on this team. So the additions they made in the offseason to the non-goalie roster, just it hasn't paid off to this point. And over the years, they haven't really paid off. And that goes in the column of the check minus column for Steve Yzerman. And he needs to hit on something quickly with this team, whether it's a draft pick or perhaps more importantly and more urgently, a trade. Do you think that that's in the cards for the Red Wings? I think it is. We'll see if that's in fact the case. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number if you want to text us as well. Again, this is a Monday. We've got Champ and Chump Mondays. We're talking about the Lions game tonight against San Francisco. Dan Campbell's approach. Hey, they're going to give it all they got out on the West Coast. That's what he said last week. Do you think that changes at all because of the outcome of the game yesterday? It shouldn't, because he in fact mentioned that last week. No matter what happens, doesn't care about the scenarios. They're going to go out and play to win tonight. We've talked about the Tigers and the report in the Detroit Free Press that Evan Petzold had a column saying that looks like a fallback plan for the Tigers if they don't get Bregman could be Anthony Santander, which would bring you probably more offense than Bregman would. But it comes at a different cost. But is that a possibility? And it also made it seem like Alex Bregman is a very, very, very real possibility that there's mutual interest between both camps. And as we get further and further along in free agency, and he hasn't signed, I think it's a benefit to the Tigers. Are they going to be willing to spend, 170, 180, maybe even $190 million? I don't think they're going to 200, but I don't think the cost overall, whenever Alex Bregman signs, I don't think that end cost is going to be $200 million. Lots on the table. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Anything you want to talk about, World of Sports, have at it. We've got Champ and Chump going on today. We've got the Lions game tonight. Do you agree with how Dan Campbell is going to approach this game tonight? They're going to play the starters. They're going to go out there and give it everything they got to win this game. Would you like a different approach? Would you offer up one? I think I would offer up a different approach. I understand that you're going to play the starters, but I'm not sure how long you need to play the starters, because the outcome of this game doesn't really have an effect on what happens, because everything's for all the marbles next week. The lone exception is if you end up tying Minnesota next week. If that game ends up in a tie and the Lions lose this game, then the Vikings would win. So this is why you need to go out and win the game tonight, right? Fair enough. But I think that from a game plan standpoint, if I'm playing the starters, maybe you're playing just to score quickly and early and often and get off the field. Now, it's so much easier to say that than to do it in the NFL. I don't think people really realize how close the teams are when it comes to talent level. And the cliche of any given Sunday, people hate that cliche, but it's cliche for a reason, because it comes through enough. There are enough times you can't just sleepwalk through a game and expect to win. It doesn't work like that. The effort has to be there. And when you get a team that's not going to make the playoffs, it's already been eliminated, like San Francisco, there are plenty of players that'll be on the field for San Francisco tonight that are playing for their jobs. They're playing to put themselves out on tape and have good tape for other teams to evaluate in the offseason so they can continue playing in the National Football League. Because it's a good deal to play in the NFL. You make good money. It's a lifestyle that you like. And from a competitive standpoint, it's everything. It's what you want to do. This is your life. And you can only do it for a small amount of time. So guys, they're giving it their all. This is why I have as my champ of the week, it's Giants quarterback Drew Lock. Drew Lock has been written off, been cast off. And yet he goes out there for the Giants yesterday. 17 out of 23 for 309 yards, 4 touchdown passes, and he also ran for a touchdown. That's what he did. Now, does that piss off some Giants fans? I'm sure it does. Why would you go out there and win a game, a meaningless game at the end of the season, when you're trying to protect to have the number 1 overall pick, which now they're not in position to have? But this is what I mean. It means something to those players. Players don't care about the draft pick. Players care about the team aspect, winning the game, and more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but secondarily, doing well for yourself. Showing everybody that you can play this game. And Indianapolis had everything to play for in the game. They want to keep their playoff hopes alive. They need to win that game. Anthony Richardson was out. Here comes Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco threw for 330 yards. Also a couple of costly interceptions. Jonathan Taylor ran for 125 yards and a couple of touchdowns. But they didn't win the game. Because Drew Lock got things done. Because Drew Lock thought it was wise to throw to Malik Neighbors, their star rookie receiver, who caught 7 passes for 171 yards and a couple of touchdowns. They got things done. And, hats off to Drew Lock for getting it done. He's on his 3rd team now in his very young start to his career. This is his 5th season in the league. He wants to keep playing. At the very least, considered to be a capable backup, which is what he showed yesterday. They knocked off a team that was fighting for the playoffs yesterday. Now, his numbers on the season haven't been impressive at all. But what he did yesterday was, and I'm just using that as an example of why it means every game means something, particularly when you're going into the second to last game of the season and you got a team that's out of the playoff hunt. Lions just have to look to yesterday and see what happened. Giants were out of it. Colts had everything to play for, and they knocked off the Colts. San Francisco's out of it. They got nothing to play for. This game doesn't mean too much to the Lions, but they want to win it. Dan Campbell's got the right attitude about it. But from a game plan, do you really want him to execute that game plan? Feels like you want to protect against injury, but then again, if you're scared of getting hurt, that's when you get hurt. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go and pick up Ben, who's next over at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how's it going, Gator?
Good. How are you?
Hey, not bad. The first two games with Todd McCollum behind the bench, I'm pretty impressed, with the energy and effort. Hopefully that's just, doesn't wear off like a new car feeling does. But, I guess my question for you is, Yzerman's offseason moves seemed like they were strategic, trying to improve his personnel defensive-wise. And I'm wondering if he's starting to second-guess that opinion where he lost the offense, from Gostisbehere and Daniel Sprong, where it was more of a coaching scheme at that point, and where now he made the coaching change, but he might be lacking the offense that he did give up. What's your opinion on that?
I think it would be hard to be Steve Yzerman and not second guess some of the things you do. But then again, if you're a general manager in a league, you probably can't let that sit in your head for too long, because then you probably shouldn't be a GM if you're going to be second guessing every move you made. You have to do it with confidence. But I mean, for us as fans and looking at it, we knew that they were going to have to make up for a lot of goals that were lost with players that just aren't on this team anymore. You mentioned a couple of them. There were certainly other. David Perron was another one. And you knew they were going to have to make up. I think it was over 70 goals that they had to make up. Getting Tarasenko, I'm sure they expected a hell of a lot more from Tarasenko and Patrick Kane than the 9-goal output that they had prior to the coaching change. It wasn't near enough. And I thought that, yes, the additions on defense and Cam Talbot in between the pipes, I thought this team was going to be better defensively, give up fewer goals, and that would help make up for the loss of, particularly on the blue line of Gostisbehere and also Jake Wallman, which Jake Wallman is just a whole weird thing anyway. Why? I don't know what happened with Jake Wallman. I don't know. Like, they gave him an extension, the next thing you know, they're trading him. I don't understand that. But if you got the hindsight in you, I think there is plenty of room for hindsight with the moves that they made.
Right, and I think it's not like, I guess in like baseball, everybody points towards like historical numbers. In hockey, you can always, he's had 5 30-goal seasons. You can kind of. I think hockey is more of a team, offensively. It's kind of everybody you're playing with, and how the momentum swings. But I don't think anybody could guess that the underperformance of even Larkin. He was off to a hot streak. He's really cooled off, and DeBrincat, he's not on pace for a 40-goal season. There's just a lot of underperformance, which and I don't think you put it on the individual player. I think we all kind of lost, I guess if you want, trust in Lalonde. Even last year towards that skid during December, he kind of there was just something where he's like, man, I think this guy's lost the locker room. I'm kind of reading between the lines, but then obviously the meltdown we had in March, and then I think that just kind of carried into this season where everybody kind of lost their confidence as a team and individually, and it's terrible.
And thanks for the call, Ben. I appreciate it. I think it became obvious, and maybe it was obvious last year during the season, that Derek Lalonde was not a head coach, didn't have the head coach material. I think he's probably one of these guys as an assistant coach that would be tremendous as an assistant coach. He'd be that sounding board for the players, the go-between between the players and the head coach, so they can get upset about the head coach and tell it to Lalonde, and then Lalonde can go up to the head coach and try to explain things more diplomatically. Whatever. I think that's a role because he seems like he's a great guy. I think he's a player's coach, but in the end, he wasn't lighting a fire. Certainly in front of cameras and microphones, he didn't have fire and brimstone in him. Certainly what you looked at on behind a bench when things weren't going their way, didn't look like he was, showing that kind of emotion and passion that most people want to see. So did they make the move too late? I mean, I look, last year is come and gone. Last year was at one point, I think the problem was Derek Lalonde told it like he was. He didn't sugarcoat anything when they asked him about it. I remember last year in the morning show when the Red Wings are playing well, and he basically said, we're overachieving. And when he said that they're overachieving, it's like, use your inside voice if you're going to say that, right? Not broadcast out to the masses so everybody hears it. I believed him. I think they were overachieving. But you got to keep them overachieving in games that they needed to win last year, whether it was against Arizona in a couple of games you had to have, a game against Washington or Philadelphia that you had to have, that you just didn't get at the end of the season. And when you lose out in the playoffs on a technicality with the tie-breaking rules, it's just all the more painful. It's a pain that kind of sets in below the waist and above the knees. That pain down there where you get kicked in the schnutz, that's the pain it is. They needed to make a move. They got a guy who, from moment one you hear about it, just go play effing hockey, and it resonates with everybody. Will this remain long-term? I don't know. I kind of agree with what Kenny had to say when we asked him about it, that this is a guy that's got the head coaching experience, and it's, he's built for the regular season for sure. Gets his teams to the postseason, has had varying degrees of success. He's taken the team to the conference finals, but he hasn't gotten past that. There's been limited playoff success. But for right now, this team needed a change and needed a new voice. And he's a guy who's been here before, and I think it's going to help things out. But ultimately, this team is only going to go as far as the roster that Steve Yzerman can assemble and give to Todd McClellan, because the roster has got to improve. And judging by what they have in Grand Rapids, aside from a goaltender, you just don't know. Are these the defensemen they have down there? Are they guys that can step up and play NHL defense better than what some of the guys are right now? That remains to be seen. I wonder if we're going to see more Johansson. We thought we were going to see a lot of them this year. We just haven't seen a ton of them. Are we going to see more of that because they're going to go with younger guys? Are we going to see a bigger role for Marco Kasper? I don't know. It feels like the moves that could be made to inject more youth on this team are really moves for next year, not for this year. So that leaves a trade possibility, which I do think the Red Wings are going to get involved with it, which could be really interesting. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. For those who like to stream the show, of course, you can stream it through the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. You can take the show on the go anywhere in the country. You can listen to us anytime. It's awesome. There's a 24-hour rewind feature as well. Things said in the last 24 hours in the station you want to hear, go back and find it. That's great. Also, we stream with video on twitch.tv. Look for 971 The Ticket. Search for that. You can see us on there. Also through YouTube, youtube.com. We search for 971 The Ticket. We're on there as well. Participate in the chat. That's always fun. I did see this comment from Lucky saying Valenti, or it says, I want to make sure I got this. Somebody thought that Thug said this. Valenti must have wanted to shoot his TV watching Drew Lock destroy the number 1 overall pick, and then Lucky responds with, Valenti wasn't that upset. He knows that the team is dead. I'm sure Mike's upset one way or the other. It's just Mike. And it's okay. That's his team. And they no longer have the number 1 pick. Look, I don't really care what the Giants do. I just think it's interesting. I've always found it interesting with the draft. Teams that don't have quarterbacks, and if you're not convinced that there's a guy that's a can't-miss quarterback, do you take him just because you need a quarterback in the draft, or you take the best player available? Nobody likes to hear BPA, right? But when you've got players that are going to be in this draft, a player like Travis Hunter, it can be so dynamic and play both sides of the ball. I know he wants to play both in the NFL, but you're not likely to play a ton of both, but can change the game on either side. Hard to pass up a guy like that. Unless you're completely sold on Shedeur Sanders. I love Shedeur. I think he's really good, but I don't feel the way I do about Shedeur that I did about Jaden Daniels. Well, I loved Jaden Daniels when he came out, or other quarterbacks, or Cam Ward. The whole Cam Ward thing at Miami, playing that half of football just to get the record for career touchdown passes or whatever, and then leave. That was so weak. Terribly weak. If you're going to play. Shedeur and Travis Hunter both played for Colorado. Now, the university took out massive insurance policies. And fortunately, both guys are healthy out of it. And now they can both play in the NFL. But the college, we know that the bowl games are a joke at this point. It's all about the college football playoff. If you're not in a CFP, then good luck fielding a roster that anybody really cares about in these bowl games. I think it's important for those teams in the bowl games to get those practices. That from that standpoint, it's big. But when you have 5,000 players enter the transfer portal, like we've seen in college football, it's just crazy to try to figure all that out. Some ticket text coming in at 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell prioritizes his philosophy over strategy. It's a macro approach that drives some people crazy, but it's gotten us thus far. I agree. It's hard to really argue with big-time debate against what Dan Campbell does because Dan Campbell has been successful. That being said, there are some things I wouldn't mind seeing tonight if things get off on the right foot or on the wrong foot. Maybe you start pulling back and saying we don't have to play this guy too much more in the second half. The Tigers said that Santander is a backup option if they can't get Bregman. Why not get both? That would put us right in the ALCS, even World Series contenders. I'd love to get both. I'm not saying don't get both. I wouldn't expect it. But then again, even if you add both players, and let's say that both players annually cost you $60 million total, what are we talking about for a payroll? Now it's an average Major League payroll that will drop in years to come because of the Baez contract. But then we'll shoot right back up if you're going to give Derek Skubal a contract. And who knows if they're going to give Derek Skubal a contract. Jason in Heartland, 5 years, $175 for Bregman. Let him opt out after 4 years if he wants. The guy is 30 plus years old. Yeah, I get you. 5 and 35 would be, was it $33 million a year? Again, my math is horrible. Or is that actually, no, it'll be 35 a year, I believe, is 5 and 175. Would he do that? I'd feel better about a 5-year deal than a 6-year deal. That's for sure. And give him an opt-out after 4 years. That's not typically how these things are working. Lately, it's been opt-out after 1 or 2 years and giving a guy the money. But I'm not going to be mad at you, Jason. If it's 5 and 175 to get it done, I'd do it. Easy to say it's not my money, but I think that's still in the wheelhouse of the Tigers making money. So why not? They need to sign Bregman or Tony Taters to make the offseason even acceptable, but I have zero faith that they will. To me, the organization has no interest in capitalizing or building off of last season's run. Well, are they better off today than what they were when the season finished? Are they better off with Gleyber Torres at second base and moving Colt Keith over the first than what they were last year? The team that went into the playoffs and lost to Cleveland. If they are, it's marginal, right? I mean, Torres should add offense to this team, and that's a better option than what they had. But, of course, I agree with the texter. You need to add more. Give me at least Bregman out of this. And it seems like it's quite possible. It's quite within reach there, getting something done. And then if they're able to somehow, pull a real surprise and get Sasaki out of the deal too, the Japanese pitcher, Sasaki, I should say, who had been so good in the Japanese league over the last several years, that would be awesome. Chump is Green Bay. Go suck, go. Champ, every store that is no longer playing Christmas music, I have some Scott and Carlton. You had enough of the Christmas music, have you, huh? Done with it? Yep. Well, it's the 30th of December, so it's that time's done. Doesn't mean I have to take down my Christmas decorations, though. Don't tell me to do that. Don't tell me to take down my pre-lit tree, which the lights no longer work, so I had to add different lights. Don't tell me to take that tree down. I like the way it looks. It makes me feel good. Don't tell me to take my outside lights down. I only have them in the backyard, and they're so haphazardly placed along a temporary fence around the pond, but it looks good at night. Don't tell me to take those down. We'll fight if that's what it comes down to. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Want to talk Lions, want to talk Tigers, want to talk Red Wings. You want to bring up the Pistons? That's good. Hey, they were 3-1 on a road trip and won 3 in a row. You know who else wins? Doug. They won 3 in a row. Something they didn't do all last year, but they did it this year. They've already got the 14 wins that they had all of last year. It's exciting times to be a Pistons fan, sort of. Well, at least they've got something that's worth watching. It's a product worth watching for sure. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Mid-chew. Come on, man. Us big fellas got to stick together. Hey, help me out. Did not realize we did not have an update there.
Not trying to expose you.
Come on, Bobby. All right, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Hey, it's Gator with you. Taking the calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Champ and Chump Mondays. We got the game tonight, Lions and Niners. A rematch of the NFC Championship game, though not nearly the same stakes going on tonight as what we saw last January. Nonetheless, the Lions are still going to play to win. That's what Dan Campbell's mantra is. He said it early last week. Wanted to get it out there and hopefully get it over with for the critics to debate. He thought it was going to be done last week. Look, from his standpoint, he doesn't have to talk about it anymore. Although I'm sure in the pregame, there'll be somebody in pregame that'll say something about it tonight if they're interviewing Dan Campbell before the game. Does a reporter actually come out there and question him? Be interesting. Because effectively this game doesn't mean much. It comes into play if the Lions and Vikings tie. That's the only way that it comes into play. Or if there's some sort of injury that takes place or injuries that could take place, because that's been very real all season long. And it's hard to plan against that. You just can't. I mean, you got to play the game, period. So that's what they'll do. They'll play the game tonight. And I don't think we're going to see guys get rested in this game prior to the game. Now, will that change as the game goes on? Yeah, I suspect that will. Once we see what happens during this game, if the Lions get out to a nice lead, will they start to pull guys out? I think that's going to happen. How early it happens is really anybody's guess, though, because Dan Campbell has been very conservative when taking his players out. Conservative in that he waits almost to the last minute before he's taking guys out. We've seen games where they've had 3 and 4 score leads in the fourth quarter, and he still has the starters in there. Now, will that change tonight? Maybe it changes a little bit tonight. But that's his philosophy. It's what he wants to go with, and what he has set forth with this team has worked. We can argue about it. You cannot be happy about it, and yet what you can't do is argue with the success. This team is 13-2 going into tonight's game. The crazy thing is, as I talked about earlier in the show, let's say the Lions win tonight, is that after next week, there will be a team that would have 14 wins and not be hosting a playoff game. They'd be a wild card team, and they wouldn't host a playoff game, which seems crazy. But that's exactly the scenario that's laying itself out here right now, having two teams like Detroit and Minnesota. And, thinking about what Green Bay has done this year, Green Bay's 11-5. Green Bay can be 12-5. I think they play the Bears next week. You could have 3 teams with 12 wins or more in the division. That's crazy. That is how crazy good this division is. You think about 5 years ago what people would say about this division, all there was Green Bay. Green Bay wasn't challenged. The Vikings might flare up every couple of years, but nothing special. The Lions certainly weren't there. And the Bears, the Bears. But now, it's legit. It's a legit division. Legit the best division in football. And I wouldn't sleep on the Bears in the future, the very near future. They're going to get a new head coach. Somebody works well with it. And if they get the coach and front office right, that team is set up for some success because of the personnel that they have. 248-539-9797. D is in Detroit. D, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, D.
Gator, what's up, man? What's really going on, Gator? Happy New Year to you and your family first.
Well, thank you, D. Man. Same to you. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, what's really going on, bro? Check this out. We getting ready for the game tonight at my uncle's house. We got burgers on the grill, Gator.
Oh, boy.
Onion rings, baby. Fries, hash browns, plenty alcohol, bro, because nobody has to work tomorrow. And plus, it's a big game. And then tomorrow, New Year's Eve, Gators, we're going to do it all over again at the same house. So what's up, baby?
Sounds like a real party you're going to have over there, D.
2 nights in a row. I mean, we were just talking about it. It was like, man, we never had this much fun with the Lions before. And then by the New Year's Eve, back to back, baby, at Uncle Bill's house tonight, tomorrow. Come on through if you want, baby. Get you a bacon cheeseburger that you never, ever had before. And Gator.
Yeah.
I want to call and talk to you about, first of all, go Lions. We're going to do it tonight.
All right.
But I want to talk about the Pistons real quick, bro, because we have been through HELL with this team the last 15, 14 years. So this start we have is very encouraging. But I just want to call out 2 players, bro, that are killing us. And it's not Jalen Duren. Everybody wants to trade JD. JD is a young, up-and-coming, good player for us. But Tim Hardaway Jr. and Tobias Harris are killing us. We getting our money out of Malik Beasley. He playing both ends of the court, and he hitting them threes. But, bro, I expected more out of Tobias Harris. I was excited. And my man Mike Valente, he said this is the worst signing the Pistons ever did. And at the time, I disagreed. But guess what, Gator? Big Mike is right.
Well, I would I would say this, and D, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. Have a great time at Uncle Bill's tonight watching the game, and have a great New Year with that. It sounds. I appreciate the offer. I mean, burgers, fries, and onion. My man mentioned onion rings. Look, if you're going to mention onion rings, that's a good deal right there. I was at a party last Thursday night. A buddy of mine came in from out of town for his birthday. Came up from Cincinnati. They rented an Airbnb. They got a bunch of sliders and fries and onion rings. As I was walking out the door, you betcha I grabbed a couple of onion rings. Crunchy, delicious, underrated, the onion ring. Lots of love for fries, lots of love for tater tots, but people forget about the onion ring. Damn, that's good. But I digress. As far as the Pistons are concerned, I think Tobias Harris has been disappointing so far this year. Making 32% of his three-point shots, that's not good enough. Hardaway Jr. has made a better percentage at 36%. I think we both expected more of an impact from those 2 players, but where we're getting the impact, which I don't know if we expected to see it from Malik Beasley, but boy, Malik Beasley's played awfully well. Almost 42% from beyond the arc. He's averaging 17 points a game. More importantly, what we're seeing is that Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham can coexist on the court at the same time. They're playing well together. They're averaging over 41 points a game together. And Cade Cunningham has turned himself into a star. The next level is to be a superstar, and that's a big leap. But he's gone from being a good player to a star player, averaging 24 points a game, 9.7 assists per game. That's no joke, averaging almost 10 assists per game. And 6.7 rebounds. This guy has had, a handful of triple-doubles already on the season. He is having career highs in points and rebounds and assists, also in turnovers. But the big offensive numbers are up. And as long as he stays healthy, we can see more growth from him. Same thing with all the players. But watching he and Ivy play together is really nice. Malik Beasley is kind of like the Vinnie Johnson, if you will. And for those who don't remember, Vinnie Johnson, the microwave from the bad boy era Pistons, 6-man off the floor and just came in an instant offense. That's kind of what Malik Beasley has been. And I know D wanted to downplay the disappointment of Jalen Duren, but I don't think you can downplay that. I think it is disappointing. I think he's got so much more to give, and you want to see it. So let's see if they can do that. But listen, with 14 wins on the season, it's not great, of course. We know the Pistons aren't a good basketball team. But is it an entertaining product? I would argue yes. I think it's an entertaining product. 14 and 18 on the year, and right now they are still in the hunt. They would be a team that's in the play-in game right now in the 10th spot, albeit by the narrowest of margins, a half game over Philadelphia. But they played better basketball. 5-5 in the last 10 games. How about this? 3-1 in the last 4 games. Look at that. They'll play again Wednesday against Orlando. So a little bit of Piston love coming the way here as well. 248-539-9227. 9797 is the telephone number. We'll take more of your calls and texts as we continue. We got Champ and Chump. We got a little bit of Tiger talk going. We've had some Red Wing talk, even some Piston talk. Let's talk to you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you today. Doug and Kang will be back on Thursday's program. We have a very truncated program tomorrow leading up to Michigan football. We'll be on from 10 to 11, and I suspect we'll talk with Doug tomorrow. Kind of get a scene-setting approach to what to expect from Michigan taking on Alabama. Who's on the roster, who's going to play, who's not going to play. what the vibe is like, that whole bit, and we'll talk to him a little bit tomorrow about that, I would suspect, and probably we're going to be dominated by it. Lions talk tomorrow, as we typically are on the show. Lions play tonight against San Francisco in a game that doesn't have a ton of meaning, unless, of course, retroactively they would if the Lions were to tie the Vikings. The grand scheme of things, this game doesn't matter on the outcome of the number one seed, unless the game Sunday night against the Vikings results in a tie. So just go out and do your business tonight. Win the game. I'm sure it's easier said than done, but look, this is a team you should beat. Lions have a perfect record against below 500 teams. They have dominated the below 500 teams. The point differential is like 200 points or something like that in games against the below 500 teams. And this is, in fact, what San Francisco is, a below 500 team. So go out, win that game, and then it's for all the marbles on Sunday night against the Vikings. I've kind of tried not to spend too much time worrying about the game against the Vikings because those scenarios will play itself out after tonight's done. We'll have plenty of time later this week to preview the Lions-Vikings game and see what it means. There was one thing that came out of yesterday, and there was an on-field post-game interview with one of the receivers. I forget if it was Addison or not, so I don't want to lump it on the wrong player, but it was an on-field interview with one of the Vikings players, and they were talking about how great it would be to see the Viking fans show up in droves in Detroit. Good luck with that. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck with that. Seeing how Lions fans like their tickets, and that game is going to have massive playoff ramifications. I don't think they're going to give up those tickets. I think the sold out stadium of Ford Field will be dominated, as always, by Detroit Lions fans. Interesting to see what tonight will look like in San Francisco if there are Lions fans wearing the Honolulu blue all out there tonight. I'm sure some people had already made their plans before the season began. They're going to make the road trip of the year and go out to San Francisco, so they're already planning on going. Maybe there were some nice Christmas presents that were, hey, it's a trip to San Francisco to watch the Lions take on the Niners. So I would expect there is going to be a contingent of Lions fans on the road, but I would not expect much of a contingent of Viking fans on the road next week. But we'll worry about that later on. Also talking about the Red Wings, new coach Todd McClellan went at practice on Saturday and said, just play effing hockey. And that's what they did. They went out and played effing hockey, and they played really well in the game yesterday. Got out to a 4-1 lead and didn't look back, and the final score ended up being 4-2. Unfortunately for the Red Wings, they didn't score after the first period, but they still looked pretty formidable offensively. They missed out on some pretty good scoring opportunities, but it didn't feel like the game was slipping away from them. Even when the Capitals scored again later in that game to make it 4-2, they withstood a barrage with the goaltender pulled, and just they played very well, and it was nice to see. Alex Ovechkin scored, and now that he's back, and that guy is unbelievable, doing what he's doing at his age, continues just to score goals and get opportunities. I think he had 8 shots on net yesterday, or 7 shots on net, and had the one goal. Had a ton of one-timers in the last 2 minutes of the game, but the Red Wings were up to the task yesterday. He gets closer and closer to Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal-scoring record, which I'm not going to lie to you. That's a record I thought would never be broken. And it looks like it's inevitable that it's going to be broken. So good luck to Alex Ovechkin. I actually like Ovechkin. We did an interview with Alex Ovechkin his rookie season. It was after his rookie year. And we had just made the switch to FM. We were in this other building. And somehow we got an interview with Alex Ovechkin. And he was promoting something, I'm sure. And we were talking to him, and we'd asked him about, hey, what do you like to do when you're not playing hockey? The first thing he said was drink. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. I'm like, do you play golf? Do you have any hobbies? And he's like, yeah, I play golf. Because I had a hole in one on my first swing. We're like, no, you didn't. He's like, yeah, I did. Sure enough, Alex Ovechkin hit a hole in one his first time out ever playing golf. There's, I guess, YouTube evidence of this. It's amazing. and he was a lot of fun then. And fast forward 18 years, he's still a lot of fun. I like Alex Ovechkin, even though I don't really want him to break Gretzky's record. I like how he plays. The fact that he's been as healthy as he has been for this long is kind of crazy. We're also talking about the Tigers and the article over the weekend from Evan Petzold of the Free Press, talking about how there's mutual interest and pretty good mutual interest between Alex Bregman and the Tigers, and that the Tigers have a fallback plan. Perhaps it's Anthony Santander if they can't get Alex Bregman assigned. Now, Santander is an outfielder. Bregman's a third baseman. But interesting when you see the move that was made last week to sign Gleyber Torres and then announce right away he's playing second base. Well, what about Colt Keith? He's playing first base. What about Spencer Torkelson? He's going to have to show that he belongs on this team. We still think there's a role for him on the team, is what Scott Harris said. But right now, it looks like it's a backup role at first and perhaps a platoon role at DH to some extent. But we shall see. But what it also does is still points over to third base and say, we still have a hole over here. What are we going to do about third base? Hopefully it's Bregman. It makes all the sense in the world. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Edward is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Edward.
Hey, man. Happy holidays to you.
Thank
you. While I was holding, just to give myself a little sense of perspective, I looked up the number of ties since the NFL started its overtime rules in 1974. There's been 29 ties since 1974. So I really hope that Lions aren't going to be guided by the very low possibility of a tie versus the Vikings Sunday, but that's not why I called. I think you can appreciate this reference. I don't know why I was reminded of Cliff Clavin's appearance on Jeopardy many moons ago.
Yeah.
And he had the game won. He had the game won. For those that remember, it sounds like you do.
Oh, yeah.
And the only way he could lose it was by number one not getting the answer right and then putting too much money on the bet. I think what we're overlooking about the Lions in this moment is that they've earned it. They've earned this 13-2 moment. They've earned, after managing all of these injuries, they've earned the ability to kick their feet up, just like if they had clinched the number one seed already. We wouldn't be having this conversation for the final game of the year, but since it matters, we have to fight. And so I hope the Lions are smart. Even let's just imagine if they find themselves in a dogfight at halftime. Let's say they, I don't know, it's close or maybe even behind at halftime tonight. I think the Lions need to seriously consider raise the white flag, keep the big picture in mind, and get their starters out and just say, okay, we'll worry about that tie scenario if it happens, but we got bigger fish to fry now, and let's not get too much heavy on the grit and be a little smart here and take advantage of what I'm describing as an eye in the hurricane. We've never seen anything like this happen for the rest opportunity to come before the season actually ends. So I hope they're smart as opposed to putting too much grit where maybe it doesn't belong.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Edward. I appreciate it. I believe Cliff's response on the final Jeopardy when the question was up there were four people who've never been in my kitchen was the answer to the question. The question, it was a Cheers episode, and the Jeopardy answer was Archibald Leach, Bernard Schwartz, and Lucille Lesueur. And Cliff's response was, who are three people who've never been in my kitchen? Because he didn't have the actual answer, what were the real names of Cary Grant, Tony Curtis, and Joan Crawford. And he had risked everything that he had. He was up. He had like a $26,000 lead. Risked it all in Final Jeopardy. It's a classic episode. Anyway, getting back to what the caller had to say. I would hope that this game, the way the game is being played, that the coach will act accordingly during the course of the game. If this team gets out to a big lead, that, yeah, you can start to take some players out and rest some players. How early does that happen? That's the question. And I think part of that answer is going to come in the form of who is active and who is inactive. Players that'll be move from the practice squad to the active roster for tonight's game? If we see a bunch of offensive linemen, I think you're going to have an answer. If we see Kobe Sorsdal activated, Giovanni Manu activated, Coyote Awasika activated, I think Christian Mahogany activated, those along with Dan Skipper. Those are 5 backup offensive linemen. I wouldn't expect to see all 5 of those guys activated. But if 4 of the 5 are activated, I think it might let you know that they'd like to get some rest for specifically Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker, and to another degree to Graham Glasgow. If this team gets out to a healthy lead in the third quarter, I would hope that Dan Campbell would start to look at the bench and say, let's get some guys out. Jared Goff, why don't you sit down? Here comes Hendon Hooker, Jahmyr Gibbs, have a seat. And frankly, I hope that that's the approach of Jahmyr Gibbs all game long, even while the game's still in the balance. Yes, he should play, but I don't need to see a ton of Jahmyr Gibbs. I actually like the Lions running back stable, even though Gibbs is head and shoulders the best that they have. But we know that guys like Jefferson and Craig Reynolds are going to run their asses off because, again, they want jobs in the NFL. That Sione Vaki is going to run his ass off if the ball is handed to him because he likes his rookie season. He wants to stay with his team. He wants to contribute. I suspect his job's pretty safe, being that he was just drafted and he's already a really good special teams guy. He's fine. But the other guys, maybe there's not a ton of security there. So they're looking to put their best foot forward on tape. And I don't think you need to show a ton of Jahmyr Gibbs while you're got an injury to David Montgomery. But that's me. I still will defer to the head coach because he's pushed all the right buttons to this point, and it's been impressive what they've done. But I do think we're going to see this team go out and try to fire off on all cylinders to start this game. How long will he leave these guys in? That's the question. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So I had a great experience recently with a local company. Actually, this has been building for years. But last year, when I needed to get new garage doors, I just simply contacted the company I've been dealing with since I've had garage doors. And that's Precision Garage Door. They're awesome. A couple of years ago, they came out. I'm like, wow, these are really moving kind of slow. What do we do here? They made some adjustments, got a new battery put in, and there was maintenance that had to be done that I didn't know about that now I know about, and it's great. And they said, look, this is going to be a quick fix here for you. But in the long run, in a couple of years, you're going to need new garage doors. So what did I do? I called them again a couple of years later when I needed to. Daryl and his team, they took care of me right away. I picked up the phone and called 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. And the guys came out. We took a look at a bunch of different options for garage doors. They got them installed in no time. I was extraordinarily happy. These guys are great. They've got amazing Precision Garage Door service. They'll take a call 24/7, schedule a repair appointment quickly, even for the same day in some cases. In fact, they have garage doors in stock at a warehouse. So this could really be a quick solution for your problems with the garage doors. But no matter what the problems are, make sure you do the right thing and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Not going to lie, I got a little mouthwater going right now. I saw this story, or a tweet from Darren Ravel. Said available at the Winter Classic tomorrow at Wrigley Field. Chicago-style poutine. Well, the word poutine is hilarious. It just sounds double entendre-ish. Nonetheless, poutine is delicious. Chicago-style poutine in a mini hockey helmet. It includes fries, Italian beef, gravy, a white cheddar cheese curds, giardiniera, and sweet peppers.
Sign me up.
I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, we're all on board with this, right? Bobby, Kenny, me, we're all about it. How about the only difference is this? Not a mini helmet. Give me the real helmet. Mini helmet's like an appetizer. Let's go. It sounds delicious. Be all about that. I get distracted when I think about it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to do that. Look, Lions game tonight doesn't have big ramifications. Of course, it does at the Lions and Vikings tie, but I don't even like bringing that up because that just seems stupid. But it is what it is. And I know when Dan Campbell made the comment last week about the personnel and how they're going to be playing this game, he put it all out there and basically said, let's just get cut to it right now. We're going out there with everything we got. We're on the West Coast. We're going to win. We don't care about what the scenarios are. We're going to win this game. Okay. Fair enough. Unfortunately, the way things worked out yesterday, the Packers losing to the Vikings meant that the last game of this season's for all the marbles. Had the Packers been able to beat the Vikings, if, let's say, for instance, I don't know, there was a play you could have back, like maybe a flag that was thrown on, I don't know, offside call on a field goal attempt at halftime that was never really offside, but they just called it that way, giving the Vikings another attempt at a 50-yard field goal, which they then made, which gave them 3 extra points in the game that they won by 2. Just saying, maybe that would have helped out the Lions, where tonight's game would have been very important, would have been awesome. But that's not the case. So now all the marbles are next week. Tonight's game is really just kind of a get in, get out, be healthy, and have a win. Look, if the starters are going to play all the way, I'm not thrilled about that. But if they're going to play all the way and they win the game and they're healthy, great. Then everybody's happy. If they're going to play and they're not going to win, then that's a whole different ballgame. I don't suspect that to be the case. They hammer teams that don't have a 500 record, and this is not a really good San Francisco team as it stands right now. They've been decimated by injuries as much as the Lions have been. So understand that. But at some point, I would expect the Lions to have a healthy lead in this game, and it's not about taking your foot off the gas, it's about changing some personnel. I don't know if that necessarily means how you change your approach on offensively, what you do in a game, but personnel could be changed late in the second half if you've got a big lead. You want to take certain guys out. As far as a game plan is concerned, somebody brought up earlier, and I wholeheartedly agree. If I'm talking about using a run-heavy offense or a short passing game offense when you're going to throw the football, which is what I'd like to see them do, I don't think there's you don't need to be throwing the ball deep all the time. I want to keep the clock moving. I want to keep the sticks moving. Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. They can get the most out of this offense. You can get that lead. But what I'd like to see is what somebody brought up earlier, is that how about working the clock? And I don't mean by having long sustained drives. I mean by working the clock. Don't snap the ball until there's like 2 seconds left on the play clock. And do that throughout the game. Because that's something you can control. That's something Jared Goff can control when he's under center or if it's Hendon Hooker. But when the Lions are on offense, they can control the tempo of the offense. And if you're keeping the ball off the ground, meaning you're completing your passes and you're not fumbling, there's not turnovers, that clock is just going to keep on going, which I think is what we all kind of want. We want to get through this game and get to the next game. I'm not going to be devastated that the Lions lose tonight because, again, it's about what happens next week. That being said, I'm not preparing myself for a loss. I think the Lions will win this one. But please, goodness, please stay healthy. That'd be most important. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I saw something on Twitter earlier today that was a little disturbing to me. And in light of what happened when the Lions played the Packers at Ford Field a few weeks ago, I just really thought that maybe this kind of thing wouldn't happen. And that was, first of all, the Lions and Packers. We had the pregame dust-up with a Lions fan who was out on the field with the giant flag and then started yapping at LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers. And it cost that guy dearly. He's been banned from Ford Field. He lost his season tickets indefinitely. And it should have been a lesson learned. First of all, you're told basically, just don't interact. Leave the players alone. So don't. You're out on the field. It's a privilege for you to be on the field. It's not a right. It's a privilege. So act accordingly. And that guy didn't. And it cost him dearly. And he seems to be incredibly remorseful. And who knows, maybe someday soon the Lions organization will say, okay, you can get your season tickets back, or at least you can get back in line for season tickets, because good luck, because now there's a waiting list. But yesterday, after the Falcons lost to Washington, and that game went into overtime, was a fantastic football game. Michael Penix Jr. looked great for Atlanta. Jaden Daniels looked great for Washington. It was a really nice game. But there's video of a fan who's on the field after the game. It's not like the fans rushed the field. That wasn't it. This is a fan who was given a pass of some kind. And he's on the field over by the end zone as the players are walking off the field. And as the Atlanta players are walking towards the tunnel, you can hear this guy chirping at the players and specifically calling out the numbers and saying stuff to them. Now, the stuff he said wasn't wildly inappropriate, but what's inappropriate is that you're saying anything while you're given the privilege to be on the field. First player walks past. The next player comes by, and it's Matthew Judon, the really good edge rusher for the Falcons now. He used to play with the Patriots. And he's coming by, and the fans chirping at him, and he's kind of up in his grill, and he's got the phone out. And Judon says enough, and he smacks the phone out of the guy's hand. And I saw on social media that people were complaining to Matthew Judon, how dare you do this? You can't do this. He's sore loser and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. What about the responsibility of the fan who's given, again, the privilege of being on the field? And think about yourself. If you're on the field, aren't you just like, you're smiling ear to ear? You're at a game that you just saw your team win in overtime. I'd be gushing about that and being so excited. I wouldn't even think for a fraction of a second that I should be chirping the losing team as they're coming off the field. What are you doing? I would hope that the Commanders would treat that guy like the Lions treated the guy who got in a much tamer situation and yet was still, I think, the appropriate punishment with what happened against the Packers when they were here. But it really bothered me. If you haven't seen it, you can look it up on Twitter or on YouTube. Fan interaction with Matthew Judon after the game. If you follow us on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971, I made a comment about that. So if you follow our Twitter account, you'll see the comment that I made, and you can also see the video of what actually transpired there. But I just thought it was, in light of what happened just a few weeks ago, I'm surprised that people do this when they're given the incredible opportunity to experience something like that. And that is truly an experience. If you've never been out on a field before during a game, and this fan obviously was, wow, that's great. That's amazing access that people would die to have that. And then you just wasted it by getting chirping some other players. He's coming off the field to the point where he physically assaults your phone. And I'm sure there's going to be a lawsuit involved and all this crap. It's just disappointing. Very disappointing. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number, same number to text. We'll wrap things up, talk more with the Champ and Chump votes, where that's at. Also, some final thoughts about the game tonight with the Lions and the Niners right here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll Well, I know you see the trucks. The red, white, and blue, they are absolutely positively everywhere. We got New Year's coming up tomorrow. So if you're having issues right now with your furnace, or maybe you got some plumbing issues, you got a clogged toilet or whatever, you got some real problems and you're kind of freaking out right now, make sure you call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you've got any plumbing or HVAC problem, these are the expert technicians to call. I've had it at my house a couple of times. They have been absolutely fantastic. They address the problems right away, and they're awesome. But you don't just take my word for it. I wouldn't expect that. You can check out their A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have out there on Google? So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Lions and Niners tonight from San Francisco, a game that doesn't seem like it's got a whole lot of juice to it because it really doesn't. Next week's game is the one that's got all the juice to it. But nonetheless, we're going to expect to see the starters because that's what Dan Campbell laid out last week. He said that they're going to go out there and lay it all out on the line. On the West Coast, doesn't care about the scenarios, that they're out there to play to win, and that's what's going to happen. So I suspect that we will see them in full force tonight. Although part of me wonders if when he says they're going to do everything they can to win this game, does that mean with a different roster? Like, would it make all the sense? Because I think we could all certainly make the argument it doesn't make a ton of sense to be playing starters that if they're even just borderline hurt, do you need to play them? Like, does Frank Ragnow need to play this game? Don't know if he needs to play this game, but I understand that they want to win, get that 14th win, clear up this stupid tiebreaker if they were to tie against Minnesota. But look, one thing Dan Campbell's done in his tenure is he's gotten his team ready to play. There have not been many games that we can look at, particularly in the last three seasons for sure, that they haven't been ready. And tonight shouldn't be any different. I suspect the challenges are a little bit different because of what happened yesterday, and they know what playoff scenarios are, and there might be some added distractions, but this is where perhaps Dan Campbell really does his cooking, and which is getting the team ready. Some ticket text coming in. If the Lions lose tonight, the narrative will be that they're in trouble. Yeah, I don't know if that'll be the narrative. I think the narrative for Sunday's game will be it all comes down to this, and that's it. Now, if they get hurt tonight, that's different. If more players get injured, that's a different story, and then the narrative will be that they are in trouble. Where were the Red Wings when the Rangers had a fire sale? Daryl in East Point. Well, I think some of those players had no trade clauses, and I thought it was pretty clear that one of those players did not want to come here. I lost it for Lalonde last year when they had a really bad loss, and he was asked what he said to the team after, and his reply was, "I don't talk to the team after games." I don't remember that response, but that would be reason to, I suppose, because you would expect to have some kind of post game. Chump is the Green Bay coach LaFleur for not kicking a field goal on fourth down. They are not the Lions. Take the points on the road. Hard to disagree with that. I was screaming at my TV as well when they kept passing on opportunities. Champ, the Red Wings for finally hiring a head coach with experience. This is the first coach they've had since Mike Babcock that had head coaching experience. The last two did not in terms of NHL head coaching experience. So, yep, we'll see how this works out. So far, it's 1-1. But already some changes, splitting up the top two defensemen to go on different pairings, putting Joe Veleno on the top line. We'll see what kind of long-term that looks like. Beer battered onion rings are some of the best things on earth. Scott Nakar in Bismarck, North Dakota. Yeah, listen, we mentioned that there were we had the one caller who said he was going to his Uncle Bill's, and he's got burgers ready for tonight with onion rings and fries, and I got all excited about onion rings. And the fellas are at Buffalo Wild Wings right now. I got Jeff Rieger and Rico Beard. Am I wrong in saying this? Onion rings are underrated.
Oh, Gator, you're asking the wrong person here. I am not a
You're not a ring guy.
Ring type of. If I had the choice, give me French fries.
Oh, yeah, hate them. Hate the onion rings.
Hate the onion rings?
I do. I'm sorry, Gator.
They seem like they get cold and, instantly. Okay, they're hot, and now they're frozen.
They look good. They just never live up to the hype.
It's like the fried version of fruit stripe gum.
Fruit stripe, now that's interesting because automatically when I think of fruit stripe gum, I think of the flavor's gone in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like onion rings seem like they're cold in 15 seconds, and now the whole basket is cold.
Interesting. I just saw this come across. This is was sent to me from one of the betting websites, but it has the odds on the next team for Quinn Ewers if he doesn't return to Texas and does return to college football. Have you seen this?
No.
No.
What
Let me
team?
guess. Let me
Yeah,
guess.
please guess.
He'll be an Oregon Duck.
Oregon is fourth at 6-1 odds.
Oh, okay. No. He's not going back to Ohio State, is he?
Ohio State is 33-1.
Okay. Rieger?
I'm thinking.
Where would he go? Bama?
Colorado.
Neither team shows up on the list of options here, up to 33-1 odds.
Huh. What conference, if we can get that hint?
Well, that's where it gets a little dicey because it's a team with no conference.
Washington State.
Oh.
Oregon
Notre
State.
Dame.
Oh.
Notre Dame was number 1 at -110. The number 2 team on the list, and I'll let you enjoy this one, Michigan State at 4-1.
What?
That's exactly what I said.
You? No, I mean, at this point,
I don't know why that would make any sense for Quinn Ewers to go to Michigan State, but they are the number 2 odds-on favorite, tied with North Carolina at 4-1, ahead of Oregon.
Yeah, Gator had Aiden Childs left, sure, but it's almost like, why did we endure last year only to not have a payoff? Because that's the only thing that makes last year worthwhile.
Plus, why would Quinn Ewers want to go to Michigan State?
And why would Quinn Ewers want to go to Michigan State?
I agree with both of those. It's not like Michigan State has a whole bunch of offensive weapons to work with and a great offensive line to protect them to make them look good. But, hey, that's just what came over. I thought that was interesting. What do you guys coming up?
You know what, Gator, speaking of interesting, we're going to talk about the game tonight. And I know everybody's been debating whether the starter should play or not. Rieger and I want to ask a different type of question. This question's for the fans. Do you need to see blood in the water tonight? Do you need to see a victory tonight?
Do you need revenge on the team that kept you out of your first ever Super Bowl?
Kind of like how Dallas, everybody needed to see that blowout victory. It was therapeutic for the entire city. Do you need to see that victory tonight against San Francisco? Even though you know they're bad, screw it. Not only do the Lions need to win, but they need to run up the score and win big.
Sounds good. We'll hear from you guys next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's the Valenti and Rico Show. Mike back later this week. Rico's right here. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile, so come out and say hello, getting you ready for Lions and Niners. And, Rico, how the hell are you, man? What a weekend.
What a weekend. What a weekend it was, and the NFL. Rico, I think you put it best. The NFL script is real.
Dude,
it's alive. They got everything they wanted out of this.
I would make the case that offsides on that kick at the end of the half yesterday with Minnesota and Green Bay, there was no offsides. I think they called it intentionally just to make sure we had a Week 18 matchup, Vikings-Lions for the whole enchilada. You can't tell me I'm wrong. And by the way, if the Lions happen to lose next week, there's a possibility where they could travel, ridiculous, to L.A. and play Stafford in the first wild card game. Could you imagine a 14-win team having to play on the road in the wild card?
You know what, Rieger, it's funny because I talked with a mutual friend of ours, and I said, only Jeff Rieger would figure out how the Lions could end up playing the Rams.
No.
Only you would figure this all the way out. If this team loses and they lose and they win and they win and they – it's like, Rieger, who thinks about that? You do.
All that would have to happen, and we're going to get on, I swear to God, but all that would have to happen is the Rams would have to move down to the 4 seed, which could happen with the loss. The Bucs move up to the 3 seed. Lions are the 5. They go to L.A. to play the 4, and we get Stafford, Lions, Goff rematch the 3rd time. This time in La La Land. I'm just saying. Anyway, listen. If you're in the area, stop by in Livonia. Say hello to us at Buffalo Wild Wings. Cookies is going to be here at 5 o'clock.
Yes, he is.
And you guys are going to take it off with the Lions pregame show.
Correct.
And then I'll be on the Lions postgame show, which is like 11:30 at night. You want to
Here?
come on? No. I'll be at the studio. 11:30?
Yeah, give me a call.
Okay, good. All right. Beautiful. But listen, everybody and their mother is talking about should Dan Campbell rest the players. And we've heard it. And it's been ad nauseum, and you heard the Campbell cut. We could play it a little later. He says, listen, I'm not going to rest my guys. Now, whether you believe him, whether you don't believe him, that's up to you. But Rico came up with a different take. We figured people are sick and tired of hearing about rest, not rest. Instead, we're talking to you, the fans. The Lions fans that, let's be honest, some of you might be a little irate after the Green Bay Packers couldn't take care of business yesterday. And other fans are probably pumped because it's an opportunity of a lifetime next Sunday at Ford Field at 8:20 on Sunday Night Football. But that's not till next week. Everybody wants to talk about resting the fans. Forget about that for a second. What about you? What do you need from tonight in a meaningless game? Go ahead, Rico. Ask the questions.
No, look, this game is meaningless. We've all heard. If the Lions lose, it doesn't matter. Everything's on the table. Winner take all next week. But for you Lions fans, do you need this game tonight? Do you need to see a victory out in San Francisco, out in Santa Clara by your Detroit Lions to kind of avenge how the season ended last year? It's the same way you not only wanted to win in Dallas, but you wanted to humiliate the Cowboys. Cowboys were an awful team. Didn't have a quarterback at the time. You didn't care. Crushed them. Do you need to see that again tonight against the 49ers to kind of make up for how last season ended, to make you feel better of knowing, okay, another check mark on the revenge tour. We took out the team that took us out last year. 248-539-9797.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
And you are the smarter man than me. Because I'm looking at the ticket text. When you said this in the crosstalk, there's already a litany of fans that are like, yes, I need it. I want revenge. I want blood. And you're right. At the start of the season, this was thought to be the biggest game of the season.
Do you know how many Lions fans are in San Francisco tonight for a air quote meaningless game?
It is meaningless.
Okay, but it's not. I believe and I know Lions fans, whether you want to admit it or not, you want blood. You want to see this team bludgeoned and beaten badly. You want Dan Campbell to all of a sudden just take a bite out of Brock Purdy, have blood all around his mouth, and go, yeah, you need this like oxygen. Why? Because you'll feel better about last year. Is it going to help you this year? Probably not.
No, it won't, except if you tie against Minnesota.
Yeah, ties in the NFL are hard to happen.
I agree.
I think it's like a 0.04 chance. You need this game, whether you want to admit it or not. You want to see just what you saw against Dallas, where you're running trick plays in the fourth quarter. You're just embarrassing the 49ers. 248-539-9797.
I don't get it. I don't need the game. I got bigger fish to fry. San Francisco's dead. They got injuries. They're not making the postseason. They probably care more about a draft pick than beating the Detroit Lions. What happened last year, they already got the last laugh. They stopped you from going to the Super Bowl. This year, you got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. This game doesn't mean anything. This is why I rest everybody, at least rest everybody that I can. And I just want to get through the game healthy. I don't care about a 13th win or a 14th win, rather. It doesn't mean anything to me. This game means nothing to me, but I think you're right. I think the majority of Lions fans are going to be like, dude, I need it. I want it. I want to get revenge.
Rigor?
I don't get it.
No. It's the reason why Dan Campbell's going to play starters. It's the reason why Lions fans don't care if Dan Campbell plays starters, because both parties want this game. This was a circle game from the very beginning of the year. First thing you did, you didn't look for the Packers, you didn't look for the Vikings, you didn't look for the Bears, you didn't look for the Cowboys. You looked to see, when are we playing San Francisco? Circle that game. If we can only go to one road game, it's going to be that game. If you could only win one game, it has to be that game.
But you know what it's turned into? You're right. It used to be all those things. But what it's turned into is preseason football. What it's turned into, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman saying, this game doesn't matter. Nobody's going to be watching. What it's turned into is just get through it healthy. I don't care what. They could lose by 50, and it doesn't change my mind about what happens on Sunday against the Vikings. Nothing matters in this game. So, listen, I think it's a great question.
Bro, I think you're wrong, Rick. I think everything matters to Lions fans in this game. This is not a meaningless game. This game is to really avenge last year. This game is to send a message. Get out of our way.
What message are you sending?
And the fact that people are saying, oh, you're hurt.
Okay.
You can't do
I'll buy
anything.
that.
No. We're not only going to win this thing. You remember what we did to Dallas? We're going to double that.
Okay.
It's going to be a bunch of trick plays. Heck, Ben Johnson himself may suit up and go out there and run a play.
Who are you trying to convince? The fan base around the league, the people watching the game tonight?
No, I think it's for the
get what
locker
you're saying.
room.
When you play a game, you want to win the game rather than lose the game. I get it. But when it comes down to, am I going to be on the edge of my seat if it's a 3-point game in the fourth quarter late in the game? No, I don't care what happens. Just get me to Sunday at Ford Field. But that's how I feel, and I am a fan. I'm curious where the people are at. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I couldn't care less about this game. All I care about is health. Just please nobody else get injured.
So, David, how about you break the tie?
Go ahead, David.
Well, I think Detroit Lions fans care very much about this game. It is like what their coach says and what their attitude is. It is revenge all year. This is part of it. This game is revenge for Lions fans. We lost in the NFC title game, and we want to beat you. Doesn't matter that it doesn't matter in reality, because
But David,
mind,
what about you?
What about me?
Yeah, what about you?
Yeah,
What's your opinion?
This game does not matter.
Exactly.
This game does
David,
not matter.
It doesn't matter. But it's the simple fact. If you're a Lions fan, you want to see, because you look at the point spread and you're like, wow, it's very low. You want to see – I don't even think you'd be satisfied with a 7-point victory tonight. You want to see a 37-point victory tonight. You want to see embarrassment. You want to see Brock Purdy getting reduced to riding the bench with his helmet off, eating sad pizza.
I honestly think the majority of Lions fans are going to be trying to fight sleep in the fourth quarter. Couldn't care less who wins. Just get me to next week. I will tell you this. I was out in San Francisco all last week. And on Thursday, that was my last day, we were walking around the city, Fisherman's Wharf area. I couldn't tell you how many Lions fans I saw, and I talked to some of them, and everybody was so pumped up. But they were pumped up because they thought this game potentially, if Green Bay would have taken care of business, would have been for the 1 seed. Now that it means nothing, you're going to go, you're going to enjoy yourself. Tickets are dirt cheap. My brother lives out there. He just told me. I just think if you could fast forward one football game and get to the next one, I would use that fast forward on this game.
No.
I just don't care.
Rigor, it's like a rival. And San Francisco has become a rivalry to the Lions because they went where you wanted to go last year. And I think for the Lions, it's when you see your rival, and it doesn't matter that they're bad one year, you just don't want to beat them. You want to embarrass them. You want to take their girlfriend. You want them to make you a sandwich at the end. You want them to warm up your car before you leave. You want total and utter embarrassment. And I think that's what Lions fans want tonight. They want blood.
You know what,
they
Rico?
want to avenge. Yes.
You just changed my mind on this. Because I'm going back to what my mindset was for Ohio State and Michigan. And Michigan's season was dead, but I didn't care. I wanted to go out there and murder Ohio State. And I think you want to murder this team. Yes,
wait,
you do.
David, did you just equate Lions-Niners in a meaningless game to Michigan-Ohio State?
That was meaningless.
You can't do that.
Wasn't that technically meaningless?
It's never meaningless in the college rank. This is not even a rivalry. This just is a rivalry in Rico's mind because of what happened last year.
No, I think to Lions fans it's a rivalry.
Oh, come on.
Rieger, to Lions fans, yeah. Depending on how far you want to go back to the days of Monty Clark, or you just want to go last year where they keep you out of going to where you want to go, absolutely.
If you want to play David's game, of the rivalry and you convince David, that's fine. I'll tell you when it did matter. 2 years ago, when you beat the Packers at Lambeau to keep Rodgers out of the playoffs, and you were already eliminated in that BS Seattle-LA game that was officiated awfully.
Rieger?
Remember that? And then you went to Lambeau on Sunday Night Football. That didn't matter because you were A, building something, and B, it was the Packers, the equivalent of a rivalry in the NFL. There's no rivalry with the Niners, and tonight
Rieger,
doesn't matter because you got bigger fish to fry.
It's not a rivalry, but you sit back and every Lions fan. Look, I'm sorry if I'm bringing up bad memories, but every Lions fan at halftime of that NFC Championship game were checking flights to Las Vegas, checking for rooms. They just knew it was theirs. It was their birthright, and it was taken away from them. And you're not going to sit here and blame Dan Campbell. No. It was that team that wears red. They took your Super Bowl away from you, and you circled that game. And now you want the red to be their blood staining their jerseys so you feel better. You already know you're going to win. You need to see total and utter embarrassment.
All right, what it comes down to, and we'll get to the calls, 248-539-9797. Rico thinks you care. And I think it's not a bad thing. I don't think you care. And I think it's a good thing you don't care because it means this game is meaningless. It means next week you have everything to play for and you have a chance to win a Super Bowl. San Francisco's already dead. Who cares? I feel bad for the people that bought the tickets, to tell you the truth. They're going to be bored by the third quarter. 248-539-9797. Do you need the Lions to kick the Niners' ass? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, guys, listen up. You know what? The weather, well, you know what? The snow melted, and I was outstanding on my deck, and I was like, thank God I got Koi Construction to build this deck for me. Why? Because if I want to sit out there and grill to watch this game tonight, I can. Here's the thing. If you want a deck, let Koi Construction design and build one for you. I'm telling you, the craftsmanship is great. I love my Trex deck, and I don't have to worry about cleaning it and staining it like all my neighbors do. All I got to do is go out there and just sit back and enjoy while I watch them clean and stain their deck every year. Koi Construction, it's a family-owned and operated deck building company. It's a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. And here's the thing. If you want your deck ready for the spring, they'll build it right now in the wintertime, but you got to call now. Spots are limited, but they love working in the cold weather. Koi Construction can design and build this deck for you. And let Koi Construction's experienced team help bring your vision to life. So call them today. Get your project started. You won't regret it.
All right, so that's Dan Campbell from last week. Now, has he changed his mind? I'm willing to bet yes, but we'll find out when the Lions and Niners take on each other tonight in Santa Clara on Monday Night Football. But we're talking to you guys. Rico's question. Rico thinks you care. I don't think you care. Do you need to bludgeon the Niners? It's that simple. Do you need to get revenge for what happened last year in the NFC title game? Or do you have bigger fish to fry and simply you just want to get through this thing healthy? 248-539-9797.
Before we get to the calls and ticket text, here's why they need it. Do you know why this number is significant? 24-7.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
24-7.
Yeah.
That was the
halftime
score. Yes.
That's when you felt like, you know what, for the first time ever, you were headed to the Super Bowl, and you weren't. You need to get that taste out of your mouth, and that only comes by not winning. Because if you beat them by 3 points, that's not enough.
No, but
you have to beat them the way you beat the Cowboys, because the Cowboys, you felt like that loss kept you from getting the number 1 seed last year, and it was the ref's fault. The Niners kept you out of the Super Bowl. It was their fault. Therefore, how you beat the Cowboys, I expect Ben Johnson to have all types of plays dialed up.
See, but you hit the nail on the head. The players need it. They remember. The coaches need it. They remember. The fan base understands that what they truly want is next week, the 1 seed, the bye, the NFC North, and setting yourself up for a Super Bowl run. So I don't think this matters to the actual fans, but to the team, of course. They put so much into this. The team plays so much into this. Of course they need it.
What is fan short for?
Fanatic.
Thank you.
I just think that we have smart fans. They don't care. 248-539-9797. David, how about a couple quick ticket texts, then we'll hit some phones. What do you think?
The game tonight means absolutely nothing. San Francisco is out of the playoffs. Someone else says, Jeff, Rico is completely wrong. No one will care tonight. I'm mad because watching was going to be exciting for seeding. Just stay healthy. F the Niners. I want blood. Sorry, Rico. Tyler in Waterford.
Hey, go for it. I need a top 10 pick, so go for it.
Well, the other thing, too, is getting back to the rest thing very quickly. They are on essentially a short week. And they are battered and bruised. So while I have no doubt they're going to try to run it up, like you said, to try to prove to everybody that they're studs and they're fine, they need to sit everybody they possibly can sit.
Not going to happen.
I agree with you. I don't think it will either. But what needs to happen and what should happen, I mean, he's going to do something totally different.
Let's get to the people.
Everett, you're on the ticket. What's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Everett.
I want revenge. So we can rest the players in the fourth quarter. As long as we win it, we can rest the players. But I want revenge from last year, and I definitely want to win next week. So to me, I'm out for blood for these next 2 games because also, too, it will put the nation on notice that the Lions are here to stay and the Lions are about business. Not everybody's really sold on the Lions as of yet in this nation. But the thing about it is, if we can establish ourselves in 2 primetime games, that'll let people know, say, you know what, this team is for real. That's all I have to say.
Let me ask you a quick question. Who do you need to put on notice? You're already potentially a 1 seed if you beat the Vikings. You've already been the best team in the NFL all season long. You're already top most outlets' power rankings. You don't need to tell anybody that you're for real. Everybody knows you're for real. And if you lose this game, it simply doesn't matter. Like, what a weird situation.
You know what?
To lose, to have week 17 not matter. Go ahead.
Everett, let me help you out. You want to know why this means something? Because I promise you, at least in the beginning of the game, every Lions fan is going to have to relive the pain of last year because the pregame hype is going to be like, this is what happened last year. Here's Vildor. Here's the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble. Here's going for it. You're going to go back and relive that stuff, and it's just going to piss you off, and you're going to want blood.
Okay, and at the end of the day, you're going to go to sleep, and you're going to be like, I can't wait till Sunday. Just like right now, you can't wait till Sunday.
Okay, no, so Rico, right, you know this, Rico, right, you've been here for a while. You know the slogan, Detroit versus everybody, correct? Detroit,
yeah, I've been here for pretty much 55 years.
Yes, exactly. Nationally, when it comes to sports, Detroit do not get the recognition that it deserves.
So basically what I'm saying is that nationally, we got to show the nation of how Detroit is. We showed them throughout this year a little bit as far as last year, but let's continue the success of the story.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Everett.
It's a good call.
Rico, I'm so glad you got your Detroit card. So glad you got it.
And you know what, David? I got it for Christmas, and I was so happy. I went out and bought a Coney. Yeah.
Well, American or Lafayette?
Both.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you know how to pronounce that road, Graitot?
Gratiot?
Close.
Okay.
Close. You're not quite there yet.
Okay.
Maybe you in Detroit for 60 years. We'll do it for you.
Livernos?
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's pick up. How about Phil? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, Rico. Excuse me. There's something in my throat because it's pride time. Pride is hunting. We are going to go to San Francisco and put our paw on their stinking throats. And we're going to take this game, and we're going to take the next game. We've been let down too much. Pride is hunting.
All right.
What just happened?
Appreciate the call. Phil was like Howard Dean in there. Like, we're going to go there, then we're going to take Minnesota, and then we're going to take the White House. Yeah!
Well, let me ask you this. He started off singing.
No, he was clearing his throat, I think.
I thought he was going to, break into San Francisco, open your garden gate. You know that one? All right, let's go to the phone.
Way to bring the show down.
Let's go to Dave. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Dave? How are you?
Hey, absolutely, it's a meaningless game. This was a gift. This would be a gift like a bye week, at the perfect time for a bye week. And instead, what are we going to do? We're going to risk an injury. Keep in mind, harken back to the Dallas game. Very meaningful game. Extra point at the 7-yard line. Rather than taking the automatic overtime with a 50-50 chance, we took a very small chance of winning the game instead. And what was the rationale for Dan Campbell? Because that would risk an injury, and I didn't want to do it. This is a meaningless game. That was a meaningful game. Think of the Dan Campbell incoherent logic.
Yeah, but the thing is, and if I'm Dan Campbell, I think he's going to play everybody because I remember watching. It took forever before the backups got in the Cowboys game and in the Titans game.
Or the Jags game.
He kept the starters. He's running trick plays. He's running a hook and lateral with Penei Sewell that got, negated because of a penalty. They're trying hard, and it wasn't to win. That was embarrassment.
It was to win.
You were already winning. That was embarrassment.
No, well, guess what? They wanted to make it an emphatic win because it was a meaningful win. This is a meaningless game, and you're putting in jeopardy the most meaningful game in the world following Sunday against Minnesota.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate the phone call.
Dave, thank you for the phone call. Here's what I would say. Yes, they're going to try to run it up. Of course they will, but we're talking to the fans. We're not talking about what Dan Campbell's going to do. What do you need to see? Do you need to see a bloodbath? Do you need to see a slaughter? Do you need to get that proverbial revenge against the 49ers? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Do you know how many wins it took to get the 1 seed last year for the NFC? How many?
I do.
It was your team.
Took 12 wins.
Yeah. Could you imagine a team with 14 is going to be left out? Insane.
A team with 14 not only be left out, but could be on the road. So, yeah.
Crazy. It's almost like, am I allowed to say what you said to me on the phone when we talked today?
Probably not, but you're going to say it anyway.
I'm going to think about it. Maybe I'll say it next.
Tell me during the break, and I can tell you if you can say it or
not.
not.
Well, it doesn't look bad on you. I'm just saying, if I say it, there's going back. Just say it.
Yeah.
Just saying. Okay, I'll just say it then. If the Lions were to lose to the Vikings, this is very doom and gloom. Turn off your radio if you can't handle it. If the Lions were to lose to the Vikings and get the 5 seed, and whether they got to go to Tampa Bay or Atlanta or LA, who cares? But if they become the first ever team in the history of the NFL to have 14 wins and have to play a wild card game? What would that be, Rico?
It would bring back three letters that Lions fans don't want to hear. But
even
it would
you
be
said
fitting because it's like, wait, so you mean to tell me the first team that won 14 games has to go on the road and play the former quarterback? Heaven forbid something bad happens. Yeah, that's when all those people who got silenced will rise up and say, see, that's those three letters all over again.
Even host at this radio station might say such things.
Oh, heck, Brian Chapman will be running down the streets naked.
248-5. Nobody wants to see that.
Nobody.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We got more of your calls. Little 97 won the ticket. Little sabotage right there.
What was that?
Niners are trying to sabotage the Lions season. Well, it's not going to work because it doesn't matter. Nothing matters except for next week. But we're asking you, do you give meaning to this game? As a fan, do you yearn to bludgeon the Niners? 248-539-9797. We're not talking about the team. We're talking about you, the fan. Very quickly, though, I'm looking at the ticket text, and usually David reads these. However, I'm perusing these, Rico, and there's many like these. So I just want to ask you this. And then we'll go back to the call. It says from Hunter in Detroit. Hey, guys. Rico, any update on Mike after the Giants won a meaningless game yesterday, gave away their first overall pick?
Yes.
Do we have an update?
Yes. He said the reports of his demise are greatly exaggerated. He is fine. He is pissed at what they did, but he is fine. He's still alive. No TVs were destroyed. Nothing was burnt down. He's okay.
Did he watch the game with Big G? Because Big G was probably rooting for the Giants to win.
And Big G, no, he was.
Oh, he wasn't.
He was livid. So there we go.
That's amazing. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's pick up.
David, who's been holding the longest?
We'll go to Greg.
Greg,
you're on the ticket. What's up?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey, Greg.
I'm of the ilk that it might be meaningless, but I still want them to win. I don't need to have a pummeling. I just want them to win. Now, you said about revenge. They've already got revenge from last year by being as good of a team as they are. Okay? Now, if you think about that game, they didn't beat us. We just stopped playing as well as we were in the first half. The Lions only played 2 quarters that game. They could not stop San Francisco because they stopped. To me, it looked like they were. I mean, yeah, we had a couple of weird bounces, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who never fumbled. But that wasn't because of San Francisco was playing that much better than us.
Greg actually, they stripped Jahmyr Gibbs on that play. Let's not do that game because
that can happen at any time.
Yeah, Greg, I feel you're trying to rationalize the loss. I mean, listen, they lost the game, whether it was Campbell, whether it was Vildor, whether it was Jahmyr Gibbs. It doesn't matter. They lost the game. But you're absolutely right. You don't need revenge because you already got your revenge. You get to play for bigger and better things. San Francisco's done after next week.
They're done. They won't even see the playoffs. So there's revenge. And another thing you're talking about the Cowboys. I don't know which one of you mentioned it, but you said talk about revenge against the Cowboys because it was the refs' fault. Exactly. The Cowboys didn't beat us. The refs did. They stripped us of that.
Well, Dan Campbell didn't help in that game.
Right, but, I mean, it was still you couldn't play the refs, but you can play the Cowboys. And I watched that game, and what I saw was a team that just not wanted to beat Dallas. They wanted to embarrass
But
Dallas.
I do think there was an ulterior motive in that game.
Every team wants to beat Dallas like that. Every team wants to beat Dallas, especially in Jerry Jones's house. Because everybody
you know what? That's fair.
And on his birthday, too, if I remember correctly.
It was.
Yes.
Well, I also think, though, Greg, if you remember back to that game, that was the game Hutch got injured. And I do remember right after all the Lions standing around him, it was like a horrifying scene. And then Ben Johnson's like, screw this. Let's have some fun, almost to get the guys back in the groove. So when you look at that bludgeoning, and by the way, I saw this list of the top 10 blowouts this season. How many do you think the Lions have?
3?
They have 3, the top 3. And then I think the Bills are number 4.
Yeah. So just saying, 248-539-9797. Let's go back. Let's go to Keith. Keith, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Keith.
You know what? I was feeling pretty good. And then Riggs, of course, just took my vibe and just shot it to hell. Because I thought of something.
Keith.
Think about it. 14 wins. It's like me hitting the Mega Millions. I run outside to celebrate, and then I get hit by a bus.
Oh, Keith, come on.
14 wins, and then it's possible to play the fifth, to be the 5th seed. I mean, you're right, man. Them 3 letters came back in my head so fast.
That's Rico's doing, Keith. That's not my doing.
So now I didn't think too much about this Niners game, but now I am. Look, I want the Lions to have that Honolulu blue and silver boot, and I want that Niners butt to say insert here. That's right. That's where it is, Rico. The other piece that I love is that, of course, it's against your Niners, so that's making me feel a little bit better. Okay, the Packers screwed me, and I felt so unholy rooting for the Packers. But see how they couldn't do it? We got to do it. So, yeah, let's step on the Niners, and then let's shoot some Vikings.
Hey, Keith, and take that Mega Millions winning and go buy a battery for your smoke alarm.
Oh, I'm hearing that, too.
I keep it like that just for you, Rico.
Appreciate the call, Keith. I think that's more like if you won the lottery only to find out 300 other people won the same lottery.
And you get like a third. You get nothing.
Right. So it's like, oh, hey, I won all of these millions. Wait, 300 other people won? Here's your $10, sir.
Do you know that Alanis Morissette? Isn't it ironic, that song?
Yes.
Yes. It's like being a 14-win team and still having to play in the wild card game.
On the road.
On the freaking road. Listen, you brought that up. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm just saying because, look, Dan Campbell's already told you what you're going to do. But I want to know, for Lions fans, do you need to see blood in the water? Do you need to see a pummeling tonight against a team that's not good just so you could say, okay, you know what? Yeah, take that from last year. That's what you get for not letting us go to the Super Bowl.
Can we get something else out of the way very quickly?
Go for it.
The feeling yesterday, were you pissed? Like, do you think Lions fans were like,
you know what?
Woe is me?
No.
Or do you think Lions fans were like, F yes, we get to kick the Vikings' ass at our house in front of a sold-out Ford Field, and this opportunity is freaking unbelievable?
Let me say this. I think real Lions fans said, we'll handle our own business. New and bandwagoning Lions fans were upset that the Packers didn't do your dirty work. But the real fans, they didn't want Green Bay to do your dirty work because we can do it right here in Ford Field. Don't need them. Don't have to root for them ever.
Like, one of these games was going to be meaningless, right? You either had won the 1 seed tonight or you do it next week. I'd rather do it at home. I'd rather do it at Ford Field in front of a sellout crowd. And here's the one thing. Everybody's thinking about maybe, if you lose to the Vikings, you're the 5, you're the wild card. Oh, my God. Think about the other thing. If you beat the Vikings, and by the way, the Vikings can't beat you. They can't beat Dan Campbell. But if you beat the Vikings, what an unbelievable, emasculating thing to do to Minnesota. They fight all season long. Nobody talks about them. People think they're fake. They finally get to the point where they have everything in control, and they lose to the Lions when they've come all this way. That would be freaking – it would be so sweet.
It would be. But right now, we need to know how you feel about tonight. We'll worry about next week. But tonight, yeah, you're right. But see, that feeling that you have about beating Minnesota, I think Lions fans feel that way about tonight. Yeah. Even though they can't go anywhere, deep down it makes you feel a little bit better about the loss. You heard Big Keith. It makes them feel a little bit better about that loss last year. It takes away a little bit of the sting to see them embarrassed and tripped up at their own place.
I would say the loss last year doesn't even matter at this point because you have everything to play for this year.
Man,
all right, where are you at?
You got former Lions you got Lions players saying they watched that game over and over again.
But again, we're talking about the players. We're not talking about the fans.
Okay.
Talking about the fans.
All right.
248-539-9797. The ticket text 9713. Let me try that again. The ticket text is the same number.
Hey, welcome.
We're here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia. Come out, say hello. 97 on the ticket. kick it out here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia. Time now for a little football.
Well, gentlemen, we have NFL games, but I want to start with the college ranks first of Can We Say That? Can we say that Miami quarterback Cam Ward let his team down after he set the record and then sat down at halftime, and then Miami ends up losing that bowl game by 1 point?
I saw this. Everybody's killing Cam Ward. With that being said, does this team really care? Of course they care. Yes, of course he let them down. He wanted his record. He was selfish. He was getting his money. He gets his record as well. It's ridiculous. Just play the whole damn game. You're getting paid.
Yeah, that's weak. And if I'm an NFL team in this draft process, I'm putting that as a negative against you. You don't go out there and just be me, get your record, and then say you're done. You play the whole game or you don't.
I mean, I guess technically it looked like he was trying to negotiate to get back into the game for that final drive. But at that point, it's like, bruh, just sit here and accept the consequences. All right. In the Game Above Sports Bowl, can we say that Pitt coach Pat Narduzzi made one of the worst coaching errors? In the second overtime, instead of just going for it on the 1 yard line, with his best play on 4th and 1, he kicked a field goal because the very next play he had to do a 2-point conversion play in the third overtime. Why not just run that play, get the walk-off touchdown, and win the game?
So first of all, the Nard Dog, has he been a failure at Pittsburgh? He's been there forever. They never win anything, and he's in a bowl game in Detroit. But I would agree with you. In fact, it's not just him, though. There were so many questionable comments or so many decisions that were questionable this weekend. But, yes, absolutely.
It was 4th and 1 from the 1. He kicks the field goal only to come back out on the field and run a play from the 3-yard line. You're closer. You win, you walk off,
exactly.
You get that trophy.
Right. The same thing goes with Sean Payton and the Broncos. Why didn't he go for 2 when they came back and just try to win the game?
Yeah, the decision made no sense. And then on top of that, when you look how he just walks off the field and doesn't shake hands with the other coach like it's the other coach's fault, no, it's your fault. You had a chance to do something to prevent third overtime, and you did not. So, yeah that was weak.
David, that was a look of, oh, God, I'm stuck in Pittsburgh for another year. Can we say, let's just get this out the way, can we just say the Giants screwed up badly yesterday? Drew Lock just killed the Giants' dream of that number 1 overall pick and dropped them to number 4 by going out there and trying and winning a game.
Okay, we forget about this every year. Us as fans, media, you got to lose, you got to tank, you got to get the draft pick. But these guys are fighting for bonuses. They're fighting to put their films for other teams next year. They're never going to willfully tank a game. So while, yes, as a fan base, the organization wants the better draft pick, first overall, Shedeur Sanders, no, I'm not going to fault the player on the winning team for trying to win.
What bonus?
You do. It's why you play.
No, what bonus is Drew Lock or Malik Neighbors trying to get? Malik Neighbors already is a rookie. He's got his money. Drew Lock is just going to be a backup for the rest of his life. He's not getting extra money for throwing 4 touchdowns.
I was just talking to an individual here that's a big fan of the program saying it's all about the bonuses this time of year. And
not
guys
for those
try
two.
To get other guys, but oh, please. You never try to lose a game. Could you imagine if you tried to intentionally lose a game?
Rieger,
you're not employed next year.
Rieger, I understand what you're saying. No, you're right.
You can't blame the players.
The players can never be blamed for that. That's why you have to blame the organization. They needed to put something in place to not go out there and win.
Yeah, but you're already at Drew Lock, for crying out loud. What quarterback are you going to get the twist?
Tommy DeVito, yeah.
All right, they screwed themselves because now they went from getting whatever quarterback they wanted to David, Jeff, they may get the 3rd best quarterback. So, yeah, congratulations. Now, speaking of that.
It's not Lock's fault, though.
If everybody's out to play, Should the Eagles play Saquon Barkley next week so that he can get the rushing record?
David, you want to take this one? I'll go after you.
Here's the thing. No.
Meaningless game.
They should not. They should not. In Philadelphia and everywhere else, Super Bowls matter. And you have an opportunity to get a Super Bowl. If you go out there and try to get this record and you get hurt or you're limited and now you have to come out in the playoff game and you're limited or you can't play at all, that's a problem, and everyone in Philadelphia will be upset with that. While they're saying now, we would love for him to have the record. We would celebrate him. No, you won't, because if he gets hurt, there's going to be trouble in Philadelphia. So, no, he shouldn't play.
It would be a total brain-dead decision to allow Saquon to play. And by the way, I get it, right? All-time rushing record against the team that he left. I mean, his offensive linemen want it. He wants it. It's only 100 yards. I totally understand why you would want to get it. But like David said, Nick Sirianni would be fired. Philly would be thought of as a total joke. You can't play the guy. But you got to sit him and make sure he's healthy. And they got to go on. They got to play a playoff game. They don't get a bye.
But former
it's not
team,
like they get a bye or a week of rest. So you can't.
Former
play.
team. I think Saquon wants to get it against his former team too.
Right. I mean, if there was a passing record and Jared Goff could get it against the Rams in a meaningless game, you don't think he wants that? Just saying. All right.
Well, I think Saquon might want it. I'm just saying the organization doesn't want it.
Speaking of quarterbacks, can we say that Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is a top 10 NFL quarterback?
I would say yes. Absolutely. The fact that he helped the Washington Commanders get to the postseason this year, watching him last week when he throws 5 picks and still beating Philly. Now, I know Jalen Hurts was out in that game.
Well, he threw 3. They had 2 fumbles.
5 turnovers. My bad. 5 turnovers to still win. But he got the scoring drive right after he threw a pick. Didn't phase him. And then looking what he did last night, absolutely. Top 10, and he's only going to get better.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can never put a rookie like that yet. I can't do it. I just can't do it. He's a rookie. He's really good. He's done some things with the Washington Commanders that you haven't seen in a long time. That great comeback against the Eagles last week and what he did yesterday was amazing, but I cannot say top 10 yet.
David, I'm watching him. I want to say top 10 because he reminds me of another quarterback who became appointment viewing. No matter who he played, he's got a lot of Michael Vick in him.
He does.
Where I can beat you running, I can beat you with my arm. Pick your poison because you're not going to stop both.
The other thing, too, and David said he could never give a top 10 quarterback title to a rookie. He doesn't look like a rookie. He is unflappable.
He doesn't.
He really is. The
Michael
poise
Penix
he has is unreal.
Michael Penix looked like a rookie last night.
Oh, yeah.
He looked like a seasoned vet, and both came out in the same draft.
There was a play late in the game where he needed to pick up a first down. I think it was 4th and 2, if I'm not mistaken. Just casually runs to the first down marker and out of bounds. He's unbelievable.
It was at a different speed level, yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. I think he's a top 10. Just saying he may be replacing Russell Wilson. Can we say that Aaron Rodgers is officially done?
That's a low blow,
David,
by
you
the
go
way. That's a
first.
low blow. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Say it again.
Can we say that Aaron Rodgers is officially done?
Yes, I think you can I think you can. At least I'm hoping
can
so.
stick the
I
fork
mean,
in him?
that was
Yeah.
bad, man. He then he's yelling at a teammate after he poorly throws the ball to him. Yeah, he's done.
Well, so he pulls himself out of the game. And then he also, I don't know if you guys saw the game, but I was watching, on a fumble, he makes a business decision not to dive to recover the fumble, allowing the Bills to recover it instead.
Yeah. Remember when Cam Newton did that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much the end of him in the Super Bowl, no less. But I would say I don't think he'll be back in New York. Somebody's going to take a chance on him.
Why?
I think he wants to play, and I think some team is going to give him a shot next year.
Who's going to give him a shot?
I don't know, David.
You know what? I can't think of any team.
Go ahead,
All right.
Cleveland. Go do it, Cleveland.
Well, he'd be better than their current options, wouldn't you think?
Can we say that the NFL got their wish to have the Lions and Vikings as the final game of Week 18?
Yes, the script is real. Nobody wants to believe in the script, but I'm telling you it's real. Last year, Remember Rico and Mike and me and Wojo? Like 8 weeks out, we're like, could you imagine if the Lions played Stafford in their first playoff game in 30 years and it being at Ford Field? Could you imagine that? And then, guess what happened? In a meaningless game between San Francisco and Los Angeles, the Rams win at the last second when a bunch of backups are playing. And, by the way, Kelly Stafford and Matthew are coming back to Detroit. We knew 5-7 weeks ago that the Vikings-Lions could be for the entire enchilada. And, shocking, here we are. Of course the script is real.
Yeah, the NFL wanted this, and NBC wanted this. I mean, we had a really good Sunday night game last night, and they couldn't stop talking about the Vikings and the Lions. And there wasn't even a decision made, quote unquote, yet.
Well, they knew.
They knew.
David, I got time for one more.
Sure.
I'll make it quick.
I like this.
Can we say that the Chicago Bears were severely overhyped for this season? They were on Hard Knocks, and we were told, watch out for the Bears. Watch out for what?
Yes, absolutely overhyped. However, can I throw one back at you? Mm-hmm. Can we say that Caleb is a bust? Because I think the answer is no. I think you got to give him a shot, and I think under a different coach, hopefully it's not Ben Johnson, they could look like a different team.
Caleb,
remember, all it takes is the right hire, and next thing you know, you got a better team.
Here's the thing with Caleb, and then I'll let David answer real quick. The trajectory for him right now is on the Bryce Young path, where it's not looking good, but we can see if a coach can fix him or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely overhyped, and it's because of Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks, it definitely oversold them, and everyone says, yes, they're going to win the division. Yeah, they can't even. No. Yeah, overhyped.
Huh? That is, can we say that?
That was fun.
97-1.
That's right. Jeff in for Mike. Mike back later this week. Rico right here. We're hanging out at the B-Dubs in Livonia on 6 Mile. Stop by, say hello. And by the way, it's hour number 2. Coming up at 5 o'clock, it's going to be the Costa Rica Lions pregame show. So Jimmy Cookies will be here. So stop by and say hello to him as well. Before we get back to the phones, though, we'll recap everything we've talked about. I must say, this is truly a treat. Not only do I get to work with the great Hatchet Hall and, of course, Rico Beard, but, David, do you have any idea what is on right in front of us?
Missouri and Iowa?
Oh, no. Michigan State, Western Michigan. I get to watch a Sparty basketball game with Rico Beard. This is fantastic.
It's nightmare fuel,
Let's
David.
go Broncos. They're up 5-3 right now.
It's nightmare fuel.
You really are not rooting for the Broncos. They're not going to win this game.
David, he is. I've never watched a game with Rieger just because of that reason. Yes. He's annoying.
I forgot Western had a basketball team.
Well, the former coach, Dwayne Stevens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my cousin. You're right.
They're up 5-3 right now. We'll keep you updated. By the way, if you watched the Vikings-Packers game yesterday, did you see what Tom Brady said? David could appreciate this. So Fox showed a preview for Michigan State, Ohio State basketball coming up. And Tom Brady, he's like, my 2 least favorite teams.
I love it.
And then he said, can both of them please lose? And I'm like, that is unfreaking believable.
I said the same thing sitting on my couch.
That's respect.
I love it.
That's respect.
So good. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. So here's the deal. Rico came up with a great question. Yes, I know everybody on the station's talking about should Dan Campbell rest players or not in a meaningless game tonight on Monday Night Football against the Niners. It's a legitimate question, but I feel and we feel it's been talked about way too much. You know he's going to play these guys. With that being said, Rico came up with a fantastic question for the fans. Go ahead, Rico.
The question is this. Do you need to see a win tonight? Not just a win, a blowout win, a bludgeoning. Just San Francisco getting embarrassed to kind of make you feel better about last year's NFC title game where the Niners took away your hopes and dreams. Do you need to see Ben Johnson out there running trick plays late in the game while the Lions are up 20-plus points? You need this win because it'll make you feel good the same way you felt after the Dallas victory.
I don't need it. I'm a fan. But what I've learned over the last hour or so, and we'll get back to the calls, is there's a lot of people that agree with Rico. There's a lot of Lions fans that are just, of course they want to win, but they want to bludgeon the Niners. They want to get that proverbial revenge. When I would tell you, I don't think any of that matters because it's all about what's ahead of you, which is next week, Minnesota, downtown Detroit, in a game that matters. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go back to the phones, pick up. How about Justin? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Justin?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, Justin.
I agree. I couldn't agree with Rieger more. And honestly, any Lions fan, Rico's whole argument or premise is based on the fact that winning this game or winning 50-0, bludgeoning them is going to somehow erase the feeling of last year or like redo what happened last year. Like the only thing that's going to make us feel better is to get to a Super Bowl this year.
Yes.
So I don't care what happens tonight. I mean, I think honestly, I think it's a little hot take-ish. I think you're, being a 49ers fan, not that you're not from around here, but I think at least with all my friends, I'm in like 3 different fantasy group chats. The only people who want the Lions to win tonight are the people who went to San Francisco to see it. And I'm sorry that it's to me, this is so set up for, a perfect chance to rest your starters so you don't have a 2-week break before trying, quote unquote, maybe getting rusty before the playoffs. You get a normal bye week in the season, then you get to play again, and then hopefully another bye week before going to the playoffs. So to me, I don't need to see anything but not getting injured, which is like the whole story of this season is don't get injured. So why would you, again, you're going to put more guys at risk for injury and then put more stuff on tape for Minnesota to study for next year? Like what trick play is Ben Johnson going to waste this week that we can't use next week? I don't need to see anything. But
here's the thing, Justin, hold on. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson's been running trick plays in meaningless games all season, like you just said. He doesn't care because he's like, I got a million more of these things. So good luck trying to, diagram against this play because I'll come out with a new formation. The fact that I watched the Lions, and as Rieger said, they have the top 3 blowouts in the league this year. Like, they don't ever call off the dog. So I think they're going to try to do the same thing tonight.
Hey, Justin, the one thing I agree with you on is you're not going to get last year back. No matter if you beat them by 100-0, it doesn't matter. You lost that NFC title game, and it's going to probably go down as one of the toughest losses in Detroit sports history. But you got everything ahead of you. That's why you're absolutely right. All the buddies in your group chat, they're right too. Like, lose this game, win by 5, win by 10, lose it by 10. It doesn't matter. All that matters is next week, in my opinion. Now, as far as the trick plays is concerned, everybody worries about this. I believe what the Lions tell you, that the only reason they run these trick plays is because they look at the defense and it's perfect to run that trick play. And there are trick plays that sit on the shelf for 3 years, 2 years, until you get an opportunity to run them.
Yeah,
so if
but
the
Rieger,
look is right, they're going to run it. No big deal.
Yeah, but in all fairness, they probably practiced the little fake fumble Rooski. They've been practicing that play. They were going to run it regardless.
That's
now,
fair.
The thing is, I think the reason why Ben Johnson runs these plays is to waste your time. And by your time, I mean the defense that the team that they're playing, because now they have to go out there and, okay, how do we defend this? Honestly, if I was the defensive coordinator, I'd be thankful. I would come up with a list of all the Lions trick plays and say, okay, here are plays we'll never see again.
Yep.
Let's not worry about them, but that's not how defensive coordinators work.
Here's the one thing I do want to see tonight. I think if you're looking for one thing to kind of like sink your teeth into, it's the Lions defense. And I know you can't do the transitive property thing, but when you watch Chicago and Caleb have success against the Lions defense and the next week they score all of 3 points against Seattle, I would love to see the Lions defense against a depleted Niners offensive line. Their entire O-line is out. I want to see some pressure today, and I want to see stopping Debo and Brock. I want to see some stops. Don't go giving up 24 points to the San Francisco 49ers, a 5-win football team, 6-win football team. So that's the one thing I'm looking at today. I want the defense to have a spine because, let's be honest, if that defense is broken, if they're not any good, it doesn't matter because you're going to lose to Minnesota or you'll lose in the postseason. So that's the one thing I'm looking at today. I want to see a dominant defensive performance despite the injuries. Is that fair?
No, that's fair. And I think that that's the correct thing to do. But when Dan Campbell comes out and says, hey, don't even ask me, a week ago, I'm playing my guys, tells me he's going to be Dan Gamble, that guy that everybody fell in love with, the guy that can't be criticized, the guy that just takes a ton of risk. A lot of them work. Some of them don't. And one of the risks is I'm going to play everybody tonight. It could be injury. He doesn't care. And I think that Lions fans kind of have that mentality. If you were going up against tonight against the Arizona Cardinals,
yes,
I don't think people would have that same feel because the Cardinals didn't keep you from the Super Bowl. I do think that some fans need to see this. Now, there's some that will be like, I don't care about it, but I think there are a lot more that, whether you want to admit it or not, yeah, you'll have a bigger smile on your face if the final score is 34-3.
You give Campbell the benefit of the doubt, don't you, as far as tonight? If you're up 15 in the second half, don't you think you're going to see Hendon Hooker, Teddy Bridgewater? Like, I truly believe, I know what he's done against Jacksonville. I know what he did against Tennessee. I know what he did against Dallas. But knowing that you are on a short week, knowing that you got the biggest game of the season in 6 days, don't you think he's going to yank his guys earlier? I do.
I thought that for all those games that you just said, and I'm like, why is Goff still in the game? Nothing good can happen from this. And Goff stayed in the game until finally he pulled them with like maybe 6 minutes to go. Nothing happened, but, yeah, I was totally against it. Like, come on, man, get Goff out. You got this game. We'll see. We'll see what happens tonight.
Do you need revenge on the San Francisco 49ers? Rico says you do. I say you don't give a damn. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save your money. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal, a few days left, a new 2025 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4. Get this, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $279 a month. Guys, that's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
That's Dan Campbell from last week.
Okay, go ahead.
That's Dan Campbell from last week.
They can't hear us. Okay, that was Dan Campbell from last week. We can't hear. That's even better. Jeff, are you here?
Yeah, I think so.
All right,
hey,
there we go.
I'm back.
There
How
we
are
go.
you?
Yeah.
All right. That was Dan Campbell from last week, apparently. But yes, we're talking about the fan perspective. With what happened last year in the NFC title game, do you need to bludgeon San Francisco to get revenge because they kept you out of the Super Bowl? That's number one. But we have kind of allowed people to talk about this instead of talking about the rest factor. But we got to hit on it, don't we?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Dan Campbell rest everybody? And I know people are texting in saying, you guys are morons, dude. You got 22 guys on IR. You got to play somebody. Yeah, play all your backups. Like, I don't want to see Jared Goff in this game. I don't want to see Jahmyr Gibbs in this game. I don't want to see Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jameson Williams in this game. And I definitely don't want to see any defensive player that is healthy that you need next week, like a DJ Reader or a Jack Campbell or a Tyrion Arnold. I will play every backup. And listen, I get it. Dan Campbell has given you the best team the Lions have ever seen. So his opinion is the most important. But it makes zero sense to play any starter, any valuable piece in this worthless game.
See, to me, Rieger, there's only two players that I would not play at all. That's your quarterback, and that's your right tackle. It's Sewell.
I forgot about Pedaso, yes.
And it's Jared Goff. Anybody else, fine. I can play them. I'm okay. You lose either one of those two, and you are putting yourself at a serious disadvantage. That's me. If I'm Dan Campbell, Jared Goff is on clipboard duty. We're not even bringing his jersey or his helmet out to San Francisco. There's no chance he's going to get into this game. Sewell, I don't need to see what he can do either. Because think about it. Sewell is your guy on key third and fourth downs. Where did the play go? Behind him. He's the lead blocker. He's that important to the team. I'm okay playing other people for a little bit of the game or all the game. That's fine. Those are the only two I would sit if I were Dan Campbell.
So what do you think the justification is? Like, honestly, we know what I think he would say. There was no follow-up to that question last week. And, of course, it hadn't happened yet. The Green Bay Packers could have still beat the Vikings. But I would love to know his justification because this is truly a meaningless game. And while I'm sure he would say it's important to win, we want to get our 14th win, we're all about winning, and that's the culture. I get all that. But that goes away pretty quickly if, God forbid, you get an injury, and they've had numerous injuries. Now, the other side of my brain says, well, why would you ever question this guy? Because he has brought you nothing but success.
Correct.
So where are you at? Do you understand the decision to pretty much play everybody? Or are you kind of with Rico and I saying, dude, play it safe just this one time? And I understand that's not what Campbell's about. I feel like a schmuck even saying it, considering how good the guy's been. But if somebody goes down, that would be disastrous.
If somebody goes down, it would be disastrous, but I don't think he cares. Because we've all fallen in love with Dan Gamble. Oh, my God, grit and all, look at this. And, he's the tough guy coach. He's changed the league. He's got other teams now, going forward on fourth downs. I think a lot of that comes from him.
I agree with you. Like Matt LaFleur yesterday.
He's not going to change his ways, and he's going to play his people. And he told you, the beauty of Dan Campbell is this. He doesn't really give you coach speak. He tells you exactly how he feels,
he's transparent.
and that's it. It's not, oh, well, he's just playing. No, we're going to do this. Guess what? They're going to do that. You know what? We're going to be aggressive. Guess what? They're going to be aggressive. He knows his defense isn't great. So tonight, I expect to see a lot of fourth down plays or fake field goals and punts or things like that. And I expect to see the starters out there as well.
248-539-9797. If you want to comment on, do you need to bludgeon the Niners? Do you need revenge? That's out there. People are reading up that topic. However, where are you at with the decision to rest or actually not rest the starters today in a total meaningless games? So you can hit it on that if you want as well. I truly believe, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you're right, and maybe I'm a dumbass here, but I do believe that he's going to limit the play of his starters. I do believe he's going to have the quicker hook on the Goffs and the St. Browns and the Sewells than he has in the past, considering he knows what's next week, and you are on a short week, and you got to fly back from the West Coast.
I can see that maybe he has that magical number that if we're up or we're down by X amount of points, that's it. That's all you got. Or maybe if he's smart, he treats it like a preseason game where I'm going to play you guys for a half, and then after that, we're going to move on, and we're going to let the backups get in, and I really don't care about the results. That's a smart way of thinking. And I'm not saying that Dan Campbell is not smart, but if you think like Dan Campbell, he normally in blowout games, the backups come in with like 6-7 minutes left in the game. I expect him to do the same thing. I don't expect him to break his own tendencies.
We got full lines. We'll get to the calls, I promise, but I need you to answer 2 texts that I'm just perusing. Please, just answer 2 texts. I'm going to go to the wiser Rico Beard. Here's number 1. It's crazy. People don't want professionals to play and basically opt out of a game, but if a college player that's going pro opts out of a meaningless bowl game, he's the worst person in the world. Go ahead.
No, it's not. The reason why I brought up the Cam Ward thing is because he played half the game and then said, I'm done.
He is getting paid too.
Right. So it's like, okay, either you play or you don't, but, your team was winning. It was a close game. I'm thinking, okay, you know what? I'm just going to keep playing. So I'm for this. Look, if it were me, if I was Cam's father, I would have told him, "Now you're not playing in this game."
It's kind of an asinine question from the ticket texter, because the pros that we want to sit is because we need them at a different time in much bigger games. This is meaningless. Take a break. Take a vacation. Come on, it's not the same.
Yeah, this was Cam's last game, so I guess the equivalent of that would be the Super Bowl, and it's just like, yeah, you're going to play in this final game. That's it. There is no other game. So I wasn't mad that he wanted to go out there and play, just like I wasn't mad when, like, Colorado, like Shedeur Sanders and those guys played in that game.
Yeah, of course.
I wouldn't have, but you know what? They did. It's either you're in or you're out. And I think for Campbell, he's in. And you're going to see starters play a lot of minutes tonight.
Here is the second ticket text that we've gotten a plethora of. Answer this one. Hey, dumbasses, tonight matters because
Why do you read these?
Well, I added that part towards me. Because it matters, because if the Vikings and the Lions tie next week, then if you lose to the Niners, you're not going as the 1 seed. Lions have the tiebreaker, but yes, if there's a tie next week and you lose tonight, then you lose the number 1 seed to Minnesota.
Okay, this is dumb because I'll say this. I don't see a tie because of who the offensive coordinator is, Ben Johnson. And I don't think that Ben Johnson, who's run all types of trick plays all year, would probably go for it. I mean, not go for it, but go for 2 or do something and go for broke.
Exactly.
And chances are they will either win or lose the game because Ben Johnson has a play diagram. There is no way that Dan Campbell, a man who has risked everything all season long going forward, would just sit back and say, you know what, let's just go ahead and kick that extra point. No, guys, we're going for 2. We're going for the win at home.
Well, especially if you know you can't tie. Especially if you know that a tie means that you're the 5th seed. Of course, you would do everything even extra aggressive to try to win the football game. All right, a lot of people want to talk. We'll get to you next. 97 won the ticket.
All right, the new year is coming up, and if you're like me, you probably ate way too many cookies and all types of Christmas stuff. Guess what? Planet Fitness is there for you. They're not going to judge me. They're not going to judge you. And it's very simple. You need to head over to your local Planet Fitness right now. Beat the rush. Everybody's going to show up for New Year's. How about you start a couple days earlier. Head to your local Planet Fitness right now, and you can check it out because many Planet Fitness have brand new strength training equipment and cardio equipment. And, oh, by the way, judgment-free. So, and, hey, if you need a little extra motivation, every Planet Fitness membership comes with free fitness training. And there's over 50 Planet Fitness located in the Metro Detroit area. There is one near you. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now and get started. You got to be 18 or older to enroll. 13 to 17-year-olds, you need a parent or guardians. they got to be there to sign up with you. But head into your local Planet Fitness right now and get a membership. If you really like it, you can upgrade to the Black Card. Head over to Planet Fitness right now to sign up or go to planetfitness.com.
97.1 The Ticket. It's the Rico and Valenti show live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile. Come out, say hello. Having a good time. I'm Jeff in for Mike. Talking about a couple different things. As a Lions fan, do you need revenge from the Niners, meaning you need a win in a meaningless game? And then also, everybody's been talking about it. You immediately thought about it as soon as the Packers lost to the Vikings yesterday. What do you think about Dan Campbell not resting anybody? His words last week made it easy for everybody. He's playing everybody. You good with that? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number.
And you know what? Another reason why I think a lot of people need to see a victory tonight.
Yeah.
Because if you're a Lions fan, I think it ticks you off when they show the graphic and Minnesota is sitting there at the 1 seed.
Okay.
Minnesota right now, when they show it on all the different channels last night and today, because of the half game, they're sitting at 1, and you know good and well if you beat Minnesota, you're going to be back in there. But for the next 24 hours or going back to last night, it probably is like that's not what it's supposed to be, but technically it is. That's why you want
It's
this.
a good point. Total fandom thing. It's ugly to look at, especially after you've had the 1 seed the entire season. Now you're the 5 seed. Like, I get it. I just think a rational Lions fan is like, dude, just please no injuries, and then let's get to Minnesota. And if you win, everything takes care of itself. If you lose, then unfortunately you stay at the 5 seed. David, you want to get some ticket text, then we'll get to the calls?
Let's go to the callers.
Oh, you want to go to the calls? All right. Let's go to, how about Pete? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Pete?
Guys, let me start out by saying, I'm an old dude. I'm so old, I actually remember the last time the Lions won a championship. I watched the game back in 1957. So
Your words.
Been waiting
old.
I've been waiting almost 70 years for this day, or what's coming up, I hope. So, I'm just trying to tell you, I'm an old fan, and I really don't see the need for revenge here, at least not against the Niners. I mean, what happened last year, it was just two damn good teams that went at it. One had to win, one had to lose, right? And, there were some bad bounces. There were some, things that happened, mistakes, but that's part of every game. We know that, right? So here's what I'd like to see. Yeah, I'm going to be watching this thing, so I want to see a real game. So I think what ought to happen is get the big dogs out there to start, get a comfortable lead, and I don't know what that is. I mean, 24-7 should have been a comfortable lead, and it wasn't. But get a comfortable lead, and then start pulling your big dogs out and put in some of the replacements. We want to win. I mean, 15-2 sounds better than 14-2, or God help us, 13-2. So I like that. I like the sound of that.
Yeah. To be fair, though,
win.
To be fair, even if they lose, nobody's going to freak out. If they lose this football game, not like when they lost to the Bills when everybody freaked out and then you add that to the injuries. If they lose tonight, no big deal because, again, we know it's next week that matters.
Right. I agree with you there. But, again, as an old-time fan who's been watching football for, almost 70 years, well, more than 70 years. I'm going to be 77 next month. It's, I want to see him play. And there's another thing, too. I mean, I know at the end of the season you shouldn't have to worry too much about them being sharp, but a little play time could be helpful for everybody. So I think if they get in there for a quarter, a half, and build up some points, or even if they don't, give them some playing time. Be careful as much as possible, but I'd like to see them win, but not because I want to see any revenge. I think the game we saw last year was unfortunate the way it turned out, but it was two damn good teams that went out and tried to win, tried to get to the Super Bowl. So we didn't last year, but hopefully that won't be the case this year.
Thank you. No, listen, that's an older fan, Rico. You imagine that?
Yeah, but he's more mature, and I'm not meaning age-wise. He realizes there's bigger fish to fry, but I'm saying right here, right now, look, I'm not saying everybody. We've talked to a few people who said, no, I'm focused on winning the Super Bowl. But I think for some Lions fans, I need to get that taste out of my mouth. I need to see blood. I need to see Dan Campbell go into San Francisco, avenge last year's loss, and embarrass them. 248-539-9797.
Have you seen the Niners injury report?
Yeah, it reads like the Lions injury report.
It's pretty ugly. Like their entire offensive line is out. No Aaron Banks, no Robert Beal Jr., no Spencer Burford, no Drake Greenlaw. Like this should be a winnable game whether you play your starters or not.
These are all the outs?
Well, some of them are out.
Is Bosa
some
out?
are questionable. Yeah. Bosa is currently in.
Okay.
Yes. So, see how he does against the Lions' offensive line. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go back to the phones, pick up. How about, let's go to Sean. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean. What's the word?
Hey, so just quick thing. So I don't really think that getting revenge, so to speak, is as important as just getting the win and staying healthy. And with that being said, I think these last two games are kind of shaken out like Michigan's season last year, where we go in with the focus on Ohio State and all the pressure's there. Then the game ends up being a lot closer than it should have been when they're going up against Maryland. I'm hoping that's not the case tonight and we can avoid anything like that, but because I would like to see them put up some more points than that. But I think that there's a chance that it's a closer game than we think, and then, Dan Campbell keeps the starters in longer than they need to be. And then, obviously, you run the risk of injury and things like that. But I think that the emphasis being on the last game is going to be just as important as it was in comparing it to Michigan-Ohio State last year as far as the playoff implications are concerned. Obviously, I would like to see our guys stay healthy. I want us to get the win and just kind of shut everything down as far as any tiebreakers, anything like that. But I think that going forward next week, it's going to be just like last year's Michigan-Ohio State game. And obviously, hopefully we come out on top and then propel ourselves to a Super Bowl.
I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, it's really weird when you see the point spread. Rieger, you're a gambler. I would expect this to be like, man, almost close to a double-digit point spread for this game, but it's close, which kind of worries me a little bit. Not that Vegas knows, unless Vegas got an advanced copy of the script.
Well, they might have. They might have. So the point spread last time I checked was 3.5 tonight, right? Lions favored by 3.5. Maybe it's fluctuated a little bit. I thought last week was weird. At Chicago, Lions were only favored by 6.5. Of course, they beat it by 17. Now, I find the point spread for the Vikings game pretty interesting. It's Lions -3, which essentially is just home field advantage, you think, right? So that should be essentially a pick-em game. But here's the one thing that nobody's talked about, and I get it. Like, we're focusing on the Niners, and should Dan Campbell rest his players? But it's impossible not to look ahead to that Vikings game. And you can look ahead all you want because this game is truly meaningless. It doesn't matter if the team looks ahead. But I keep going back and forth who I think wins next week. Like, honestly, I think the Lions win the football game. But at the same time, that Vikings offense continues to get better and better. Could you make the case they're just as good as Detroit's? Like, stat-wise, they're not. Detroit scored more points. They've also blown out a hell of a lot more teams. But I think the Vikings offense could potentially be deeper.
I think for a lot of the players, they're mirror images of each other. I think there's a couple players that Minnesota has the advantage, a couple players that the Lions have an advantage. I can judge that better after tonight's game to make sure that, nobody got injured, nobody's hurt. But, yeah, as of right now, they're kind of a little bit of a Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Yeah, I mean, okay, well, who has the advantage here? Who has the advantage there? It probably depends on where your fandom is. Do you look at, former Lion T.J. Hawkinson, or do you look at Laporta for the better tight end? I think the only one that's the clear-cut advantage,
Jefferson,
like it or not, is Justin Jefferson over Amon-Ra. Even Lions fans would have to say, yeah, Justin Jefferson's better than Amon-Ra.
What about quarterback this year, right now?
Quarterback this year, right now.
Hendon Hooker.
Look, I'll just
Teddy
go ahead
Bridgewater.
and say it. I've said it before. Man, I think that either quarterback behind either on either team. If you could swap quarterbacks, then I think you get the same results.
248-539-9797. A lot of people want to talk. Do you need this victory as a Lions fan? Do you need it? Do you need to bludgeon the Niners, Rico's team? And also, what do you think about the decision not to rest anybody, according to Dan Campbell, later on tonight? We'll get to your calls. 97 won the ticket. $97 won the ticket. Valenti and Rico show carries on live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile. Stop by, say hello. We got the Lions pregame show kicking off in about an hour and 10 minutes. Jim Cookies Costa is going to be here with Rico. You guys are going to get you up to Lions-Niners. What looked to be like a huge game at the early season or early in the season. And now,
there's people out there.
It's a meaningless game.
Rigorous people out there. I know Caller DJ is out there. He sent me something this morning.
Oh,
saying,
that poor guy.
I think everybody circled this game. At the beginning of the year, this was the game. Not next week, but you thought this was going to be the game that determined home field throughout. Injuries hit the Niners, just like injuries hit the Lions, but they lost a lot of their star players. And next thing you know, their season was done early. Yours, not so much. It was a gradual where you started losing depth pieces to your defense.
Starters too.
Yeah, you lost Hutch, but now you go into this game, and I think it's one of those. It'll be chicken soup. It'll just make you feel good. It'll be chicken soup for the soul.
It would.
To go out to San Francisco and not only win, but to beat them badly. Yeah, nobody cares if they got injuries, and you'll feel a little bit better about not winning that game last year. Now, is the main focus still this year? Yes. But it's the same reason why, you know, when you find out you're going someplace that your ex is going to be at, you're going to get a haircut, you may buy a new suit or do whatever. You just want to look good.
That's fair. That's fair, but it's not going to help you if you lose next week. It's not going to help you at all. But I'm with you. I feel for guys like Caller DJ and everybody else that went out to Santa Clara for this game because you're dead on. At the start of the season, you're probably like, all right, if I can afford one game, it's going to be expensive. It's $1,000 to fly out to San Francisco. Then you got to buy tickets. Tickets are much more cheaper now. And then you're going to a game that has zero implications at all. Like at the start of the season, you're thinking to yourself, this is for the 1 seed. This game's going to be intense. Monday Night Football, hell yeah. And now it means nothing. So do you need the win just to say you won and to get to 14? Or are you like me? Just get me to Sunday, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number.
Guys.
Let's go to –
go ahead. I want to bring something up here because you all also brought up injuries in this conversation. You brought up earlier about should they sit the guys and this and that. And it brought to mind – I was reminded. Remember last year's game, final game of the season, they played the Minnesota Vikings.
Nick Mullins was the quarterback.
Yeah. Do you remember a certain tight end for the Detroit Lions that got hurt in that game? Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta got hurt, and he's hasn't really been the same since. But in that game, you can look it up now. Even in that game, you say
about that.
You read it and you say, "Oh, well, they could have gotten a 2 seed." No, they couldn't have, because they played Sunday night, and by then Dallas had already won. They were already locked in the 3 seed. There was no need for any of the starters to play. Yet they played them. And they got a significant injury in that game. And that's what I think about when you come to this game. Next week is what matters. This week doesn't matter. If you get an injury, something like that, in this game, you don't want that. And Lions fans right now are saying, no, we want revenge. We want this. We want that. But the minute that happens, now what are you saying, Lions fans?
Like, there is a difference between being aggressive, like Dan Campbell is, and it's worked for him, and he's a trendsetter, and the league seems to be following with it. There's a difference between being aggressive and not having common sense. Common sense, David hit the nail on the head with the Sam Laporta example. Common sense tells you don't play anybody. Don't take any chances. Because there's no reason to. God forbid, and nobody knows what the hell's going to happen. It's not like you haven't had 22 guys on IR to begin with. Why take any chance? There is a small part of me that still believes that when kickoff comes, the starters aren't going to play. Hendon Hooker's going to start this game. Small part. Just a small part.
Okay. You want to put some money on that?
Definitely not. I said a small part, Rico. Okay. You want to give me some odds?
Yes. What odds you want? Well, I already owe you a Chipotle, so.
Let's go. You owe me 5 Chipotles to 1 Chipotle if Jared Goff is out by the first quarter. You with me?
No. You said Hendon Hooker starts the game.
I wanted to change my mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Callers. Let's just go to the callers.
Let's go to Jeff. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jeffrey?
Hey, I and Dan would trust. I totally believe that. I think that Detroit needs to, get up on them and then pull the starters, hopefully, by the half.
as a season ticket holder, I want to see an NFC championship game in Detroit. I know the playoffs start next week. They don't start tonight, but we need this victory and we need that victory, and then hopefully we can win. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, obviously, but I'm ready to go. I'm ready for wins. I want the gas pedal down.
Okay. So he's saying, you know what? Do you want to see the Lions go out there and beat the Niners? I think we lost them.
I think we did too. There's a great ticket text, though. Here's the real question, Rico. I have a parlay already for tonight, so I need Gibbs and St. Brown to score. So what do you want more as a fan? A healthy football team going into the Vikings game, or you win your stinking parlay?
Really? Are you asking me that question? You don't care about your parlay if they win the Super Bowl. You don't care about anything if they win the Super Bowl.
Depends on how much
You
money
don't
we're
care
talking.
if the Lions win all of their games by 1 point from here on out. It doesn't matter because history won't remember that. You know what you will remember? You were alive. You got to see the very first parade down Woodward as the Lions celebrated. So I answer that with really no. No one cares.
You might also
no one cares
remember
that
it.
you hit your $10 parlay.
Might be. I need that guy to text back, and I'm just curious how much money we talking.
It doesn't
might
matter.
A couple $100, it might matter.
Doesn't matter.
Just saying. Let's go to Jim. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jimmy?
Yeah, hi, guys. Thanks. I don't care about revenge. I just need the Lions to win. Because here's the thing, and hear me out. Not only if the Lions win tonight, they just need a tie next week, but if they fail to win, then all Minnesota needs is a tie next week. And you may say it's unlikely for that to happen, but going into next week's game, one of these teams is going to just a tie or a win is going to be just as good. So that's a huge advantage. And you might say
you want to cover your bases.
It is, Jim. But
you might say that you might say that the Lions won't let that happen, but that's if they have control of the ball. If Minnesota has control of the ball, that's a huge advantage. If at the end of overtime it's a tie game, they can just sit on it. You know, you can't do anything. And just what happens if that happens? The Lions lose tonight by resting healthy players, and it ends up in a tie. Hopefully not all offseason will be saying, boy, they could have been the 1 seed if they had just not rested players in San Francisco.
Right. But Jim, I think if I saw the number correct, it's like a 0.04%. I mean, you're getting almost up there with winning the Powerball odds.
If one team, a tie and a win, is just as good, that percentage goes up by quite a bit. Just think of all the close games Minnesota has played every year.
Okay.
And you
Jim,
can expect this to be a very close game.
Jim, hear me out. How many ties in the NFL this year?
Right, but nobody's playing for a tie. A win is always better than a tie, except in
and that's why I'm saying so long as you have Ben Johnson, that I don't think that in regulation they will just go for 2 instead of kicking an extra point. If let's just say they got the ball with 38 seconds left and they just scored, hey, you know what? Let's just go for 2. We're going to go for broke right here, right now, instead of tying up the game. I don't see them trying to tie up the game at any point.
I think the better question is, what's more important, covering the 1.6% chance that you might tie and covering your bases, or making sure that you go into that game against Minnesota as healthy as possible and having nobody else get injured in, yes, it's a meaningless game. So you can call up and say, 0.5%, 5%, 6%, tie. We could talk about the tie if you want to talk about the tie, but Rico's dead on. At the end of the day, you got to go beat the Vikings. That's all that matters. Nothing that happens tonight matters. Who you play, who you don't play, just be healthy going into next week. But it's weird. A lot of people are I think it's because we as a fan base have not been here. We have not been here, so we're trying to cover all our bases. It's real simple.
You win next week, and none of this matters.
And by the way, Minnesota has yet to beat Dan Campbell in a meaningless game or meaningful game. Last year, you had Justin Jefferson go insane in those 2 games. They play 2 out of the last 3 games, I think it was, against Nick Mullins in Minnesota. You still found a way. One of the games at Minnesota, you clinched your first division in 30 years. So just go beat them. They are beatable. They're a good team. But so are you. 97 won the ticket. Who is that guy?
Well,
is that you? You run around town?
I don't have to run around town.
Everybody already knows.
Let's just move on.
248-539-9797. What's going on? Hour number 3. 1 hour away from the Lions pregame show. Rieger in for Mike. Rico right there, hanging out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia, 6 Mile, getting you set for Lions and Niners. And listen, we've talked about a couple of different things today. How badly, as a fan, with what happened last season, do you need this win? Do you yearn for this win? How much do you want revenge in what I think is a pretty meaningless football game, despite everybody bringing up, well, you got to win because you can't tie. So that's out there if you want to hit it on it. And, of course, the big topic is, what should Dan Campbell do with the starters? He already said he's playing everybody. They're going out to the West Coast to win this football game. But I think every Lions fan is like, dude, don't risk anybody's health. This game is meaningless, and all that matters is trying to beat the Vikings next week for that number 1 overall seed.
And real quick, for those who don't have tickets, head on down to the Buffalo Wild Wings. We're here at 6 Mile in Livonia. You can register for a chance to win tickets to that Lions-Vikings game.
Ooh.
But you need to come down here to do that. Go ahead, Rieger.
Wow. Speaking of the Lions-Vikings, if you could get $2,000 for a ticket, would you sell it to a Vikings fan?
Yeah.
$1,500 to sell your tickets for Sunday's epic game to a Vikings fan, would you do it?
Absolutely.
$1,000 to sell your tickets to a Viking fan, would you do it?
Yeah. It goes to the Super Bowl.
$800?
Rieger, I put that money and I added to my Super Bowl kitty so I can get to New Orleans.
What if enough people do it, and next thing you know, there's a ton of Viking fans at Ford Field?
Doesn't matter.
You don't think you have a responsibility as a fan to not sell your ticket to Vikings fans?
Bro, that argument went out the window many years ago. You see it all the time, that fans sell their tickets. Why? Because the team keeps raising their prices. They don't think about you. They don't call you up. How's your budget? Is this going to work for you? No. They just raise the ticket. You're forced to buy them. So if you can make and recoup some money, I am 100% for any fan to do that. I don't care if my own team sells out and I look in the stadium and there's nothing but Wolverine fans in there. Don't care.
What about long-suffering Lions fans that have never been to a Super Bowl? And I think they would have a problem selling their tickets.
No, you don't. Which place do you want to be more? At Ford Field, again, no matter what, you're in the playoffs.
Right. Now, you might not have another home playoff game.
You're still in the playoffs.
Correct.
So you could take that money that you just banked, and now you could go to L.A. Now you could go someplace warm.
Tampa Bay.
And watch them win. And
Atlanta.
Cheer Jared Goff.
I am curious, and maybe we'll get into it later in the week. I'm curious what the majority of Lions fans would say. If there is a price, there's a price for everybody, but $800, $900, set of tickets to a couple Viking fans coming into town cheering for Minnesota, that'd be a tough transaction to process, but you're right. At the end of the day, helps pay for your tickets. Also, tomorrow, you might not know this, Michigan plays in a bowl game. Take on Alabama. What's it called again?
The ReliaQuest Bowl, right?
Something like
I know
that.
you're watching it.
Yeah, something like that.
You'll be watching it. You're glued to the TV.
Yeah, sure I will.
You and the bad son.
Yeah, no, he's not interested. I'm not interested in this game. No, not at all. Oh, I have a story for you on the good son. You'll be proud of him.
I'm always proud of him, David. I think you should get a paternity suit. I'm starting to question the dad.
Oh, wow. How many kids you got? Like 17, David?
I have 3.
4.
3.
Oh, I mean, I listen to Mike and Rico all the time. They're always talking about you keep having kids. Anyway.
It is the ReliaQuest Bowl, yes.
Yes,
versus Alabama.
Tomorrow, and Rico and I are going to be on after the ReliaQuest Bowl and right before Lions Review. And you had an interesting question to the Michigan people driving around. The Lions stuff still plays. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Of course, Lions, the main dish here at Buffalo Wild Wings. However, I guess I didn't think about it, so I guess I know my answer once you asked this question. Anybody care about the game tomorrow? Like, I kind of feel there's similar topics today with the Niners in a meaningless game, and then tomorrow in a bowl game that I mean, it's nice you beat the Buckeyes. It's great you get Bryce Underwood. You might get to see him in a uniform on the sideline tomorrow. But
I don't think he can play.
Are we? No, of course he can't play, but he is practicing. There was a hell of a deep ball. I saw that on Twitter. Do we care about this game?
Everybody looks good in 707.
It's very reminiscent of when Mac Jones beat Michigan like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Remember that on New Year's Day? It was Michigan-Alabama, and Michigan jumped out to a lead. I think they led by 7 at the half maybe, and next thing you know, Mac went all ham afterwards.
I don't think that – you know what? I'm not even going to speak. David, you're a Michigan fan. I'm a Sparty. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say about the Wolverines. What's your care factor, David, and Wolverine fans?
See what you
are you into this game? Are you gonna get some pizza and sit down, or stop and pick up an order of wings and say, hey, yeah, big game, or is it like the game was on today?
Well, you're not working anyway, so I mean, hopefully you're not working. Go ahead, David.
No, here's the thing. What you just said is why I don't care about this game, because there are so many players from Michigan that have already left, already declared for the NFL draft, on top of Bryce Underwood can't play. Sure, great photos and videos of him doing something at practice, him walking on the field, but he can't play. If he was playing, yeah, I would watch this bowl game, but there's nothing to watch for if you're a Michigan fan.
Well, hold on a sec. So you're not going to watch, or
No.
you just don't care if they will? Really? See,
Why?
I will
Why would you
always
watch?
Oh, of course you got to watch. Like, even the people that say they don't care about tonight's Lions game, of course you're watching. It's what we do as sports fans. There's no chance I miss the game tomorrow. Of course I watch, but if Michigan loses, I can't get too upset about it because you're absolutely right. The majority of the team is not there. The guys that will lose will be maybe here next year, but it's a meaningless bowl game, I guess. It's not a playoff game, but of course you're going to watch.
No.
How can you not watch?
Because there's nothing to play for. All your players are done. This isn't a playoff game. No, I don't care about this game. I'm not watching this game. So my meter is at a 0.
And, yeah. I guess because, you have all your stars have opted out.
Yeah, no Will Johnson,
and
no
all of
Loveland,
Alabama.
no Hinton, no Graham, no Grant, no Stewart, no Donovan Edwards, no Mullings, no Page, nothing. I'm done.
Hey, David, I got to tell you, and I mean this with the most respect possible. I consider you a friend and a colleague. I don't know which one first, but I consider you a great guy. I've known you a long time. So it pains me to say this. If you don't watch the game, you're not a Michigan fan. It's a bowl game. It's the last time you get to watch them until 6 months.
But this isn't the same Michigan you've been watching all year, though.
It doesn't matter. You're still playing Alabama. You still have a chance to beat them.
Alabama's playing everybody. Milroe and all those guys are playing.
Absolutely. And you always want to beat Alabama. And I can't believe you wouldn't watch the game. Like, that's the equivalent of me not watching a Michigan basketball game because they're playing nobodies. You're still going to watch.
You're just watching the uniform. You're not watching the same team that we've
it's
watched
your team,
play
though. It still counts in the
football.
record book.
No, it doesn't. In my mind, no. The season's over. Season's already over. We beat Ohio State. That's the end of the season. I don't care what happens in the bowl game.
Okay, let me switch topic. Rico, Michigan State makes a bowl game for the first time. How long's it been, a decade?
That's hurtful, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Michigan State makes a bowl game for the first time in
We're a basketball school.
What I get it, yes. You're playing Western's hanging with you right now. They're only down 5. Anyway, Michigan State makes a bowl game. And
you're watching.
You're watching. Of course you're watching.
Well,
you watch.
Hold on. Wait, no. You cannot compare that right now.
Why not?
If Michigan State was in a bowl game, yes, you would watch. You know why? Because your quarterback's returning, your receivers returning. There are a lot of players on that team that are going to be on that team next year and be a key part of that team. I don't see any of that right now for Michigan.
David, I am questioning your fandom. I would like to hear from the people. The Lions stuff is still out there. David, I love you like a brother. I do. But
go watch Orgy play. You won't see him ever again in a Michigan uniform.
To not care if you win or lose is fine, but to not watch, that's like sacrilegious. And you're a very religious man. 97 won the ticket.
All right. That was Jeff Rieger. You know what Jeff Rieger is? He's a specs grad. You know what you can be? You could also be a Specs grad as well. You've been hearing the show, or, you said I want to go into radio, or you want to go into television, graphic design artist. Doesn't matter. Specs can get you started on your path to greatness. All you need to do is just be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. Rico, what does that mean? It means we're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. So once again, what are you waiting for? You need to go visit the website. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, 97 won the ticket. David Hatchet Hall with some very revealing information. Not even going to watch Michigan-Bama tomorrow. None of these kids are going to be on the team next year. He has zero care factor, despite the fact that Rico and I are on after the game. I think David's working tomorrow. He doesn't give a damn. He's not watching the game. Ridiculous. 248-539-9797. Are you like Hatchet? What's your care factor for tomorrow? David, we got some ticket text, and we'll hit some phone calls.
Sure. What's Michigan's record? It's going to be the same, win or lose. Not so for the Lions. They have a chance to go 15-2 with momentum into the tournament. Not the same. Someone else says.
Does anybody?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does anybody care about the actual? Unless you're the Patriots from what was that? 11 when they went 16-0 and then lost. What was it? Whatever year that was. Does anybody really care about your record as a football NFL team unless you win it all? Like, who cares that you won 13, 14 games if you don't win the Super Bowl?
Didn't even know who Michigan was playing in the bowl game until you guys said it. David is spot on. Who cares? And then you have this. David is a fake Michigan fan. Every Michigan fan is watching this game. Jeff is 100% correct. But we already knew David was not a real Michigan fan. Old news. Maybe the Wolverine players should have played. If Sanders and Hunter played, then why can't these guys?
Oh. I mean, that's fair. They are getting paid. That's a very good point. Let's go to Sal. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Sal?
Hey, what's going on, Rieger?
Hey, how are you?
All right, happy holidays to you and your family.
You too. You as well. What's going on?
I agree with you, Rieger. How are they just going to give up on the Wolverines just because it's a meaningless game and certain players are not playing? I mean, if you're a Wolverine fan, if you're a fan of any team, you don't never give up. To me, he's no better than Antonio Brown.
Hold on, Sal. This isn't giving up. The season's already done. They can't win the championship if they win this game tomorrow.
Okay, so what? What big deal? But you're still a Wolverine fan. You supposed to pull with them, no matter what.
Okay, and I hope they win, but I'm not watching.
Okay, well, I'm like Rieger. To me, you're not a fan.
Okay, that's cool. Wonderful.
Sal, I'm with you. I'm with him. You told him,
You know
Sal.
what?
That's it, on.
This Wolverine on Wolverine crime
makes you feel pretty good, doesn't it?
That's why I get out of bed every morning.
Rico's over here fist pumping. He loves it.
He can sit back and just love this.
I love this.
When the Wolverines go against each other.
Oh, man.
Let's go back to the phones. Pick up Derek. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Derek? How are you? We don't have Derek.
So, David, you're not a weird Wolverine.
Look, this has been said to me a lot, so this doesn't faze me anymore. I get it. They don't think I'm a Michigan because I don't watch a bowl game. I'm not a Michigan fan.
So you're not even slightly interested in what's happening.
No, not at all. But
not even background watching.
Well, it will be once I get into this building. It will be background watching because it'll be on, but I'll be figuring out. I'll be doing some other things on my phone, but it'll be there.
David, if Michigan is in this football game late, we're talking fourth quarter, 3 minutes to go, down by 2 points, and they're driving. Davis Warren has the boys on the move. You're telling me you're not going to get just a little, I don't want to say excited, too strong of a word, but a little interested in if they can beat an Alabama team and Kalen DeBoer and give them their fourth loss of the season? Come on.
So you're telling me, David, you were more interested when Michigan played Fresno State than Alabama.
Yeah, that was a regular season game. I needed to see what the quarterback situation was going to look like.
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair because this game, the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. And, yes, the Fresno game was when we all were like, oh, my God, Michigan doesn't have a quarterback.
Yeah, you were scouting your next quarterback.
Correct.
It's a valid point. Very valid. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. How about go ahead, Rico. Pick somebody.
David, who's held on the longest?
Go to Bill.
Bill, you're on 97.1.
What's up, Billy?
Bill. Or maybe not. All right. Let's go to
Carl.
How about Carl? Carl, you're on the ticket. Maybe this one will work. Carl, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, Carl?
What's going on? God bless you guys.
God bless you.
This is ludicrous. Playing anybody is ludicrous. It's so stupid. Is it worth it to win this game if you even lose one man? It's ridiculous. Haven't you learned from all the players they've lost already? This is nuts. I wouldn't play a damn thing. This coach has got to lose this ego he's got. He cost us the Super Bowl last year with his stuff. It's like in that Dallas game when he goes for 2 points on the 6-yard line, kick the extra point and go overtime. I mean, this guy's his ego is just too much.
Yeah, but Carl, doesn't the better parts of his coaching make up for some of these decisions?
Somewhat, but he lost 2 games. That Frisco game, he opened the door for those guys. He could have kicked a field goal or tried, and then he let the team down. He let Detroit down. That in every game they ever played, there's been momentum. When they didn't make that, the momentum just opened the door, and the Lions couldn't do nothing. It's nuts. Now, is it worth it to lose Goff and Brown or anybody? Just if they lose one guy, it's not worth it. People get injured in these games.
Right, but Carl,
anybody.
I'll say, but this is what got you here is his aggressive style of play. Got you to this point, so why abandon that?
Because there's no need to play anybody. They got to save these guys for next week.
Carl, I think some of the stuff you say about Campbell, probably a little unfair. I think Dan Campbell is the greatest coach we've had in Detroit. He just gave you a 13-win, maybe 15-win season. Might get you to the Super Bowl. But I agree with you here. I agree with you here. There is zero benefit to playing anybody that you're going to need next week. I 100% agree with you. And by the way, I give Dan Campbell the benefit of the doubt. Guy's an absolute stud. We all love Campbell. He's done a tremendous job. But right here, right now, I would love for him to come on the radio and say exactly why he feels the need to play these guys. If he's going to say momentum or culture, all important things,
he has.
But not that important.
No, he has. And his answer is, I want to win. Isn't that what you want to hear from your coach? I want to win. And I'm going to play the guys that help me get that victory. I don't care about the other team. I know what my guys can do. I'm going to play my guys. I'm going to get this victory.
Very simplistic thing to say, I want to win, and it's nice to hear, and we know you want to win. But I would actually make the comment that, do you really want to win as bad next week if you're playing guys this week?
You can't play next week's game until next week.
I think you can when this week's game doesn't matter. This is such a rare opportunity, such a weird dynamic when Week 17 doesn't matter, but Week 18 does.
See, this is that weird dynamic, Rieger, of like teams like Mike's team, the Giants.
Yeah.
Okay, in the grand scheme of things, you want to lose because it helps you. But you can't ask the players out there to lose because they're not here to lose.
Yeah, but this is totally different.
You can't tell the Lions players, well, you guys, this game's meaningless. Worry about next week. Well, why the heck did we fly out here if this game means nothing?
No, but it's totally different. You can't tell a player not to have pride or lose like in the Giants situation. But in this situation, you go up to St. Brown, you go up to Goff, you go up to Sewell and say, we need you next week. Go to Fisherman's Wharf. Go to the Golden Gate Bridge. Go enjoy yourself. I'm not going to allow you to get hurt. You look like you're hurt. Your brain is hurt.
Because I can't believe you said something as asinine as that. That's not how sports works.
Do you really?
Professional sports, you don't walk up to St. Brown and say, hey, go fishing. Don't worry about tonight.
Do you really think St. Brown would be offended if Dan Campbell says we're not going to play you because next week is way more important?
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't be. Oh, please, come on.
He would.
No, he would not be.
Because, Coach, I want to win this game.
Yeah. And
you guys are paying me to win. Nobody wants to hear, hey, let's take it easy. No athlete ever takes it easy.
I have a hard time believing that you believe that St. Brown, Sewell, Goff, or anybody else that is important for next week doesn't understand that they should play this week.
Rieger.
Come on.
You know what? How about we just talk a little NFL?
Oh, wow. Why did I fluster you?
Because I cannot believe you said that. Seriously. You're saying that a professional player would be okay being told, hey, we don't need – and it's not like this is next week where it's meaningless. Hey, rest up.
Yeah, this game doesn't matter.
Power this week down, but get ready for next week. No. If anything, you tell them we'll play you for a half, but you're going to play because no player wants to say, I've traveled all the way out here for nothing.
I got to be honest, man. I got to be honest. Of course the players would understand. All right. Rico has something to sell you. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, listen up. You know what? The weather is going to be breaking soon, and the spring is going to be here. Summer's going to be here. You're going to want to host events out on your brand new Trex deck. I know you're thinking it's wintertime. What are you talking about? Well, wintertime means nothing to my people over at Coy Construction. They're a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. They're family owned and operated, and they love to work during the winter to get your brand new Trex deck built during the winter so that it's ready in the spring. Why is that important? That means that as soon as, professional baseball and the Tigers, you could be out there barbecuing, 4th of July, you could host a family event, and Coy Construction can help bring your dreams alive. They will help and design and build this thing for you. They'll get it done relatively quickly. All you need to do is call them right now, because even though they like to work during the winter, they got limited spots available. So you need to call Coy Construction right now to reserve your spot. Coy Construction can get your dreams to become reality. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Coy's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. Call them today. Get your project started right now. You won't regret it.
So I am doing this drive of the week just for you, Rico. Just for you. Because Michael Penix had a day yesterday, and he had a drive close to end of regulation there. He had a 12-play drive that went 68 yards, just over 3 minutes long, and it ended with a Michael Penix Jr. pass, 13-yard pass on 4th and goal to tie the game up. It was to Kyle Pitts, tied the game up. Now they ended up losing the game, but that drive, that was a great drive by Michael Penix Jr. Just for you. That is.
It's what we do, baby.
I was proud of you, Rico. I was thinking about texting you, but I figured it might be too late. I'm very proud. Your guy. That's your son. Kenny Cott has what, Mo Sider? You have Michael Penix.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, guys. We just did Can We Say This? And Costa's now joining us.
Hey, what's going on?
Is Alex Bregman, he had a tiger.
Any second.
Oh, good. Oh, that's breaking information.
I wish.
Can we say this?
Yeah.
That maybe some NFL teams should take a chance on Zach Wilson. I say that because the last 2 Jets quarterbacks that everybody threw away were Sam Darnold and Geno Smith. So maybe, can we say somebody should take a chance and maybe try to revive Zach Wilson?
Yeah, there's a team in New York that just squandered a chance to draft the first or even second best quarterback. Is there any chance that the New York Football Giants, who don't have a path to a quarterback, would consider?
Think about it. Geno Smith, he's washed up. He's no good.
Right.
Sam Darnold, he's a redhead. He can't do anything.
Baker was left for dead in Carolina.
He was.
There's a certain quarterback here that was left for dead in L.A.
Yeah, but by that logic, does that mean some team's going to pick up Aaron Rodgers? Is he going to light the world on fire next year?
No, I'm just saying. No, because
former Jets quarterback.
No, but these were the quarterbacks the Jets drafted.
Yeah.
Right.
And they didn't turn out anything, and they got rid of them too soon, and now they would love to have either one of those guys back. So I'm just saying.
I think situation matters a whole hell of a lot. I think we've seen that.
Just something I thought about. So okay.
I think Sam Darnold and Jared Goff are pretty happy where they are. They're like,
yep.
Yeah.
If we weren't heavy here, we might not be as successful. Anyway, Costa's here. You guys got the pregame show coming up.
Yeah, we're out of Buffalo Wild Wings, 6 Mile.
This is your stomping ground.
I grew up in Livonia.
Did you grow up?
Yeah, this
was your Buffalo
the
Wild
nearest.
Wings?
Yes, like your hometown. Yeah.
This is exciting. When you walk in, were they like, "Oh, Jimmy"?
Not on 26 Mile Road, no.
Oh, have you guys been out? You guys have gone to the Washington one?
Yeah, it was last week, right, with the Bears. No, this is the local watering hole for me.
This is exciting. How many people, when somebody plays in a game?
Oh, like a home crowd?
Yeah. How many tickets have you given away to this broadcast?
No, that was the Brighton broadcast.
Yeah, because my parents now live in Howell, so they brought a crowd.
Bruh, he owned the place.
We're working the crowd.
People?
I wasn't even trying.
How many people? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Jimmy Costa. Jimmy. That's all they were chanting.
That's how you know people who knew me when I was younger is Jimmy. No one calls me Jimmy unless they knew me like middle school or
little
sooner.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I just realized.
Wait,
something.
is that cash the ticket swag?
It is.
Yeah, look at this.
Wow.
Is that embroidered? That is
My
high
wife got this
quality.
for me for Christmas.
That is. Oh wow! I thought you could buy that.
No.
Wow.
That's high quality right there.
Yeah, you can buy it, but it's probably not cheap. It's one of a kind.
That is high quality.
Actually, Evan and Mike got one as well. So
okay.
they got hooked up. So there's 3 of a kind. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. So what do you guys got coming up?
Well, I assume you guys have talked about this whole starter debate.
Yeah.
And how deep to play the guys. I think that's kind of the hot topic today. And it's a damn shame because if Green Bay had done their job, how different is the show right now? Tonight's the night. It's a coronation. It's poetic. It's a year from when you got your heart ripped out in the Bay, and now you're going back to take your bye week, your division, and your 1 seed. And
Look.
instead, what was that?
Are we really?
Was that a fist pump?
Yes, it was. Colin Carr hit a 3.
Oh, he's watching Michigan State.
I'm listening because he's talking about Green Bay. Green Bay didn't need to cut your grass. And I know.
Oh, but it would have been nice if someone did.
I know. Coming from the person
I
that
delivered
gave
the cookies out to Green Bay.
That's how you got your name.
Yes.
Cookies, because you let another man cut your grass.
You're going to be mad someone else going to do your lawn?
Yes, because you don't need somebody else to do your dirty
need
work.
it, but it's nice if someone
No,
else
it's not.
do it. Yeah,
It's not.
It would have been nice, but what you get next week is even better. At least I think so. At home, rabid fan base, chance to get the 1 seed. And more than anything, the Vikings are kind of a pain in the ass. It will be nice to inflict the ultimate pain on them. Think about their fan base. They think they're going to get the 1 seed. And to have them come to Detroit and then pop them, and have that entire Vikings fan base get the 5 seed, it'd be fantastic.
For 24 hours, they get to see their name in the graphic as the number 1 seed. So
yeah, but it doesn't
you
matter.
can change
You
that
get
tonight.
to pull the rug out from under them.
Exactly.
But I think that should be your mindset now is bring it on. Bring it on.
Absolutely.
If you're a Super Bowl team, you win that game at your house against the Vikings.
If you're a Super Bowl team, you don't ask for your division rivals to do your dirty work.
I didn't ask. That would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been a Christmas
Hey,
day.
hold on. Your neighbor takes in your garbage on trash day. You're going to go, hey, thanks, bud. One less thing I got to do. That's neighborly. They could have been neighborly.
No, that's cutting your grass.
Rico keeps his garbage.
Someone shovels the sidewalk all the way over to your driveway. You're going to be mad at him?
No, but it's like, I got
thank
this.
you. It's
I
very
got
nice.
this. Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
I'm a man.
I'm rooting for the Browns on Saturday. Have to, right? Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, your Steelers aren't that good, David. So I think you even said, we may lose to the Browns.
Well, now I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Yeah.
Says the guy that's not going to watch the Michigan game tomorrow, but big-time Michigan fan. All right, Cookies is here.
All right,
Rico
now I
is
feel
here.
good. Now I
yes,
feel good.
Michigan State is going to beat
No,
Western.
Nick Sanders in the game. I feel good.
It was
now.
close for a while. I know you were stressing it. And they have the pregame show coming up next. Guys, Rico, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, he shook my hand. Thank you.
I'll shake your hand, too.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good job, Rieger.
That's thank you, guys. You guys are too kind. All right, I'm going sanitize afterwards, of course. All right. Typical. I got cooties. All right, coming up next, Costa Rica. Good night, everybody.